Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Butternut, Lobster, Stop End, Cannery, no audio. This is gonna be a war league. I smell it. This is war players are logging in. Lunar, how's it going? Telrob, Barney Burns, Legend Ikage, Kenjo. Good morning. This is the voice in your head, JR. Just because you're on YouTube chat does not mean you're a voice in my head. You're very real. You're real to everyone here. Do not believe the chatter or lies from Twitch. Crazy Brace, hello. Foggy, hello. Das Party, Baccarix, Fabius, Professor, Aquilina, Das Party, Burnt Black, Poof Black Magic, Avalanchia, GOG, Dwald Weddy, Tekken, Sly Guy, hello, hello. Nova, Divablitter, Crazy Brace, Maniac, Pupsick, Blue Armor, Lennon, Gosenberg. Holy, there's a lot of people here. How you guys doing? Tell Rob what's up. Fiji Turtles, as always. Hi, my father. I don't think you're my son. Ain't no way he's actually going Luminary. I am going Luminary, Connor. What are you gonna do about it, Connor? You guys know Merc bots are broken, right? Like they're actually straight up. We're gonna be so OP. We're gonna be so OP. Especially like. Honestly, on a Leaguestarter, it's gonna be like, the only way we're not OP is if they went through and like giga nerf the baseline number of the mercenary. But there's no way they freaking did that. Theorizing things will be crazy. Yeah. I did not. We'll put it this way. There was an alarm time I had set, and I woke up before the alarm time. That's how you know it's about the PoE 1 Leaguestarter. Is you can't turn the mind off because you're just thinking about things. That's how you know. Let's make a Merc bot to buff his minions. Guys, technically, this isn't a minion build. It doesn't even have the minion tag. It doesn't benefit from minion modifiers. Percent increased minion damage doesn't help me. Guys, this isn't a minion build. This is a mercenary build, okay? Mercenary. I leaked a clip of a man calling you a minion player 3 hours later. I got told you're playing Merc bot. This is a hit job. What are you talking about? This is a hit job. Mercenary's not even a minion build, guys. It's literally a mercenary. A straight up mercenary. You know what I'm saying? Minion build reskin. How you watch your mouth there, Richard. You watch your mouth. You love your not minion builds? Yeah, because I'm not a minion player. I love builds that aren't minion builds. It's very base egg. You know what I'm saying? Companion build again? Guys, Companion technically isn't a minion either, but like it benefited from minion damage. You guys can't even make those jokes anymore because I don't benefit from minion damage or any minion stats. It's not like I'm scaling minion gem levels. Nope. If anything, this is an aura bot, okay? If anything, this is an aura bot with a friend who isn't allowed to skip game day. You know what I'm saying? This is basically just an aura bot. Call it an ally. It is an ally. I'm an aura bot, and I have a friend who isn't allowed to skip playing with me. You know what I'm saying? If I say, hey, we're playing today, the Merc has to log in. The monkey was just an ally. If I hate Spectral Throw, what's another good early option for Scion? Does Scion get Cobra Lash? Cobra Lash is honestly pretty solid right out the gate for an early character. I think Scion might get Cobra Lash, but don't maybe check that to make sure. Peacock you don't get till level 12. I can't wait for you to buy a perfect mod contract and then die to it. Okay, so there's already something that was very notable that I found out. We'll get to it. Let me pull out the treadmill. We're gonna go through bit by bit all of like the different teaser stuff that's relevant. I'll just say it out loud now because it's one of the more important pieces. So the contract where you get to say, oh, I found a good mercenary. I'm going to go sell this mercenary. the mercenary does not retain support gems. So there's not going to be like 100 divine mercenary with the perfect supports. It only retains skills. That's still very, very important, but I want to emphasize people will be selling, like, let's say there's a mercenary, there's a kineticist that has the KB of clustering skill, and it has haste. And people will sell it because it has haste plus KB of clustering. They're not going to sell it for like a super premium because they found it with KB of clustering and GMP and return proj and all the important supports. Because at the end of the day, it's just the skills that are retained. You still have to run multiple to get like one with good supports. However, an important key factor, and you guys might remember this, is infamous mercenaries often had like 5 or 6 links really commonly, okay? And I hope you guys are following where I'm going with this. You have the contract which says, I'm going to find a mercenary that has these skills in this map. And then you break out the scarab that forces it to be infamous, which means you're going to get a mercenary with a high amount of links. So it's not, I don't think it's as despair as it sounds. Like, it's like way more forcing the kind of mercs you're going to want because you roll the correct mercenary with the correct skills and then you force it to have a high amount of supports. I think it's honestly not going to be too bad. Like, initially I was kind of thinking, oh, it sounds a little bit despair that it rolls the supports, but the fact you can force it to be infamous, I think it's actually going to be not that like despair. And even if you're SSFing your merc, the fact you can kind of like control, have increased chance to get the merc that has this attribute affinity with this house type and stuff like that, that'll help too. The infamous gets transferred with the warrant. Ooh, I'm not sure about that. If it does, then that might be a little bit suspect. We'll have to examine the footage. I did not notice that. We'll look at it. We shall look at it together. If you can't force it to be infamous, then that'll make it a little bit more dicey to get good supports out of it. All right, got the treadmill in place. Hunt for the merc with good unique chest. I don't know how that'll work for permanent mercs, if it'll be able to retain the unique or not. That is definitely a question. We can't migrate our Tota characters. They'll automatically migrate them. They're probably going to go through a process of migrating them over to Mirage. It won't be instant, would be my guess. All right. So let's go ahead and pause this. And we're going to dig through the content reveal. Make sure YouTube can hear as well. And we're going to try to go specifically for... We'll just start doing a general watch through because there's like probably some important details that I care about for other things. But we're going to hyper focus on the Luminary stuff. But we'll just go through and we'll pause whenever there's like, you know, they show a screen with a bunch of different things happening. We can kind of look at it. See if there's any important details.
So you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile.
Hell yeah.
The Oriflame.
Roll the trailer.
The Oriflame calls us to the sea. To a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath.
I have claimed my Abyssal Soul Shatter. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think the drops are maybe still available. Is it for like the entire weekend or something? If you're watching any of the PoE streams, if you missed it yesterday, I think.
A curse down below. With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor.
24 hours? Okay, so it's probably still like 12 hours to do it then. Or 7 hours or whatever it is. The League mechanic looks so fun. Dude, it does. It looks freaking cool. Little submarine you're going down.
Somewhere in the blackest depths. Bounty.
Okay, they didn't explain this, but like...
In the blackest depths.
This is kind of like a summoning circle, right? From PvE2. That's what this looks like to me, right? It's a boss summon, yeah. Okay, so they're yoinking the ability to like have a boss get spawned in this way. Seems like it's gonna be Synthesis again. Okay, so Synthesis, I know what you're talking about, Theros. You're talking about like the situation where you like Synthesis would start like closing in on you. I remember that system had like quite a few like it was buggy, right? Like there was like issues where it could literally like be incompletable or impassable and stuff. The way Octavian was describing it, I don't think it'll have those issues because like it doesn't start closing until the very last one, and it sounds like they're pretty fast get in, get out situations. Just the fact it's a crafting mechanic. Synth did have a crafting mechanic, but Synth's crafting mechanic was like completely like just chuck some things in here and see what happens. They didn't tell you at all what the hell was going on. This mechanic's like, hey, I'm gonna give you a few different options of this slam. Like it's pretty freaking like straightforward how it works, right?
Death await.
Oh, big fish. Big fish. So we're gonna fight that guy. We're gonna fight this guy, and he's going to give us some pretty giga loot. Probably, right? Evil looking? Yeah, evil looking. Big fishy. Big fish slash snake kraken monster. I don't know. He's going to give us the mediocre lightning flask? Nah, he's going to give us more than a lightning flask. I'd eat that. Would you, user? It doesn't look very tasty. Shout out to this guy, dude. Shout out to the guy that's just like a constant burning soul, powering our crafts and our freaking like Vesper. Is that what his name is? Poor dude. It's just chained to the ship. Okay. This was the thing where you click the exalt, and it's giving 4 different outcomes for the slam on the suffix pair boots. Okay, yeah, that stuff's real useful. This rework. Okay, stop right here. We need to look at some of these. So we clearly can get Cloak of Flame. Fizz taken as is kind of back. Am I crazy in thinking that? Fizz taken as this league is kind of back. Because that's, you being able to put this on any unique chest, just 20% here. Obviously, you have Reliquarian, which has some baseline Fizz taken as well. 70% before volatiles. Yeah, and you could volatile that literally to 60%. So it would be 80%. The face breakers having Doriani's touch is hilarious. Yeah, it's a little bit funny because Doriani's is like an elemental slam, and this is a Fizz multiplier. But that is pretty cool. Being able to put Doriani's on something else. I wonder if there's any... Would you benefit from a glove that had supports on it? I don't think you would, right? It wouldn't support Doriani's. Having a unique pair of gloves that had like... I don't know. There's some gloves that have supports built into them, but I don't know if they would work. Fizz to lightning? Oh, you still go like a bunch of fizz damage? Fizz to lightning? I guess. Doriani's is fizz base? No, are you messing with me? It's like base lightning, but it has conversion built in. Are you messing with me? 100% fizz to lightning. Effectiveness 1000%. So it doesn't have base damage. The gloves themselves have base lightning. Okay. Okay, that's kind of neat. That's kind of cool. Because the normally the Doriani's fist, they just have this. Okay, yeah, it's this thing, right? 1000% effectiveness with 1000% more fizz. Hey, that is kind of cool. Okay, and then an abyssal socket, which I'm assuming is you're yoinking like the 4 abyssal socket specter helmet, or you're yoinking the other abyssal socket uniques. Octavian said those gloves are gonna be what he's gonna build around. The face breakers. There's a lot of cool options for this. Please, please, please. You know what I really want to see? Guys, what unique chest do you think I want to see? If you guys know me, what unique chest mod do you think I want to see? Out of all the possible unique chest mods. Okay, there's a couple guys that are right, and there's like 20 guys who are wrong, okay? It's not Ivory. It's the guys saying Shavs. I want to see Shavs. I want to see the bypass mod. Because the bypass mod is so freaking sick, and it's tied to such a subpar chest in Shavs. Ivory, I mean, there probably will be an Ivory mod, but I want to see the Shavs mod. I want to see the bypass mod. Shavs needs a base type upgrade, yeah, and one way to do it is to take the mod and put it on a different unique chest. That being said, not a lot of unique chests have a lot of ES, so there is that. But there is one that has ES. It's Ivory. Ivory Tower has ES. Would pair quite nicely with the bypass mod. I'm gonna go put Shavs on an Ivory Tower. Would you want Shavs on Ivory or Ivory on Shavs? I don't want Shavs on Ivory. I'll put it this way. There's no way they give a full effect Ivory mod. Whereas there's only one special thing about Shavs, and you can't give a partial portion of it. You know what I mean? So the way I'm looking at it, if Shavs is going to steal the mod, it's going to be the full-on just bypass mod. Because that's like a pass-fail. It's either does it or it doesn't. You know? You can do a partial Shavs. That would be lame as hell. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, they could. It would be freaking stupid as hell. Let's hope they don't do that. That would be depressing. Atlas Anomalies. Back it up real quick. Got Kadiro, bro. Who is this? It's like an Aziri temple. A lot of flames. What do you guys think this Atlas Anomaly gives us? I want to see a Savon on top of a Sophils. I mean, Sophils is the one that can't block, right? Maybe you want Sophils on top of Savon. Some Val looking stuff? Yeah, it's Val something. It's Val something. We're going to make Val builds for sure this league. That Val Flame Blast buff? Holy. We're going to log the hell into that at some point this league. New uniques. I'm sorry. Is that unique shield summoning a thing that's attacking mobs? Yeah, it's literally, it's like chomping. It's like, it's chomping. It's like a little earthquake barnacle. Yeah, I don't know. That's on the teaser page? Oh, it is? Let me find it. Sea Blister Spiny Round Shield. Grants level 20 Savage Barnacle. The level 20 Savage Barnacle. You guys better watch out. You better watch out for the Savage Barnacle, okay? Dude, oh my goodness. Oh, yes. This Ascendancy is so good. So freaking good. You could play it as it's just a regular build. Because this is like 20% damage diversion is really good tank node. And then it has taunt plus aura effect, which is also pretty solid.
Come find your fortune in the depths of the...
Bows baited Lance? What do you mean Bows baited me? Also, you need to be using the correct emote for Bows, by the way. Okay, if you're typing bows, you better be using that emote. Okay, what happened? I went to like go like top off my water or something, and I came back and there was a bows emote, and it's just Andrew just deadpan staring. I was like, holy, that's a good emote. What happened? What was the reason for that? Was there something that happened in the interview that he said? Was he just like screw bows or something? Did he say something extremely based? Hasn't played an evasion build in 3 years. Is that what Andrew said that? That is so awesome. I knew I liked that guy. I knew I liked him for a reason. Holy.
See.
What'll happen to the squire sockets? You probably can color them, would be my guess.
In today's stream, we'll be...
Wrathpith got heavily nerfed. Do you think EB will still be good? I think EB will still be fairly good. It's going to be quite a bit weaker than it was before. A lot of the chess piece nerf gets counterbalanced by the spell buffs, but then you lose like 20 to 30% on the Wrathpith nerf type of thing. I am going to basically make a video saying essentially, hey, you can still play this. It's still going to be strong, but it always feels bad when you play something and then you play it again and it's just a bit weaker than it was before, or slightly worse, right? So I am not playing a Leaguestarter. I will do one update video. I'm not going to go all in and like take a bunch of time on it though, because it did get nerfed, and it always feels bad playing something that I got. Like, this was a much more sizable nerf than the nerf they did last league. The last league nerf, I like didn't do anything really, because you could just go Falcon Wrathpith and it like didn't even matter. This nerf, the biggest thing is the Wrathpith change. You kind of want like a 4%er. You want a volatile Valve Wrathpith now, whereas previously you didn't really need that to be doing well. You know what I mean? Can we still say play Relic? Yeah, Relic also got the same Wrathpith nerf. I think Relic I think is more fine. Similar situation though. They're both still going to be strong characters, in my opinion. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be. But it's just one of those like feels bad things where it's like, oh, I have to, if I'm playing the same build, I knew what it used to be and it's slightly worse or whatever. Similar to like if you're playing Berserker Slams, the Slam nerf didn't kill Berserker Slams at all. Still a good build, but if you played it multiple leagues in a row, you'd notice the difference, right?
Walking you through all
Depends
the
if you want to
details of Path of
you want to
Exile,
have something.
Curse of the Oriflame. We'll
It depends if you want to have something like log in, feel good. This is just as good as I remember, or better, or whatever. Versus you log in, okay, like this is just not quite as good as it used to be. Hey, Blue Mood, how you doing, man?
From the ocean floor, discovering sunken artifacts.
Is Ellie hit still relevant after the nerf? I think with the damage nerf, I think that is probably fine. With the AoE nerf, I am less confident. Because did you guys see that? It was in the bug fixes. It was like the AoE was applying twice, which that's a big part of that skill, is it's got really massive AoE. And part of that was apparently you were getting double the AoE effect. And that skill has like a boar multiplier on it for AoE stuff. So that I have no idea. Like the AoE might be significantly boned after the bug fix. So I'm not sure about that one.
It's a forgotten origin.
I probably wouldn't league start it. Ask Rutu. He probably has a more educated opinion. That's the build he freaking played a ton of, and he'll give you a more solid answer. But
fight the horrors of the deep.
I'd be nervous
and do
looking
your
at a
best to
bug
keep
fix
from
like
being
that and
crushed by
going
the
into
waters
play it.
above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system.
Dude,
for unique items.
They were freaking holding out on us so hard. All they gave us was one little teaser of the Abyss thing. And everybody was like, yeah, that makes sense, because people have been asking for the Abyss rework, with PoE2's Abyss being quite a bit more enjoyable mechanically. And they dropped the freaking Legion and Mercenaries Return on us.
And Legion.
What
In
the
addition
hell?
to revamps of the existing leagues, though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast. Then we'll explain our new endgame system. We will join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Oriflame.
As a Templar, After the rolling magma changes, what skill did you use for leveling? Don't know. This might sound bad. But rolling magma, we don't know how much they nerfed it by. There is a world where they didn't nerf it enough, and rolling magma is still the best leveling spell skill from level 1 to 28. That is a possible world we could live in. I don't think that's likely, but that is one possibility. They also buffed what Rasinger's saying, Absolution got a really nice cast speed buff. Absolution is really solid early. That would be my go-to guess, is Absolution, honestly. That would be my go-to guess of probably strongest early game skills. Really, it's just like, we're going to have to play some of the stuff and try to feel it out. But, you know, a little bit of mystery going into Leaguestar. Probably test some other skills, see what feels good or doesn't feel good.
Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZ. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Will the attribute swap allow double attributes of the same type? I don't believe so. It'll probably throw an error, like you can't swap to this, there's already an attribute of this type on the item. There'll probably be some like some sort of flag that gets pulled and says, no, you can't do this, would be my guess.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile.
Hell yeah.
In Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir.
Isn't the league just Luminary, Absolution, and Doriani's prototype? There is no ability to put Doriani's prototype on the Mercenary. The Mercenaries, if you look at the Luminary Ascendancy, you'll notice there's a very key gear slot you cannot use a unique on. You'll notice there is a amulet, a ring, a belt, a glove, helmet, boots, and weapon and shield. There's one gear slot that is not in this list, and thank goodness it's not, because Doriani mercs are stupid. It is so stupid that you could just force minus 200 res with just that one gear slot. So, yeah, that's how they got around the Doriani problem, is they just made it, you can't put a unique chest piece on them. If we found one already equipped, I don't know how that's going to work. That's a question mark. Because they do have the scare to make them wear uniques. That I'm not sure how that's gonna play out. Yeah, we don't know if it's gonna be able to spawn with them, then they will wear it. I don't know. So that maybe, if that's still an access point, I'd be kind of bummed out if that's still an access point, but that could maybe still be an access point to it. We will see. I kind of feel like your permanent mercenaries, they might be forced to have, you might have to put all new gear on them, but I don't know.
Beneath Rayclass seas, hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is
so
where
we fish
you
for
come in
Doriani's?
to
If
help
that's a
her
thing,
find the
people that want to build that way will
scattered
do
across
it.
Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits.
Cut of the profits, boys.
These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom...
Is that just a stone golem with some, like, coral stuff on it? Hell yeah. GGG, the goat of reusing assets. Got the spider quill crabs. Stole these crabs over here. Yoink, yoink, yoink. There's some fishy monsters now.
creatures of the deep. Each of these monster
Sea
encounters
golem, yeah.
will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area. Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign. Valerie, or Val's, reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel.
Those golems are already in the game
Here,
before Brine King.
Val introduces you to the heart and
Neat.
soul of her ship.
I didn't even realize
Quite
that.
literally. Vesper, Another Pondium native, like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the All-Flames curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship...
I'm going to ask the question, how did he get bound to the ship? Okay? Are we really sure we should be working with this random pirate lady who has a guy chained up and has his soul being siphoned into the ship? How did this situation occur? Okay, because it seems a little bit suspicious to me, if I'm being honest.
He would surely die. The
We can
silvery
fix her.
apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the...
Guys, we're gonna end up like freaking Vespers. What's gonna happen? Yeah, Exile. Keep going down there. Keep finding me loot. Keep getting exposed to the all flame thing. Yeah. The other guy that's tied up, that guy got he got a sickness, so I had to put him in this tube that powers the ship. Don't worry about it, Exile. Keep going down there.
Vessel, allow him to steer the Sovereign.
That doesn't
anywhere
sound
in
suspicious
Rayclost's
at all.
waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the All-Flame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the
Part
ship.
of the ship, part of the crew.
Chief among them, the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place all-flame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them...
All right, guys, what do you think? When we have...
These are conduits...
All right, right here, we're about to enter the, area. Is the meta to flame dash to get a farther away, anchor? So that way we, are technically, here when the anchor gets dropped? Because it,
the power that...
It puts it right where you enter, right? What if we blink? Yeah. What if we do, a dash or something? Can't you place it yourself? You can place it yourself, but you're definitely going to not want to do that because freaking pressing buttons, am I right, guys? Pressing buttons. Who the hell is doing that? Okay. But, if we flame dash, then it could maybe put it, in a more optimal distance. Press the button for the ever. No. I'm just saying, dash.
And
dash
give
through.
you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on land.
That's right. Push the button to dash, not to place the lantern. Come on, Vyro. Everybody agrees movement skills are the GOAT, okay? And it's not bad quality of life to use a movement skill. That's normal gameplay. All right? What are you talking about? That's normal stuff.
Rushing the water away
I'm just
to
talking
reveal
about
horrifying
optimal
monstrosities,
usage.
lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange
Growing from the corrupted dead. This is the stuff we're using to craft with. What kind of dark magic are we into?
growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters.
Saves one button.
As
Exactly.
the coral can be broken down into...
Higher mercenaries will scale up their passive stats, skill level to the current area you're up to, max to 68. The levels of the items you equip to your mercenary are still capped by the level of items where you found the mercenary. That's the full bullet point. So I think they've nerfed the high-end scaling, hunting the high-level ones. No, that is simply telling you that, hey, we tested this in the campaign, and if you grabbed a level 30 merc and you couldn't find another merc until level 50, we wanted to bridge that power gap. They answered it in the Q&A. They literally added scaling, so that way, if you had a low-level merc, you don't get screwed by the fact that you don't find a merc. Like, it's not like they're putting mercenaries in every zone for you to constantly upgrade them, right? They have they listed like 4 spots in the campaign with like some guaranteed spawns. But other than that, like, it's like that's spaced out. You'll gain levels, and that they wanted to counterbalance that to make it so the merc doesn't like suck halfway to the next guaranteed spawn. There's still like level 83 mercs in maps, etc.
The fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning.
There isn't, however, level 84 mercs? Or maybe there still is through Valdo maps? Yeah, I guess technically there would still be 84s through Valdos, but like, I don't think you're going to want to farm an 84 through a Valdo. That sounds cooked because you couldn't even use like scarabs and stuff.
As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an all-flame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request.
Can you reset the zones this way? They might make it so the guaranteed spawns you can zone reset. So that's maybe a thing. Because they said they're guaranteed spawns there. So they might like let you fish a little bit type of thing. I don't know for sure though. I would think that would be the way it works.
There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them.
The thing is, you don't really want to be using the mercs from the campaign long term. You want to get to maps, start regularly finding some better ones. You don't want to use the campaign ones forever.
If you prefer speed over fine control, explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its...
Remember this well, the mist reflects all, but the reflection is not the truth. Unpredictably reflects a rare amulet or ring, breaking it into two mirrored halves, the reflected modifiers. Oh, guys, how much do you think they nerfed it by? They said the average went down. Do you think that's just 1.5 and now the top line is 2.0, no 2.1? Do you think it's 1.3 to 2.1? Do you think it's 1.3 to like 1.5? The variance is just bigger. They said the average, right? So maybe that just means it's just a wider range, but it could also mean the top end got cooked. I kind of feel like they maybe nerfed the top end.
Intended recipient. But hey, finders keepers, right? Beware though, as Vesper...
My bet is they nerfed the weightings. Ooh, like they kept the same range, but 1.5 is twice as likely as 2.0 type of thing.
What do you think of the new pact for Val skills? The afflictions seem minor for big upsides.
What do you think of the new pact for Val skills? I did not look at the new pact for Val skills, but we will look at that. We will look at that. If there's one for specifically for Val skills, it's probably going to be a good time. More Val Sport. I definitely want to play a Val build with Val Flame Blast. They buffed Val Flame Blast a ton. Along with other Val skills, got a lot of buffs as well.
Only power so many lanterns at once. And that power is...
Can we use the below deck for reflecting? No. They mentioned it in the Q&A. Anything that would create multiple items as an outcome does not work with it. So Mist creates 2 items. Is not going to work with the All Flame thingy. And then they also mentioned Valor won't work. So like basically some of like the very high risk, high reward currencies will not work with it.
Finite.
Because it'd be just a bit too
On
OP.
placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade. And the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough Deadman Sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step. Planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted.
Being able to use fossils is crazy. Yeah. They showed a quad resonator and then they got like 4 outcomes. That's a crazy multiplier on how good fossils are. And then they made, fossils technically got rarer, but then you can kind of use this, which then it makes it more tempting to use fossils. It's kind of sick, honestly.
Storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together.
Okay, hold on. I want to see what some of this stuff is saying. Should we slow this down just a little bit, real quick here? Area adjacent contains 2 additional Diviner Strong boxes. Minus max, gain extra, wither, increase Deadman Sulfur. There's a quantity mod, there's a pack size mod, there's a Deadman Sulfur. There's no rarity mod that I see here. He puts it over here.
I should.
And then he's hovering some of these outliner like multipliers that they have over in these things, these quadrant like sea monster things.
Charts.
Quantity found in this area, Deadman Sulfur. This one has rarity. So just probably the situation where certain mods have rarity or pack size or quant or whatever, right? Reflect Mabs are dead. They nerfed Reflect, I think. It should be pretty doable if you have a somewhat tanky character, but maybe more dangerous if you're a squishy character. It's a mod you can maybe build to tank now rather than needing outright Reflect immunity.
On Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Friendly fire! Promptly slaughter the jellyfish? What kind of animals are we? We're the good guys! This ain't right, man.
Sure.
This ain't right.
This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are
Oh, that's kind of crazy. So each one of those modifiers stacks together.
also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot. Calguran shipments.
Lance not reading the lore to realize we are in fact the bad guys. We're not the bad guys. Come on. Come on. We're out here helping the people, defeating the beast, that thing, like this evil monster taking over the world. Like, come on.
Lost at sea,
We're the good guys.
and sunken
We're not the
abyssal
baddies.
pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts.
Neat.
Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem.
This guy needs a filter, man. This guy
In
needs a
each of
filter.
the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound. Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunity.
What do I think about the Elliot nerfs? Damage nerf? It's probably alive. AoE nerf? I have no freaking clue. I wouldn't want to start it. Seems like a risk.
To send back plenty of valuables.
Teach you how to control click?
Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned
For the video,
voyage,
guys.
find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out.
Hell yeah.
Val will send it down to your rescue as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship.
It's
at
not
work.
for the eternal torture
Whilst Vesper's
chamber.
body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes.
Okay, look at this. Yeah, there's literally like some dead dudes that were like harvesting it. This is messed up, man. This is
and
messed up.
corpse-stained glass.
We might be the bad
resides
guys.
Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a
Is
pretty
this pre-recorded? This video is, yeah, the reveal stream. They pre-record a whole like talk over all the new stuff.
crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item
3
is then split
ghostly
into a
copies.
multitude of ghostly forms.
Yeah, that's freaking sick, man.
Each of which will be the result of having applied
I hope we can put MTX on our merc so you can both have versions of the crab armor on. You're gonna play a merc bot with crab armor. Your merc's gonna have crab armor, and you're gonna go fishing. Is that the plan?
that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself.
Nice.
The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only...
Don't forget your AG with crab armor. And then your temporary mercenary with crab armor. And then have pet crabs on your character.
a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted orb?
That's disgusting, man. Tailwind, T1ES, T2ES, movement speed, open suffix. Why did he do it on Sork boots, though? Oh, dude, this... No wonder they're only 180 ES. What the hell is this? Does he not know? GGG gave OP bases to ES builds like 5 leagues ago. He's living in the past.
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want.
Hunter belts? Oh yeah. Wait. Was it only 2 copies for this? 2 copies for Influence Exalt. That's still pretty nice. Reforges, 3 ghostly copies. So triple the resonator
Want to get
value.
maximum value out of.
And he hits a +2 down here.
Do be wary though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done.
Oh.
That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential.
Look at those synth rings. What are you guys talking about? What synth rings? What are you guys talking about? In the trailer? Oh, did he have them in the trailer?
The more sulfur...
Well, he won't have them anymore. He won't have them anymore.
Vesper will require, as the seafloor
They
hides
gone
some
now,
yet
they
undiscovered
gone.
potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats. These can be consumed by
Ducats.
Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as
Freaking synth items, man. Andrew's like, yeah, so I want to do something about getting synth items back to synth maps. Next league, he shows up, so I just deleted them. Freaking Andrew, man. just no F's given. He just shows up. He's like, all right, guys, we don't have time for this. Let's just delete those. He's not playing games, man. Holy.
Kishara's Ducat, which
Retaining a single mod. So basically, if you want to isolate for recoms. Okay, fair enough. Isolate for recoms, isolate for fracture, isolate to get on a magic base. Do you talk anything about how leveling would look for the new Ascendancy? We need to do some Leaguestarter planning for it, which I'm going through just stuff like
creates 4 ghostly
the trailer
copies of an
yesterday.
item,
I didn't get a chance to like pause
each
or
of
look
which
at
will keep
things.
1 mod from the original.
And then we're gonna go back and be looking through various things on Johan, I don't believe you, man. I feel like if I click this link, it's going to literally just be, I don't trust you at all. Does anyone trust Johan here?
Perfect for creating powerful crafting bits.
It's real trust. It's safe. Do not click. No. Okay, yeah. I don't freaking... You guys got some liars in chat.
The Gentiles Ducat, which can
Fucking
solve
chatter,
item
yeah.
or gem requirement problems.
As a matter of fact, honestly, Johan, 10 minutes in the cellar. You do it again, it's an hour. You do it again after that, we might have to look at a permanent ban, okay? Stop linking freaking the goon pictures from Twitter. I don't care. This isn't Fubgun's stream.
By changing one attribute to another.
What are we doing live?
Brian Hooks
Yo, a miracle! The Castwind Stun legend himself. How you feeling about the league, a miracle? How you feeling? Pog champs? Okay, now here's another question. Are you logging in to Chieftain? Or are you going to log into some of the new stuff they showcase? Some of the things that got changed? How are you feeling? There's a new league? Epsy, there's a new league. And it's freaking sick! Chieftain Leaguestarter 2, fun for me. Okay. Guys, let me translate you. Guys, if you think a Miracle said too fun and he wants to play it because it's fun, don't listen to a Miracle. He's lying through his teeth. I'll translate you. This is what he actually said. Ultimatum's OP, GGG forgot to nerf it, and I like free loot that doesn't require any effort so I can play RuneScape on the side. That's what he actually said. I know it looks like he said he's going to play Chieftain because he likes Chieftain or some garbage. That was a lie, okay? He was lying. He's not going to do that. He's logging in because Ultimatum, he can AFK while leveling Saline on the side. You just don't trust him. He's not wrong. They buffed it. Yeah, a lot of spells got some nice base damage buffs. I don't know if I saw any other, like, I wasn't looking specifically for Cast and Stun stuff, but random Pantheon aspect. Pantheon aspect skill onto item. So when we've had aspects before, we have like aspect of the spider and stuff. Reservation skills. I wonder what the Pantheon aspects will do. If they'll be themed around some of the similar to the buffs we get from the regular Pantheons, or it'll be something else.
Cut, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who
I
knows
need a
what
monk.
these aspects might...
Mercenaries was some of the most fun I've had, so excited for Luminary. Excited to see what you cook up.
Yo, thanks, Wiggy. I remember Mercenary League. I didn't actually play a Merc bot until like right near the end. I did an SSF run. I was like, oh, this is pretty freaking strong. And there's a lot of ways to build it. And I feel like there is quite a lot of potential for it to be very, very OP. So we'll see. I'm definitely pumped about
These Ducats
Theorycrafting
come from
it.
special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast.
Ducat.
You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters.
Yo, there's like a siren thing on top.
So that
Wait, no, that's like a whole person.
that lead you to notably...
Yeah, who the hell is this? On top of the subs, I would also like a formal apology. Wait, Ruti, what do you want an apology for? It was an honest wager. It was an honest wager. Also, how do you feel about bug abusing for an entire league? Did you know you were bug abusing AoE gains you didn't deserve? That whole league? That's pretty suspect behavior, if you ask me. Riding outside the lines of the law with the bug abuse of the AoE. Guilty as charged. I was too. Ruchi, what are you thinking about starting? Are you gonna Luminary log in? Are you gonna relive the glory days of Mercbot? I'm thinking about Luminary logging in. I'm gonna be Mercbot and join. I think so. Mercbot's so OP. It sounds like there's maybe a chance they nerfed it a little bit, but there's no way they nerfed it like in a meaningful way where it's not giga strong. I might play a Scion for a day. No shot. There's no world you click Scion over the Mercenary on Leaguestarter. Surely not.
Unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league. And for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea.
Do you think the Warcry giving flat damage from the weapon will be back? The way for it not to be back is if they specifically remove the skill, which is like a maybe. There are so many bad ones. That is true, but like technically, dude. Okay, well they have it in Scepter of God. We just gotta hope it's near the waypoint, so we can re-roll a couple times. It being in Scepter of God for the first like guaranteed spawn is kind of like the largest freaking zone possible. maybe it'll just be by the waypoint. Maybe it'll be by the waypoint. It won't be that bad, surely. You could buy a starter one as well. Can you make a charter for it that early on? Are you sure you can reset? I think you can probably reset. I think you probably can reset. If you can't reset, that would be kind of like pretty potato. To me, when I was reading the patch notes, it sounded like there's just guaranteed spawn locations. Let me find the patch notes. Is under this part. You are guaranteed to find a mercenary in the following areas: Scepter of God, Grand Arena, Ridge, and Unfitted. Will not have any rucksack items. So, like, they're not letting you get loot from these guys. I think they'll let them respawn. I mean, like, otherwise, why would they take the time to be like, hey, you can't get loot from these specific locations? To me, that's got to be so it means you can reset for the specific ascendancy. Because otherwise, I don't know why they would take the time. If they were going to limit it to one, they might as well let you get, like, you know, a Chaos Orb or whatever from it. Will the Merc benefit from the self-casting buffs? Will the Merc benefit? Probably no. I mean, like, it depends. It solely depends on what they did internally to the Merc bots, like, baseline skills and stuff. If they have, like, let's say a mercenary does Frostbolt, and they just have the code for that Frostbolt tied to the baseline Frostbolt, then yeah, it'll, like, transitively receive the plus 1.5 base crit or whatever. But I think they have innately their own numbers for all their skills and stuff. So I don't think it's going to be related to, like, skills that change in the base game per se. They have monster skills. Yeah, I don't think they're correlated, so. Can you lock the Doriani chest? You can't force a unique chest piece. Well, you can't equip a unique chest piece. Whether or not you can find one with a Doriani chest piece already on it, I don't know. I do not know for that. Maybe.
Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favorite making a return.
I'm hyped about being able to play MFA without Pharisha. What allows you to play MFA without Pharisha?
The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 and San. Before beginning a duel, you'll...
So we'll even find them. We can potentially find them before Scepter of God. Scepter of God is just the guaranteed place we can find them, right?
Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3
start
and
spawning.
San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've...
Should recruit, checkmark, take item, rematch. So potentially what you could do is if you find a good merc before you even ascend, you could do the, can you do the rematch option?
Counted. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped
selectable?
And the skills they employ. As per the Trathan code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
So you can't do the warrant until maps, then it looks like. Yeah. I was wondering if he, like, selected something, if he would get to click the rematch option, but it looks like he just can't click it. I want to look real quick. What's the description? He hovered over the support gems.
And the duel commences.
I wanted to look at what the description was on things.
Encountered. Here,
just kind of curious.
You can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan code, you have
Story area effect also affect areas in front and behind.
The right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying.
I think that if I remember correctly, they actually had numbers for some of the supports, like pen and stuff. But I guess like GMP and skills like that don't have like the less multiplier on them. Warrant the Wrath Zealotry. Well, there's a lot of double auras and there's a lot of like skills that are good. We're going to go through the mercs, various like skill sets and stuff, but it kind of like, there's some variation that matters a lot.
Stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
I hate to repeat myself, but the KB nerfs had me worried for Luminary. Why are you... What? Alright, fair enough. Yep. Hey man, don't play
If
it.
you lose,
Don't play it. I'll test Luminary out for you. You stay safe out there. You avoid Luminary. I'll play it. You sell me your cheap Luminary or your mercs with good skills for cheap because it's bad because they're nerfing it. You know, you right.
You forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils.
You hold your merc's hand, I'll be warbing, mate. All right, Halloweedy, listen. When your little warb character can't handle baseline pinnacles and you need some real damage, you let me know. You call me up, okay? And you call me up and you know what I'm going to say? I'm not a carry service. Get a better build. And then I'm going to hang up the phone and then I'm going to go back to killing Ubers, okay?
In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a
Lance is minion will hang up. It's my mercenary, okay? My mercenary. Not a minion, doesn't scale with minion damage, does not have a minion tag. Check yourself.
number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like any
Bane, Temporal Chains, Blight, Altar of Chaos, Malevolence, Frostblink.
anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls...
Okay. So as we can see here, Wither Touch, so you have the mercenary type, and you have the skills. It does not have support gems. It doesn't have items, right?
that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items.
Okay, let's see. Same skills. Let's check the support gems before and after. 5-link, 3-link, 2-link, 1-link, Swift Affliction, cooldown recovery. Let's back it up. Now it does look like it has the same skills, or the same supports. But you just can't search the supports. Because they do look the same. Conk Effect, faster casting, infuse. These do look like identical supports. But it doesn't have... Oh, I mean, let's see. I wonder what they're going to do about that. If they're going to say it re-rolls and this is just... Okay, hold on, let's just back it up. What does he say exactly?
To a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to allow that mercenary in every single area. Warrants...
Eruptor, Flame, Link, Leap Slam, Trigger, yeah. And it doesn't say what the support gems are. I mean, that matters a lot. You can right-click it. What are we talking about? Right-click the item to view mercenary details. Oh, okay, I see. So we can literally show up to their hideout and check, and then it might show more info like support gems. Okay. I wonder if we'll be able to type any of that stuff in the trade search or not. It looks like we'll probably be able to search based on the mercenary type and the skill set, at least. Maybe doable, yeah, interesting.
also allow you to trade specific...
Trade site guy prays, yes, please. Trade site guy, take all of my energy. Do this, and my soul is yours.
specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note...
So we're selling people now? See, that makes it sound bad. We are contracting out mercenaries. It doesn't sound as bad if you say it that way.
that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathas League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member.
It's a warrant.
So having a
same
mercenary
thing.
does not increase monster
not
life
really,
or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters. Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months.
Oh, dude, Scion finally has 3 ascendancy. How beautiful does that look? That Scion finally has 3 ascendancies. That's a good looking. You click the altar and there's 3 options.
The Scion is getting a new ascendancy class, the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an
Cabia clustering, return proj, Frostblink inspiring cry, strength dex and kineticists. Freaking good. Freaking good.
active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries,
you, know,
you can change the items permanently.
How good was that one? Back it the hell up, GGG. Is that triple
Unlike
T1
with
fizz?
regular mercenaries, you can
200 to 400, 1.8 attacks per second. Holy Dragon Goad. That's basically mirror tier. Because next league there's no synth, you know what I'm saying? That's basically mirror tier right there. Floor drop wand, by the way. Holy.
change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques. While the legendary arms passive empowers...
You know what I think it's gonna be? Let's say you randomly find a mercenary with unique, and you say you hire it. I bet unless you have the node equipped, it's gonna be like you know, like how you like if you have an item where you don't have the attributes, it gets like the red background. It's not technically equipped. I bet it's gonna be like that. I highly doubt they're gonna have the situation where we can fish for something like Doriani and then be like, oh look, I found one with Doriani. Haha. I got around the fact you clearly didn't want me to have uniques on a chest piece on a dude, right? There's no shot that, yeah, I highly doubt it. It's gonna be you hire him permanently. If he had a unique on him, it's gonna go red text and you can't. It's like not even using the item. But I imagine if you could, there's no way.
Was mercenaries that have...
They've clearly learned their lesson. That's why they don't have unique chest as a possible like thing you can do.
many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them.
Dude.
The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary...
Guys, you seeing this? Seeing this gameplay? The kineticist just going to be going around just bopping everything, and we just going to be shield charging around, relaxed as hell, just having a good old time.
by using your link skills on them.
Fealty infinite duration is so good. Yeah, dude, it's literally you proc it once at the start of the map, and then you're just completely vibing. Just no management, you're just, you know, shield charging around having a good old time. Looks a lot like minion gameplay. It's not minion gameplay, and I can explain why. Doesn't have a minion tag. It's actually OP as hell, whereas minion builds are just kind of like, we like to say they're OP, but they're not really that OP. You know what I mean? It's kind of a different situation.
And Golden Glory passives empower your...
Increases your reduction to light radius, apply to your link skills buff effect.
mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard...
Will this be hardcore viable? Would Merc bots be hardcore viable? I would say it's straight up going to be one of the strongest. I think it's going to be one of the strongest builds in the game. The caveat there, the one caveat is GGG may have nerfed their baseline scaling. We don't freaking know. They could have changed something and been like, You know, that it's up in the air based on how much or how little they changed mercs from what they were in Merc League. If they are like 1-to-1 the same kind of like scaling, just you have this ascendancy you're forced to click, they're insane because the ascendancy is quite good.
And bestowed knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing
You can build a lot of
aura
defense.
skills.
Yeah, you can be very, very tanky. Loyal Bodyguards node is insane. The node behind it, the taunt node with aura effect, that's very quite strong. And you can dedicate so much of your passives to defensive stuff, whereas normal builds have to grab offensive nodes. Like, they're very, very strong.
As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas tree and
Rally
Scarab
Cry Silence
support.
gonna be busted. Yeah,
Here
you thinking
are
about face
just a few
breakers?
examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps.
Oh, dude, that's so nice. You can do the specific house, and you can force less chance for alignments. Okay, nice.
Much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The loot and pillage
huge.
passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected.
Is this a substitute for Rogue Exiles? Nope. Rogue Exiles, you can see, are still on the tree. Rogue Exiles are unchanged. They're still in the game. For people buying mercs, they can be geared to one-shot you, and you lose your money. They can be geared to one-shot you. You're just saying, you're talking about the fact that the mercs could have good gear on them, and they could be strong. You're not, like... When you click the warrant thing, you're not able to change their gear at that point. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that people can maliciously take a merc and gear it up themselves. They're just saying that if a merc randomly generated with some good items that are really good, just by RNG, they can be dangerous. You have to make sure you're going to win your fight, basically. The gear's randomized? Yeah, it's not like they can customize the gear before they warrant it to then like assassinate you or something. Didn't they say the gear is randomized when you reuse it? Oh yeah, it is. So yeah, anyways, it's RNG, yeah. That's a good freaking
Trathan
point.
Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn.
Okay, so if the warrant has the set skills, then I don't know if it matters if you force it to be infamous or not.
Accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the...
Okay, so let's do little things here. Do you guys think this guy's gonna be OP? He's got a sword and a claw. That means he maybe could have Molten Strike in his skill set. The Molten Strike mercs are like kind of the highest DPS. They're kind of insane DPS. He's Reeve, Doriani armor. No, it's Wander that's OP. You don't know what you're talking. Well, okay. Wander, yes, Wander is good. Wander is the best clear merc. The merc with Molten Strike is, I think, the best single target. Your Molten Strike merc can be insane single target. You can have like different setups based on like what you want. Like, you can have a merc where you use for bossing, and you can have a merc you use for single target. Quite frankly, just with the clear speed merc, you can still get enough damage where you can kill things very fast regardless. But I digress.
All flame encounters. Sellswords of Trathas won't be the whole of your problems and...
One with the trap is insane. That's the one Jung used, right? There was one with like a Spectral Throw of Helix trap or whatever, I think. I can't remember.
329, however. As the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of a bit.
Can you please not hype the Luminary? I want to play it. Can you say it's completely garbage? Okay, so you want me to say, hey, this is the build I'm playing, guys, and I'm picking it because I think it's terrible. That would make perfect sense, right?
When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes... to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly.
Genius.
In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had
At 10.95, they say you can sell itemized mercs. Yes. Yep, we are aware.
some notable problems.
They also say it earlier in this video as
Aside
well.
from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach...
Sorry, I think you're misunderstanding what itemized means. Itemized means you have a tradable item that says you can force this merc with these skills into a map. Not itemized in that you get to customize their items. All right. Are we good now?
Pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding
It's called
area,
a slave contract.
subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence.
I'm just going to say the word itemized. Yeah. It's all good,
Slaying
man.
these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into
All
the pit,
good.
drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them.
I can't wait to be a slave trader. Don't say it like that, guys. They are simply contracted mercenaries, and you are simply trading the contract, okay?
And the Abyssal Legion will
They also have the ability to win the fight and, have their freedom, technically.
spill forth from their domain to tear you apart.
You don't pay. You have to pay gold every time they die, okay, to revive them back into their
The
slave
upshot
labor.
of this rework is twofold.
Work job.
Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map.
How do you plan to build your defenses? Early on, it's just kind of a life block angle with like some war cry, like enduring cry for sustain type of thing. Later on, there's other options, but mercenary is quite strong defensively because a large amount of your passive power can go towards defenses because a lot of the normal damage nodes don't work.
Ever again. No more backtracking. However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions
I'm
of
out here
Kulamark
creating
have
jobs,
some
helping the
different
market.
tricks up their
Exactly.
sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain.
Yep.
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards.
Whoa. Look at this, dude. It's the one snake unique from Poe 2. Just freaking popping up.
Similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release.
We're going to start mercs, yep.
Moving abyssal rewards out of
We're gonna
other areas
Luminary
of the
game.
to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices. This will also be the source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
The hell is this? It's like a crab, octopus, insect monster.
This will also come with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment.
It's an otter.
with
I don't
some
think that's an
truly
otter,
dangerous
guys.
and wild new ways to take on
I
the
don't think that's
lightless
an otter.
hordes.
20% chance to gain 3 additional pits. Abyss pits in your maps have 4% increased monsters for each prior pit. Abysses do not reward, instead create an abyssal crystal. Area contains an abyss. Okay. Interesting.
Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items.
Hopefully the Luminary gets some unique art because the Reliquarian's arts is bad. Yeah, Reliquarian's art is like, what the hell? Yeah, hopefully Luminary gets some good art, true. It's a unique helmet and 4 unique jewels, which are probably related to like Murderous, Ghastly, Searching, and the other one I'm forgetting right now. Freaking Hypnotic, yeah.
This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this...
Sliver versus Wrath. Zorath's Eye of Malevolence. How about it? Can be used in a personal map device. Interesting. Am I Xendos? Appreciate the prime, man. Thank you for the support.
Eyeball do. Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league being reworked.
Holy.
Legion. Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards
Legion
that are
rework.
exclusively available from that mechanic.
Now we're talking.
This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of timeless jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion,
Screw incubators.
they effectively granted the same rewards that you
They're
could
the
get
worst.
elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead,
Cloak of Flame.
we will be adding a new type of
Cannot be frozen. You know, one of the cool things about this is it's going to make certain uniques like a lot more valuable, right? Because like, let's say a lot of people want the Cloak of Flame mod. You essentially are doing an Ancient Orb every time you put it in the Legion thing, right? Like how many Ancient Orbs does it take to roll, let's say, a Calm's Heart? Right? You're going to delete a lot of Cloak of Flames trying to make a Cloak of Flames Calm's Heart, right? Like, that's going to make a lot of, like, the more, like, key uniques that have, like, maybe they don't keep value over the course of the league retain some value.
reward exclusive to Legion. Vestigial
Unique
unique
sync, yeah.
items.
Doadries.
Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency
Enshroud's unique body armor. Okay, so each of the timeless types can work on the various unique items.
item. Enshrouding crystal.
Unique shields, unique helmets, unique gloves, unique boots, unique body armors. Okay. Templar for shields, Mariketh for body armors. Those are the more rare ones. Cool, cool, cool.
crystals.
No
These
jewelry?
can
Yeah,
be
no
used on your
jewelry.
unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain.
Legion music is still one of the best freaking tracks in this game. Ba-na-na-na, bom, 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 bom.
And there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform.
Yeah, that's just
And once
crazy.
you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile
That
and
is
looks
just
ready to
crazy.
fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity. But now, the Malagero's Virtuosity
I mean, this is also kind of wild because sometimes when you use Saber's Touch, you're using Saber's Touch because of one singular mod. Like, let's say you're an instacker and you're using Saber's Touch for the evasion mod. That's like maybe one of the only reasons you're using it. And then you could swap it to an actually like more useful pair of gloves. Like, that's crazy. Same thing for like if you're playing an Ivory Tower build, you're really only using it for the Strength ES mod. That's literally the only mod you care about on Shaper's Touch. Like, that's a huge buff for those builds.
has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon
Saval and Lucky Block. Do you think Saval's gonna give a Lucky Block on another? It might. We might see Lucky Block Aegis. We might see a shield that can beat a one suffix item. We might finally see it. Lucky Block Aegis would do it.
it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item.
That shield's already expensive enough. Well, if you're able to steal the Lucky Block mod, it's actually a good shield at that point because you could put it on a real shield. Not some, you know what I mean? Like, if they let you yoink that mod.
Onto another. Here are some more examples of vestigial unique items.
Put it on Aegis, yeah.
Helmets, boots,
Purity of Lightning, which is a Doriani yoink. Movement speed, which is the Blight boot yoink.
gloves,
Bleeding enemies. That's the bleed gloves.
shield,
Elemental Aegis and Corrupted Soul. Dude, there's some good shield ones. Corrupted Soul is the Doriani keystone. The gain 15 life is extra, yes. There's some good ones. This mechanic's gonna respect rarity tiering. Oh yeah, for sure. It's gonna be a hell of a grind to try to roll a specific unique. That's one of the better uniques with a good mod.
and body armors.
A whole socket's linked, so that's literally a tabula. I think that's a tabula. That's probably a tabula. Just I guess that's a cheap early 6 link, right? That's kind of like a cheap early 6, but you're gonna roll some garbage like freaking 1,000 ribbons for it. So, Dr. H, how you doing, Oma? Cheap, yeah. I mean, you
In
still have to
addition
do
to
Legion.
vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last
7 link. Because of Ellie Prolif, is that why you're calling it a 7 link? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
In addition
Shut
to
your mouth.
vestigial items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key
People that call that a 7 link, quite frankly, shouldn't be allowed to have opinions, all right? What the hell?
monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting.
Gatekeeping 7 link? Come on, guys. Come on.
Legion monsters drop fewer splinters,
Calling that a 7 link
but
is
in larger
unhinged.
stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter.
Nice.
Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters.
Can you yoink a Foulborn mod? I think they said maybe. I'm trying to remember the Q&A. I feel like the answer is yes, but I can't remember. They said no. All right, never mind. Foulborn Dream's dead.
Your reward progress in the
never
domain is
remember.
now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals.
Replica Uniques. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Replica Uniques was the one that was yes. But not Foulborns. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Replica Uniques. Aha.
Rather
we
than
go.
flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols. Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over the years, they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans
We're
back to
putting
relevance.
Bestiary down.
Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker talisman.
Did they make the frog more purple? I feel like they made the frog more purple, maybe, so you can it's easier to distinguish. More yellow too, yeah, more yellow as well. Because normally he's like blue-red, right? And now he's like yellow-purple, which is good because it's really freaking hard to tell when there's the yellow frog, which looks exactly the same as the blue frog, and it's next to a bunch of other red beasts, and you don't know if it's worth killing or not. So you have to kill it anyways, and then it's always garbage anyways.
What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted.
Oh my word. You know what I just realized? Oh my word. Imprints are actually not going to be giga expensive. Cause they freaking get, the market is like strangleheld by the stupid mirror tier crafters with their stupid birds, but their birds don't exist anymore. So normal people can use imprints without it costing like a premium. Hell yeah.
Making them far easier to craft once you find one. Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with
New craft system,
Glycanoidness,
cluster jewels.
allow
Yeah, you'll be able to use it on cluster jewels, I would imagine. You won't, refracting fog is gone, but you'll be able to use
allowing their
the slam
effects to be
thing.
significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples.
Sir, you also buy thousands of birds every league? Not every league. Just if I'm trying to craft something, but that doesn't mean I like the system. It's just the only way to make the best in slot for various builds. And now that it's removed, I don't have any obligation to do that. You know, and I am very happy with that being the case.
Of new talismans.
I'm a bird hater.
Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new
Action speed talisman's crazy. Dude, we can put that on our boy. We can put that on our merc. We can give the merc the action speed talisman. Thoughts? Just hand it to him. And now he's moving around even faster. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
new
I
talismans.
like the sound of that.
Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a
They can't be anointed, correct. So if you need a specific key anoint, then you lose that. So that is the trade-off.
chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf talisman, which has some crazy
Max
possibilities.
Res Spectre. So it's a
So
4
that
max
is everything
res.
covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with Mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of course, everything the Curse of the Oriflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about the Atlas itself?
Hell yeah.
Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions. Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas.
Left click to open. The Wanderer waits where the water flows. River's End. I like this.
Many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclass.
I like anomalies.
Kerak has labeled these as anomalies.
Guys, picture this. Picture this. Option A. You fight a map boss. You kill a map boss. You get a notification that says an anomaly has appeared. In order to get to that anomaly, you now have to run 5 maps in a direction you don't want to go. And their layouts you can't choose and you don't want to run. Option B. An anomaly has appeared. You get to immediately do that mechanic. Holy. It's not even close!
When you complete maps affected by a Void Stone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter.
I'm glad they made a new game to beta test features for PoE1. Yeah, it's really helping out. It's a good thing we got a whole new like freaking testing user base that isn't us. But it is us, because I play PoE2 as well.
It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus.
Yo, my boy.
Cadero is willing to offer valuable
Scam
items in
Dero.
exchange for our gold. If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you.
Anyone in chat ever play Perandus way back when? Find a S tier drop, like let's say a headhunter, and go to buy Perandus coins for it to be bought by the guy you're buying the coins from? Did anyone in chat have that happen to them? Does anyone remember the legacy of Scam Dero? The good old days. You finally get the Giga Drop. You need to go buy some coins, and they could just pour it in and buy it first. That's before my time. It's before my time. I just heard about it. I just heard that was a thing back in the day. It's freaking. Don't remind me. My first HH was from someone else's Kadiro. You're the guy who scammed somebody. How do you sleep at night?
If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the...
It was gifted. All right, guys. All right. Put the forks down. Put the pitchforks down. It was gifted. It was gifted. He didn't scam some guy. It was gifted. That's what he said. Do I believe him?
area at
I'm
any
not
time.
sure.
The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas.
What he really meant is it was gifted to him by the guy who decided to buy his coins to let him know he had a good item. It was gifted. He gave me the gift of letting me scamaz him.
Until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers.
Do not
Anomalies
buy
are
those for
unique in this regard.
370,000 gold. Do not
Unlike
do it.
other locations on the Atlas,
Click purchase.
these areas can often be revisited.
Oh my word, Kadira is such a scam artist. 370,000 for 19 stack decks? That's got to be one of the worst trade deals of all time.
Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Oh.
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully
Dude, there were so many good things. I forgot about the Scrying Orb. Oh, no longer will I have to run Grave Trough 100 times. Killing every monster, going into every little corner of that godforsaken map. Oh, thank goodness.
For example, this anomaly creates a random
50D? It's not going to be 50D. What did the thing say? It was like 5% chance to drop? Your map's a 4% chance to drop a Scrying Orb. This orb's not going to be expensive. It's not even going to be close. 4% on map completion? That right there is a situation where A, you don't even spend money on it. Like, you just click the node and then you just get it passively. Or B, eventually there's so many in circulation that it's completely saturated and cheap as can be, right? Yo, Ashton, appreciate the sub, man. You still need a specific map? Wait.
Domain of the Nameless Seer.
I'm listening.
But
Hold on.
instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb. Some anomalies...
What are you guys talking about? It's just a currency. It drops tagged. It's in the patch notes. Okay, added a new howitzer process. The notable grants you a T15 4% chance. Grant your maps increased chance to drop divination cards. In Ruthless, this cluster grants scare-related bonus. The Scriber's new currency that stores the map that the currency item was found in. Okay. I take it back. That will be expensive. I take it back. There's going to be some guy who's running a business. He's like, I am the dude who farms Scrying Orbs on Grave Trough. I'm that guy. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Respect. All right.
can be done through the new
Lance, it's gonna be
tradable
you.
Scrying Orb.
I don't know if it's gonna be me.
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run.
Boss
without
rushing
having to be-
specific. Yeah. There'll be like popular, whatever map has like Apothecary, for example, or Damnation card or whatever. There'll definitely be some sell value.
Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329.
I don't think it'll be expensive at all. It'll hold some value because there's not gonna be people who want to farm it on that specific map, and there will be somebody who's willing to like spam the bad map.
However, as the denizens of the light,
It's literally gonna be like Fubgun says, "Hey guys, this is where you need the Scrying Orb for my specific strategy," and that Scrying Orb is gonna balloon to some stupid number that makes no sense, and then there will be like a day where you're farming that Scrying Orb and you're printing.
are getting some much needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise
It's
of
gonna
the
be XD
Abyss,
business, yeah,
some
exactly.
functional changes to the mechanic.
And Pal will be the one selling the shovels. Yeah, Pal's gonna be selling a bunch of T16 scoured maps. All right, guys, hold on. I'm out of water. I am out of water. Give me one moment. I gotta grab some hydration. Or it's gonna be rough. I will be right back. Okay, water's been acquired. Water's been acquired. All right, we shall continue.
Were made to improve
Water
the gameplay
snack break. I didn't get any
significantly.
snacks. No
In
snacks.
Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas.
Ain't nobody want to backtrack.
Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart.
For the guys in YouTube talking about the amount of phantasms you can get, the 60 number is based on congregation. You guys are like both right, but you're not considering the congregation sport. All right, anyway, sorry.
The upshot of
Isn't backtracking solved by adding waypoints? Thank goodness it's not in this game.
this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss.
Yeah. Did they actually just turn on screen shake just for when he said visceral? Because they did not have screen shake on, like in any of the other like parts. And then they turn it on right now. Visceral.
With audio and visual cues drawing the player along.
Do people actually play like this? That's so painful to look at.
And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around
Some
the
do,
map
I
ever
do.
again.
That's crazy, man.
No
That's
more
crazy.
backtracking. However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain.
Good migraine just
In
from looking
fact,
at it? Yeah.
We have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our
To be
last
clear,
release.
ain't nothing wrong with saying to be clear. Ain't nothing wrong with
Moving
that.
abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive.
Connor, just unrelated to Abyss right now. Are you worried? Are you worried that I might sneak into your market? Listen, I don't. A lot of when I do Valdo maps, I'm normally playing a build that's just made for tanky void Valdo maps. But I'm pretty sure Merc can do both. I'm pretty sure Merc can have the damage to do the tank mod maps and also do void maps. I might have to snipe some of your margins with my clearly better build. The Merc will be omnipowerful.
Source
coming
of
for those
abyssal
margins,
jewels
man.
And Stygian vi-
If it's similar to the Merc setups, you'll be like 100 to 150 million DPS and can order 90% less. I think it can do better than that. I think it can do better than that. Which means you'll still be ZDPS. Oh, we'll see. We'll see, Connor. We'll see them. Watch them nerk the Merc base DPS. Yeah, that's the other question is how much did they brutalize our boys? That's the biggest unknown. I don't think they actually changed the baseline scaling of the Mercs, though, to be honest. When they were, we'll check the interview portion of it, but I'm pretty sure when Andrew was like talking about it, he's like, I don't even know if I changed the numbers for the baseline ones. How does 2 meters work on Mercs? They literally might get around it. I think the Mercs might literally get around the 2 meter. Let me look at the 2 meter mod real quick to see how it's worded. Mercs definitely got around 90% less, which is a hilarious upside. They might get around 2 meters as well. They're kind of like a Valdo cheat code a little bit. Okay. Light radius, meter. So it's worded as monsters can only be damaged while within 2 meters of a player. Player modifiers light radius also apply. I I don't think it actually stops Merc from doing damage. I can't remember though. I don't think I actually got to the point of testing. I think during Merc League I was like, yo, Mercs would probably just be the best Valdo farmer, and then I never made one during the actual league. I did like an SSF run, but that's not really the same as, you know, Trade League, making an actual like proper build. Screenway light radius. That is the other thing. If it does matter, we can scale light radius. We have light radius on the small nodes, and we could use it for like the link buff effect if we want to go that route. Potentially. Can we even practice leveling if we don't have a merc? Yeah. We can't have a merc until first lab at the very least. So we need to make sure we have a build we like playing to that point, just as a bare minimum. There's a 30% light radius corruption on helmet as well. Oh, is that one of the new corrupts? 20 to 30 light radius on helmets. That's kind of funny. Have you decided on Relic Query? No. Luminary is gonna Luminary. Will Merc be strong without Pyroclast? Yes. Pyroclast was okay. Some setups that was the main way they were getting their flat, but there's other ways to get flat. There are other ways to get flat other than the Pyroclast. It was like the cheeky free way to get flat, so you won't have the very like giga no investment way to get flat, but you can still get flat. This league will be the first league where +2 rings are possible, because in Sentinel there was no reflecting mist. It's kind of hilarious, isn't it? Because you can get the synth ring plus corruption. You can get the, well, not synth ring, I mean precursor. You can get precursor ring of any of the charges plus corruption. Calms and Foulborn Ramirez are obviously the cheap power or cheap endurance. And then you can get +2 on Amulet as well. There's going to be like some crazy high charge stack numbers people can get to. Lance never reads YouTube. I read YouTube all the time. What's your thoughts on the staff reservation? A skill that grants 20% more block. It seems like a solid reservation for caster stave builds. Do I think it makes me want to play a caster stave build? Not necessarily. But it's an option now. Well, maybe look into it. I'm not particularly heavily considering it because there's still a lot of downsides to playing a staff, but maybe it could be worth it. I don't know. I accidentally clicked that. I don't know why. Mute that or get that out there. My bad.
This will also come with a complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the Lightless Horde.
There is no YouTube chat. Yes, there is, guys. Yes, there is. If I scroll, you see these? You see these? You see this? YouTube chat. YouTube chat. They're all there, okay? They're real. Okay? I don't think we had vultures. We still had synth though, so people could have transferred and gambled a +2 ring. I think people maybe even did. Like I think Belton might have, or maybe he did it after in standard, but I think it was technically possible. There's no recom bench. Ooh, Sentinel League. Was there no recom bench? No, Sentinel was the original recoms. That was literally the league you had recoms. No, it was definitely possible, right? That is the default league for recoms? Yeah. Yeah. It was literally the league's recoms got put into the game. That was when they were good.
Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items.
Did I already watch this, or did they just, like, have this twice? I feel like I'm going crazy right now. Nah, man, I, like, skipped backwards in the VOD on accident at some point. Because we definitely already looked at this part.
Next offer will cost more gold.
That axe is sick for two-hand E-Blade. Oh, my word. That is totally true. I didn't even think about that. That's actually hilarious. No, that is a great use case for the weapon. It's just 6 abyssal sockets for E-Blade? Wait. Where's the... It totally would work that way. It would totally work that way. I looked at this weapon and I was like, yo, this weapon's kind of a meme. But that's actually that's like a really good use case for it. Is an E-Blade. Hide the VOD. Just 6 abyssal sockets on your E-Blade. Probably the only, yeah, that's gonna be the main use case. I have a hard time seeing this be good in any other circumstance. I think his baseline stats are just too weak, but that is really funny. You'd have to give up a shield. Yeah, there's reasons to play 2-hand E-Blade though. There are reasons. Giving up a shield is definitely a it hurts, but there are quite a few reasons to play 2-hand E-Blade. That is really funny. The mods won't work. Yeah, you won't get the you'll get the stats from the Abyssal Jewels. You won't get the uniques mods though. Wrathbith nerfed 40% more base. Yeah, it came at a perfect time. Why go Wrathbith when you can get 2-hand E-Blade? Why go Wrathbith when you get 2-hand E-Blade? That is funny. That actually is like, yeah, no, that'd be a good reason to do it. That might actually, I mean, well, maybe we'll have to look into testing it out, but that might be maybe the go-to way to do it over Wrathbeth even. That is freaking hilarious. I completely missed that originally watching through or looking at the teaser. I looked at the axis like, this thing seems like garbage. Are you dreaming of transferring Death's Oath onto Ivory or Ivory onto Death's Oath? Epsy, that's offensive. Okay. I'm dreaming of transferring Shavs onto Ivory, okay? Show some respect, okay?
But hopefully is much more valuable to you.
You can use E-Blade with 2-hand axe? Yes, you can use it with literally any 2-hand. That was like one of the, like when I did League starts for E-Blade, that was one of like the options. I was like, hey, a good thing about this is you can have any garbage 6-link, you know, any corrupted 6-link, and you can transform it and you get a cheap 6-link early on. So like one of like the
if you
sell
don't have enough
points of
gold for the
E-Blade.
offered item, don't worry. Kadero is happy to
Yeah, non-bow. You can't use it with a bow.
wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time.
Bows,
The
yeah.
anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item
I think we were
or
over
a
here.
taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over.
So there is an anomaly for a Grand Wing heist. I wonder if it has like higher odds to get good things, or if it's like the same odds as normal Grand Heist.
This strongbox seems to have a
Forced into heist, I mean, you could just leave it there and never run it, you know? My guess is you're going to want to run it. It's going to have like higher weighting towards the good things would be my guess, but maybe it's just a regular Grand Heist wing and it's
Range
just
mechanism.
like a freebie one.
Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your
In which
Atlas
case you could
skill
totally
tree,
just leave it.
and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the
It has the wings revealed? Yeah, fully revealed with like the exit doors and stuff.
potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is there
They're tied to a quadrant. What the hell is this thing? When I saw this, it was making me think this was going to be like the Volatile Valve, but they said Volatile Valve is going to be in Sanctum, so I wonder what this is. Weird, creepy lava orb thing.
therefore worth discovering.
Is the Doriani unique map? Do you think they took it from Delve and just made it an anomaly outcome? They did Giga buff that item.
Discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking what
Maybe Crucible. There's no way it's Crucible.
new tools do we have to face these challenges? In three
Okay, speaking of Crucible, I don't know about you guys, but the biggest thing I miss about Crucible is the dialogue when you run past all the mobs to get to the end of the Crucible Forge thing. You guys know what I'm talking about? The guy's like, eons ago, we were buried, blah, blah, blah. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, I actually kind of like that guy monologuing as I ran past all the enemies because they don't spawn in time to stop you.
329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves. But first, let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors.
So, after the better part of 2 decades,
Beautiful.
in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem
Faster casting and faster attacks, also just every vendor getting them is really nice too.
into
Oh.
any socket.
Oh,
We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue
it's gonna
of
make the
finding a
campaign so
notable
cozy, dude.
upgrade.
It's so nice. Gone are the days of having just obnoxious socket pressure during campaign.
And have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match,
Hate it.
and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you
Yep,
have to unequip
true.
a bunch of skills
Not
or
fun.
supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colors on gems for sockets
Is that an elegant solution too? The socket colors still matter? Yeah. And then they made chrome still matter with like the fact it's weighted against rolling the color sockets. And then you need them to be still like the right colors depending on what you're doing. Full screen it. Oh shoot, my bad. Just look how beautiful that looks, man.
are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just
My favorite part of this is the FOMO of the standard players left with 3 legacy synth but 6 white mirrored items. Ah, justice. Sweet, sweet justice. A thing of beauty.
rarer and more powerful.
Anytime they do anything that screws over the standard players, I just, a smile comes to my face. Just beautiful.
Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item
Hopefully
with, say,
Marcus isn't
a green
here.
socket,
Marcus, I
can
love
put
you,
a
man.
green
It was just
gem
a prank.
inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem. This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying the system away. You can also still change the color of sockets on your item.
Whites give 10 quality any color. They don't. They're the default now that you don't get the quality. You have to need the
Items
specific
using
colors.
a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher
Why did they nerf Blade Vortex, man? Like they know Minion Pact was the culprit. They deleted Minion Pact from the game, but they were still just like, you know what? Let's nerf it anyways. Like, why am I reading a patch now that says less hit frequency? Blade Vortex didn't deserve this, man. It was too close to Minion Pact. So GGG shot it. Yeah, a little bit of blast radius.
critical strike
They buffed the crit. Yeah, okay, yeah. The base crit did get better, but then they nerfed like the base damage. It could have just gotten the better base crit without getting like the hit rate and the more damage per blade or whatever nerf though.
Than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting. So we've added a new notable
Spells, critical strike, chance, bifurcates. Dude, this is such a crazy node. How many people are logging into Shadow right now for this one singular node? 50% less now. I think it got changed again. Didn't some? I thought I read somewhere that it got changed again. Yeah, it got changed back to 30% less. It's time to change it again. Yeah. Bifurcates. Rolls the crit twice. If it succeeds the roll, you get a regular crit. If both rolls succeed, you get the double crit multi. It's like giga unethical lucky crit. I'm gonna be assassinating it up. Are you, Ironsel? Are you? That's such a crazy node. Effects which cause hits to always be critical prevent bifurcation. Interesting. I didn't see this, but this prevents the diamond shrine abuse case if they add it back into the game, or if you're talking about like legacy. Neat. Hey, they already planned for the getting around the diamond shrine thing.
to the assassin, the occultist, and the inquisitor.
Oh, well, let me go back to bifurcates. Do you guys think it works with Do you think it works with perfect agony? I mean, it says extra damage. It probably doesn't work with it. It probably doesn't because it's talking about extra damage.
To the assassin,
It would be insane with like the poison blade fall from
occultist.
Impaling with the 25 base crit. That'd be kind of crazy. Each stack of Spirit Infusion grants faster recharge start. Channeling spells deal 10% more. Up to 5 stacks. Channeling occultist login. The Aki node is Giga Bait. You think this is Giga Bait? I don't think this is Giga Bait at all. Like, you could definitely solve the mana. There's a lot of setups that this mana is not going to be an issue. And then it's 50% more damage and Giga faster start of recharge. Yeah, it's Giga Bait. What are you guys talking about? Channeling? You're saying it's bait because it's really good for channeling. If you're doing a channeling setup, this is a good option. There's no way it's playable. The reason it's playable is because you don't lose stacks until 2 seconds have gone by, and then it goes every 0.5 seconds. So you have like this window where you're not going to lose stacks. That's too strict. For mapping, you guys might be right. For mapping, it might be too strict. It still is Giga for single target, though. I can definitely see your point on the mapping, though.
and the inquisitor.
Base spell is equal to main hand. This node, like I don't know if it's actually because they just gave a bunch of base crit to a bunch of spells, so like this node becomes less and less worth it. Salt node with staves. Oh, that's a good point. They did say they upped the base crit of a lot of items, didn't they? The weird thing is, it's like if you have to go through battle mage to get to it. That's kind of the weird part. A lot of the weapons that have good base damage have terrible base crit. Fire spells have horrible crit. They just have like the normal 5 base crit, right? E-Blade, the Energy Blade doesn't have that good base crit. It's like 7, right? I don't think you want to spend an Ascendancy for 2 base crit.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana
Could you do a high row power stacker and steal the node? That's a good point. Yeah, you could yoink it from as a different ascendancy.
Infused Staff that infuses your staff with arcane energy.
Level 20, 73% of your mana releases a wave once every second. Grants less mana cost. More block chance. It doesn't say staff required. Infuses your staff. You really think they're going to let you click this without having a staff on? I don't know, man. I think you're dreaming. I do think you're dreaming. That's a really strong skill. I think it's pretty solid. The biggest downside of this whole thing is the part where it says staff. That's the biggest downside. That's the caveat right there, is the part where it says staff.
Raising your block chance
Steve's
and
got buffed a
reducing
lot,
the
they
mana
did.
cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you
Reserve always doing 30% means you can 6-link it without increasing the cost. Exactly. Yep. You can put damage links and stuff on it.
retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana.
I mean, that's pretty freaking solid, right?
One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was
Pretty
that they
decent
lacked a
area.
scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond Demon and Lycia.
450 added, yeah. I don't know, though. The thing about this that's weird is the 450 added is, I don't know if that applies to the 73%. That's the biggest thing I think holding it back, maybe. I don't know if it gets the 73 multiplied by the 450. If it does, then it's going to just hit like an absolute truck. But I think it's just baseline. I think it's just 73%. And then 450 additive is if you have other flat sources. I think these packs are bait. GG has a history with terrible downsides that aren't balanced. I think you're a little bit crazy. I think the couple times I've looked at some of the numbers, like, at the very worst case scenario, which is you just use it for a single target bump, you're still clicking these.
You can make a bargain with these demons to
The
empower
dot one's giga busted. Yeah, the dot one is like a huge multiplier, and it applies a increased damage. Like just that one button in your build, like it like doubles your dot damage. Like saying it's bait is crazy.
your spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though.
Yeah, 20% reduced cast speed, 20% movement speed. Probably gonna be other stuff like that, right? 20% reduced flask.
Rewards will be worth it.
Is it a curse? I don't think so. I don't know how it's worded.
For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus.
Okay, what does this say? Empowered skills deal 35% more damage with hits and ailments. Power skills also affect 6 additional areas in a spiral around the targeted area. Beams from empowered skills chain 6 additional times. Empowered skills fire 6 additional projectiles. Empowered skills fire in a circle. That is 8 of them. I mean, that's kind of
While
crazy.
Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do.
I wonder if like faster debuff expiration will work on it as well. Like if you have a Rune Graph of the Warp or you have other stuff with faster debuff expiration. I'd say likely it should. I mean, that'll probably be an argument for doing the not Brine King, not Solaris, not Lunaris, doing Arakali Pantheon as like debuff expiration and stuff. Stasis Prison, yeah, Stasis Prison has a bunch of debuff expiration. Stays person, the new 100% increase implicit means you could double corrupt for a +8 chest. As long as those +2 corruptions are still there, I believe so. But I don't know if those corruptions still
We
exist or they
won't go
removed
into
them or
the
not.
specifics of all the
I think they're still there. I didn't see anything that said those were removed, so I think they're still there.
balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details.
Next up,
Nice war cry with the downside. I mean, they're still pretty distinct from war cries. They do a hell of a lot more than war cries do, depending on what individual one they are, right? Like the one they showcased was what? 40% more damage plus giving you like way more giga coverage. It's like if you combined like seismic with intimidating with ancestral into one thing, you know? Like, you're acting like war cries don't have any downsides to them. Like, they have a requirement to get war cry speed, which if you're a caster build, you have cast speed kind of in your build anyways. So it's going to be easier for you to proc. War cries have the option of automate war cry, but it's going to cost you reservation. Like, there's downsides to both. They just have a different downside, right?
we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse.
It doesn't say anything about not supporting Val skills. Dude, does it? Powering your damage over time spells, but burdening you with affliction. This skill also grants Hunger of Gore. Empowers the next 3 non-damage over time. Yeah, it might work with Val skills. Which would be kind of crazy. What's the one before it? Pact of Beidot. Empowered skills deal more damage with hits and ailments. Empowered skills also affect 6 additional areas in a spiral around them. Beams. Projectiles. Yeah. I want to know the new Bloodline ascendancies. Yeah, they kind of just brushed over it. They didn't even like talk about it. They're like, hey guys, 2 new Bloodlines. You know what it is, right? It's Abyss and Legion. It has to be. Either that or it's Abyss and the Curse of the Allflame. It's 2 of those 3, right? One's gonna be linked to the current link mechanic. Yeah. Abyss for sure. Abyss for sure is gonna be one of them. Yeah, I think you guys are probably right. It's probably not Legion. It's probably the main link mechanic. There's no Legion boss. Yeah, there's like 5 distinct dudes. The Allflame boss, the worm guy, yeah, the worm dude. The worm rider. They did say 1 perma and 1 temp. Okay, they said that. All right, there we go. The worm flask bloodline. we'll see. All right, so this is the end of the video. I want to look at the other 2 packs. So Beidot is the hit-based one. The Gore is the dot one. Let me go look at the other packs. The other packs. So Beidot is the hit one. The Gore is the dot one. Empowering your damaging Val spells, but burdening you with affliction, which is what they all say. Empowered Val spells deal more damage, have less soul gain duration, and refund souls on use. Do we know how much they refund? That's like really strong. Dude, man. We definitely have to do a Val build this league. If it just refunds the entire soul cost, like that's crazy, right? Val Ice Nova for farming Legion. Yeah, you can do Val. I mean, a lot of the Val skills are so fun. I think that, especially you just use the what you call it, Val Temptation. You Val Temptation it. You go like an Inquiz angle. You're living a good life. Valspar got a big buff. A lot of the Val spells did. Okay, what's the other one, real quick? Cast empowering next channeling spells you cast yourself, but burden you with affliction. Empowered spells deal more damage and periodic trigger lightning bolts while channeling. Okay. Well, lightning bolts. Interesting. All right, let's look at the Val. Let's look at the Val skills. Because they got some pretty solid buffs in here. Val Flame Blast got like 50% more additive, and its base damage went up by like 30%. So that's pretty big. Firestorm is still kind of a meme with how long it takes to hit the ground. Blade Vortex is the same, just higher base crit. Probably still a good option. Val Ice Nova has about 50% more effectiveness. Its base damage went up by like 80% or something, like maybe 70%. That's a crazy big base damage improvement for Val Ice Nova. Lance, did you see this post? Interactive table, POM codes. Oh, that's kind of cool. No, I did not see this post. POM codes. Still missing. Neat. Table's great. Yeah, that's pretty freaking neat. Thank you, Claude. Do you think Claude made it? Not an exile. Yeah, we'll favorite it. We can pull it up later if we want to. Isn't Val Temptation gone? I did not see that anywhere. You're just making up things. You're just making up things. Or was Val Temptation specifically from... No, it's from Ultimatum Boss, right? It's not from the... It's not from Barya Boss, right? It's Ultimatum. Trial Master. Yeah, you're thinking of Transfusion, I think. Wait, we just make up stuff and the streamer will read it? I'm planning to do SSF, Blight Contagion. Should I go Occultist? Occultist is a good option. Occultist is a good option. You can also do Hyro. Either good. But Occultist got like the buffs recently, right? The other one, which gives minions spend life. Yeah, that's Transfusion, which that's irrelevant for Val skills. That's not what we're... That ain't even what we're talking about, right? That ain't even what we're talking about. We're chilling. We're chilling. All right, for a bit here, while we're looking at things, I don't want to go to the Q&A yet. I want to look at other things for crafting stuff. I'm gonna get some background music. Some nice, relaxing background music. Sorry, YouTube, you won't get to hear this because DMCA. It is what it is. You see 3.3 is going to be October? Yeah, dude. Oh my goodness. Every single time when Octavian's like, for the next 15 leagues, Mark's like, there's going to be a PoE 1 league before the release after Exile. Like, every single time, I was just like, suck it, Doomers. I was just thinking to myself, oh, I have to deal with all these rats every league. Like, this one's the last league. They're going to sunset it. They're going to sunset PoE 1. It's over. Like, and then you have to, like, logically walk them through, like, no, you're being an idiot. That would make no sense. PoE 1's a free money printer. If you just have a brain, you'd realize none of this makes any sense, and you can stop doubting and go somewhere else, please. And I'm like, holy crap. It was beautiful listening to that Q&A, and every single time. It's another drop of this is gonna keep happening. They're not gonna sunset it until the Zani storyline's over. Valspark. What else changed with Valspark? Base duration is 3, previously 2. That was a huge buff to Valspark. Higher base chance. Cast a little bit faster. Higher effectiveness. That's pretty crazy. So not only did it get 50% more duration, it got 50% more base damage / effectiveness. Which is like an over doubling of the power level of this skill. That's pretty crazy. What happened to Val's Stormcall? Cast time is faster. Now strikes an enemy every 0.2 seconds, previously 0.25. Now has effectiveness of 150, previously 130. Higher base damage. Quality gives 1 to base duration, previously area effect. I don't know Val's Stormcall well enough to know if this matters or if it's good. I'm a PoE2 player. You think it'd be a good idea to get into PoE1 stuff? Will come in 1.0 for PoE2. That'll be core from PoE. They're different games. They're separate games. They will sometimes take things that they're like, this worked really well here. We should add it here. But they're not one-to-one comparisons. I'd say it's a good idea to play PoE1 because it's a fun freaking game. And on League starts, like fresh leagues is always the best time to play. Path of Exile, either 1 or 2. Playing on the League start when everybody else is starting fresh. It's a good idea to play full stop. Yep. Pretty much. Yeah, okay. We're not starting Val skills, but we want to. We want to play it throughout the league at some point. We're definitely starting with Merc. With Mercbot the Magnificent. So I'm trying to remember what Mercs are good. Because I'm going to start like trying to notate down what I think is ideal. I know Blade Biter and Smolder Strike are good with Molten Strike. Single target. Merc with armor stack angle. I think it's the same thing for Smolder Strike as a single target. Molten Strike. It's a Profane Strike. Is that what it's called? Purple Molten Strike, I think is what it is. Let me see here. Smolder Strike might be better than Smolder Strike might be better than Blade Biter. I remember it doing more. It depends on your setups. I actually like Blade Biter more for the reason of it can have a Grace Aura, which I think I think there's a nice situation where if you're going to do an armor stack angle, I like being able to have the Mercbot have the Grace Aura. Smolder Strike has anger, which is decent too, though. Right? Where's Smolder Strike? I will find him. Somewhere in here. Earth Shredder, Ripper, Earth Striker. Smolder Strike, there he is. Yeah, he's got anger. Stop questing. Does that page have support gems as well? This just has the skills. There probably is a page for support gems. Audio flavors, mercenaries. If I click a specific one. Yeah. Okay, you can do this. You can literally like open up a specific merc. So we could open up, for example, Smolder Strike and look at their actual skill gems we can get on their skills. Do you think you'll do Valdos on it? Yeah, I do, Barbarous. I think it'll... in Merclear, I think Mercbot was unironically one of the best Valdo farmers, but I just didn't make one. I was just doing other things. But I think this league, like, I want to play Mercbot, and I'll plan on it, and we'll put together a good one, right? Can you link this in chat? It's just PODB, guys. It's just type into Google POEDB mercenaries, and then this page will come up. So Val Molten Strike, GMP, which is 3 proj with no downside, no less multiplier. You can get greater AoE, which is good for clear, bad for single target, but then it also works if you have like Nimbus, right? You can put Nimbus on them. Not much work getting done over here today, Gimmicked? At your job, or what do you mean? More LE damage. Do you guys remember? Could you get both the lower level version of a support and the higher level? Does anyone remember? Could I get a guy who has multi-proj 1 and multi-proj 3 for like 5 extra proj? I think no, you can't. Okay. I couldn't remember if you could double up on like the same support gem. So this guy could have multi-proj. You could have 30% more. And then after that, he doesn't have very good links. Let's go ahead and look at the Blade Biter. Let's look at the Blade Biter's links. Where are you, Blade Biter? He's going to have a bunch of like poison supports, so his link pool is diluted, I think. So he still has GMP. Proj speed doesn't help. Dot multi doesn't help. More damage with ailments doesn't help. He does have 35 attack speed. So I'd give the slight edge to Smolder Strike for supports. I'd rather have the 30% more than 35 attack speed, but it's not too different. I need to look what other things they also have besides these, but it's definitely an edge in supports for Smolder Strike over Blade Biter. I want to look at, do the auras get supports at all? They don't, right? They just have the auras with nothing on them. Malevolence, yeah. Grace. 30 extra chaos, but it's physical, right? Let me pull it up, look at it again. Profane Strike. Yeah, this is physical. Physical. If this was like gain any as extra chaos, then we'd be talking, but it's fizz. And it's like you can give a bunch of base fire with like, let's say you have anger or you have flame link, but you're not really giving him a bunch of fizz. I had a tornado shot merc that would one tap Ubers, but is bad for clear. The best clear merc was Kineticist. I think it was kind of unmatched for clear. Kineticist was at least. The KBA clustering is just so good for that. Probably still is. I think so. It wasn't Mage. Okay, Mage, what was the best one? What do you think was the best one? Ice Shot was nice too. I did play with an Ice Shot merc. I did enjoy the Ice Shot merc I played with. But I definitely think the Kineticist was the best clear. The Val Ice Shot, I don't think I played with an Ice Shot merc. I liked my Ice Shot merc. I don't think it was better than the Kineticist though. It also really depends on your support gems. Like support gems greatly affect how well the various skills performed, right? How would the socket color change on Merc though? Socket color stuff doesn't matter for Merc unless you're giving them like untouched soul for some reason, which I don't know why you would be doing that. I don't know why you would be doing that. Okay. So that is this. The Smolder Strike's definitely easier to get links onto because the Blade Biter has. You can get dead links, right? You can get links that break. Like you don't really want faster proj, and you don't really want deadly elements, which gives you less damage with hits. Does the Smolder Strike have any dead links on him? Did they say anything about Forbidden Flush Flame for getting perma Merc Node? They said no. Not a possible thing that can occur. Why the hell is there chain support as a possible outcome? Yeah, none of these are dead links necessarily. Well, that's his Val Molten Strike. Where's his regular Molten Strike? I was looking at the wrong one. I don't know why this one can get supported by chain. It just doesn't. I don't think it works at all. Ooh, he can get Gilded Molten Eruption. Every 5th attack fires 5 additional. So that's on average 1 additional proj. That's pretty solid, right? Gilded. I have too many pages open. Gilded Molten Eruption 3. Is only getting the Merc Node and shifting to Bloodlines, can that be an option? You can only get the Merc Node if you are specifically the Luminary. And yeah, you can grab Bloodlines just like any other class, but you have to give up, you know, obviously the passive points for it. Monkey hunting a single big minion for the perfect one. Merc, single big minion hunting for the perfect one. No. Merc is a mercenary. There is no minion tag. There is no minion scaling. Completely different, Goose. You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. Okay? Show some respect. Show some respect. Okay? This mercenary is going to be sick. Care about anger aura. I wonder if Mercs still count as unique monsters. Oh, do you guys remember when you could like give them like you could give them like, for example, like the Pinnacle Strike 3 additional and it was just permanently on because you were considered like a Pinnacle boss? I'm pretty sure that probably still works. What do you guys think? They're unique. I mean, you're unique. Yeah, what is it? Is it because I'm the Pinnacle? Wasn't it in bug fixes? I don't remember. The same as AG, it works. The player's the Pinnacle. Yeah, we are the Pinnacle, right? We are the boss. It counted for themselves. Ice Shot was good too. Yeah. I did some gameplay with Ice Shot Merc. We're gonna I'm trying to go over the obvious like good candidates here. Just list like the auras that matter, the skill supports that matter, and why they're good is what I'm doing right now. I'll go through the list. Try to narrow down essentially from this list here we have. I already have some ideas for Stormvine Death Rage. You cooking? You cooking up some good stuff? I didn't play many of the caster mercs. Did anyone play a merc bot with any of the caster builds? Because that I don't know much about for those. Blade Ambusher, I think, is what Jung did with Spectral Helix of Charthus for single target. I think that was a decent bossing merc too, I believe. Cruel Mistress was cool. Cruel Mistress for single target was decent. Oh, Cruel Mistress had like the Soul Rend of Reaping, which just was giga base damage, right? Indigon spell damage per mana spent can be pilfered. Oh, dude, you're gonna get the more cost to channel faster. That's a good shout. Occultist Stormbind, holy. All right, let me finish up adding the other stuff I was thinking about. Smolder Strike with Flame Bolt could be decent clear, right? I wonder if I should add that or not. Probably not. I think it still mainly is a single target angle. This guy had a decent video going over some mercs. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Need this. 47-minute video 10 months ago. Oh my word. This guy better have some good ideas here. See if he goes over arrogance, sniper, many shot. Okay. He's talking about the mercs. All right. Okay, before we start this video, I need to swap the pants, guys. I need to swap the pants. Luckily, the pants are right next to me. I don't have to go get them. I just have to change. So I'm going to do that right now because I'm getting cold and I need the warmth of pants and not shorts because shorts are too cold. Oh, yeah, that feels a lot better. That feels a lot better. New tech having the pants nearby. Yep.
Some problems that you may have with the build itself. This is not a meta build, first of all. You're not going to get to maps in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Like,
that's crazy talk, dude. That's crazy talk. Mercs are OP. You forgot to turn off the camera again? There is no camera.
some of the speedrunners that have knowledge of most of the layouts and stuff. I feel like if you were probably one that go along with them. So I have made this POB that has...
Okay, let's see what he's talking about here.
And if you follow the...
He's talking about some obvious stuff. I mean, we're not starting until Act 3. If you guys remember, Act 1 mercs kind of suck. In Act 1, they just die like super easily. By Act 3, I think they're halfway decent. I remember when I did my SSF run, I swapped, I think, around Act 5 or 4. But I think we can swap in Act 3. Or we could do a hybrid swap where we still have like a regular skill. Elemental weakness, purity of elements, haste. Fair enough. Freezing pulse until Act 3. I don't know what skill. We're going to look at like skill options later on, but I'm just kind of glancing what he's saying. Pyroclast, that's one of the things we don't have anymore. Pyroclast is no longer flat damage like it was. So we probably do Stormblast mine, which applies increased damage taken, I think is the play, is Stormblast. Can't wait to Rolling Magma again. You think Rolling Magma? I don't know about Silence Art Rolling Magma. I think we have other options. We know it's going to be Rolling Magma. I don't know about that. How much did Old Pyroclast give? Old Pyroclast gave up to 600 to 900, and this was not sabotage. Sabotage was just like busted. Sabotage was like, I don't know, 1500 to 2000 or something stupid. Pyroclast was 60% of your damage. You do realize there's other ways to get base damage other than that, right? Oh no, if I don't change my character at all, what will I do? Like, come on. Come on now. There's other ways to get base damage. Like, for example, if you do an aura stack angle, you get a lot of base damage that way, or you can do like a Giga Life stack with a Giga Flame Link, for example, which they have a ascendancy point for scaling that option as well.
You think? I would recommend using it the instant you can.
And you don't, yeah, you don't have multiplayer. You don't have a 50% more life just everywhere.
Can get it, just because it gives added damage.
I was just tell you what it was.
However, your mines, unless you have this node, at the time that I had to playing a build that just moves around a ton and doesn't actually stand there and attack, it's all.
I want to look at his thoughts on these.
It has the main skills that they always have, the secondary skills, and the tertiary skills. And so for Sniper, you want to 100% have Shrapnel Ballista. This is required in order to use this merc. This is your single target skill. You literally, the way you force the merc to use.
What is this? A mercenary? That's what am I hiring Palstron? A mercenary with the ballista skill? I don't know, man. I don't think we want this guy. I don't think we want this guy. I gotta be honest. Let's skip Sniper. Let's skip Sniper. We don't want this guy. We don't want that amateur.
My favorite mercs.
I do like this
You're
merc.
going to want Val Ice Shot and either Icicle Rain, which is the main bread and butter clear skill for like mobbing. Val Ice Shot's your bossing skill, or you'll want Mirror Arrow. You always want Val Ice Shot so that it's a good bosser, because it's still all right at clearing packs, and you don't want Frigid Fork Shot because it just never hits. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this seems like a really cool skill, but it just doesn't hit.
Yeah, this seems like what I remember. I got a Val Ice Shot guy with Icicle Rain, and it was pretty solid. And obviously, Hatred Grace. You don't want the movement skills.
Tertiary abilities, you're gonna want Hatred or Frost Bomb. Frost Bomb is better than Hatred. I actually should do these in order.
Really?
You're gonna want Grace first of all, then Frost Bomb,
Really?
then Hatred.
Is it like a special Frost Bomb that has like higher exposure than normal, or it's just because he doesn't want to like cast Frost Bomb himself, I guess?
Again, you don't want the movement abilities. That makes them dash around like an idiot, and it's really stupid. Mirror Arrow is fine because it doesn't make your character.
Yeah, I should probably make a specific note for that. Don't get movement skills. Don't get movement skills. No, avoid movement skills on mercs at all costs. Make it big and red. I'll just do bold and underlined. Wait, no. I do it for like right here. I'll do it on this part. Avoid bold underlined. Ruthless Merc, yeah. Well, the movement skills, they just start doing stupid things is what ends up happening. You don't want them doing that. And Many Shot I do like. I will add him to the list. We'll add Many Shot. Put Many Shot down here. Many Shot. Good clear / single target. Ice Shots. Val Ice Shots. Single target needed. What are the support gems we can get on it? What are the support gems? Ironic that the Merc I shot is way better than every I shot I ever make. Is it ironic, or is it just very telling about your ability to make builds? Sorry, that's toxic. That's sorry. I don't know why I said that. That was just wasn't very nice. But was it wrong though? It was kind of probably true, right? At some point you got to look inward. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to assess the situation. He hasn't had his snacks today. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Elemental damage, multi-proj is what we want. Hypothermia. I mean, it's got some pretty good link options, right? Do you get return proj on this at all? Return proj. Mm-hmm. So this can have some pretty good supports if you get it linked up properly. Greater. Multiple projectiles. Return projectiles. Elemental damage with attacks. Do stuff like that for it. This is be return projectiles. Is it the same supports? You want like pierce too? What can the Val I shot get? You can get fork as well. CDR, this is cooldown based. Honestly, you probably want the CDR. 40% CDR is pretty good. This Unk is 100% ready for Luminary Merc gameplay. Betting all my pay time off on your Leaguestarter. I think it's going to be good, having Denny's. I think it's going to be really, really good. Get Fork as well. Fork is quite good too. Is it good for the single target though? Like you want the return for sure. Do you need the Pierce? I guess you technically could get like Pierce, like if you want to like give Pierce to the guy, right? Greater cooldown. Greater cooldown. What link skills are you thinking? Best ones I can think of is Flame Link with Lifestack from you, or maybe Destructive Link on Tripanon. For Kineticist, you don't need a Tripanon to do Destructive Link. If anyone ever uses Tripanon with Destructive Link, that's the most disgusting thing. It's not that hard as a support character to have good base crit. It just requires having a halfway decent base crit main hand, one hand weapon. And then you can use things like Murderous. Like you don't want to give up having good gear slots for tripping on when you can do like some very like lackluster investment and still have good crit chance. Early on for sure it's going to be Flame Link with life, but later on there could be a situation where we have enough aura scaling where Smite plus Anger gives enough base damage, and then we can go like Destructive Link. Because Destructive Link is how much crit multi is it? 50 crit multi, and then you can guarantee crits. I mean, that's solid. Especially if you give some like crit multi items to the Merc. How do you feel about the max level of the Mercs being level 68? I feel you have reading problems. There is nothing that says the max level of the Merc is 68. There's a part of the patch notes which say, hey, your Mercs in campaign will level up to 68. There's nothing that says that's the max level. That's just a way to make campaign Mercs better. That's all that's saying. Flamelink, Purity of Fire, Enmities. Yeah, Enmities will be very, very good late game. High shot, Val, Ice Nova. Yep. Good clear single targets. Main skills for these single target mercs. Mini shot. Kinet assist. Kinet assist is. Nah, well, he'll
Get
probably
that
just
move.
go to the kinet
And in
assist.
fact, one small thing about Mirror Arrow is that
Does he talk about every single one of them, or just ones he likes? It looks like he doesn't talk about every single one of them. So these are ones he likes, I guess. I did not like the sniper from my experience.
it seems to block dash. So if you have Mirror Arrow, your
Max level 68 confirmed. Yep. Yeah, there definitely wasn't video footage of them hiring an 83 merc. That definitely didn't happen in the league reveal.
merc will use Mirror Arrow and never dash. It seems like that, but I don't have a ton of testing with that. So Mirror Arrow will make it so dash just doesn't go off. I think.
Interesting. Mirror Air can counter dash. I don't think we're going to include that. I think we're just going to stick with just don't get movement skills. It's like a general rule of thumb.
That's it for Many Shot. Okay, so now I'm going to go over Thunder Quiver, who has particularly one good skill that I like, which is Storm Rain. This skill is like the one that you want, and then you do not want Galvanic Arrow. You prefer to just have either Greater Lightning Arrow or Val Lightning.
I'm guessing Storm Rain's just a decent single target skill. I mean, this is kind of good to know for fishing for our initial merc, right?
Arrow. One of these two will be best. And Storm Arrow is basically going to be your single target. Val Lightning Arrow is pretty good for just clearing. And same as Greater Lightning Arrow. They're both really good for clearing. Galvanic Arrow, though, especially if your merc has a movement ability, is really bad because they will stand too far away for it to hit. They will literally stand out of range and keep attacking with Galvanic Arrow, and it will just keep missing. So I just say,
Which skill was it that bricked my ranger? Might have been this. Might have been this. Might have been the Galvanic Arrow.
if they have Galvanic Arrow,
Thankfully, we can buy them.
pray to
Yep.
God they don't have blink
Tradable
arrow or
mercs.
dash, or you just don't take them. That it's really bad.
Are people being sarcastic? They're being sarcastic. Some guy thought it was capped because he didn't read the patch notes correctly. They're not capped now.
For the secondaries, or I guess the tertiary abilities, Wrath, very good. Precision, at least it's not a movement ability. But Tarthian agility.
That's like 15
very,
action
very
speed,
good.
right?
If they have this, it gives increased action speed, which obviously means they attack faster, and it actually I think affects you as well. So very good ability.
How much does the Charthan agility give? How much do we get from Charthan agility? Let's go find a Thunder Quiver here real quick. Charthan agility. What are you exactly? 10% action speed. Okay. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid.
If they have Wrath, Tarthian agility, Storm Rain, and Val Lightning Arrow, that's a very good mark. Very, very good mark. All right, moving on. All right, Kinet Assist. Overall, very good character. You never, ever want Kinetic Bolt unless it is your main skill. So if you have Kinetic Bolt plus Barrage, I guess it works. I used this for quite a while on my main character that I made a video
it's
with.
always clustering.
However, the skill you actually want,
Yeah.
you absolutely want Kinetic Blast of Clustering. But if you have Kinetic Bolt, it will never use Kinetic Blast of Clustering.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful about that. You do not want Kinetic Bolt if you want Clustering.
Prioritize the
Greater
bad
Kinetic Blast
skill.
of Clustering, that's fine to have with that, and Barrage. I've actually never even seen a Power Siphon one, I don't think. So yeah. Flame Dash is fine. It seems to almost never use this, if it even does. Haste, obviously very good. However, you're probably going to be running your own haste to override this anyway. Inspiring Cry, very nice for them getting a little bit of extra damage. Never want Frostblink. They will just randomly use this to either dash into something and kill themselves, or they will just use it and stop attacking. You do not want Frostblink. Frostblink is
Frostblink is a hard brick. Noted. No Frostblink. Let's look at the skill supports for KB of clustering. Where is the kineticist? Here you are. Max is 83. No, Max was 84. With T17's gone, you can still get 84 from a Valdo map technically, but it's like that's like you're trolling if that's how you're planning to farm your kineticist or whatever. 83 is plenty fine. I think from my recollection, 84 and 83 was like very, very little difference. It's funny that the move skills make it just messes up there. They just do stupid things when they have the skills. KB of clustering. Fires a projectile from wall that causes a series of area explosions in secondary radius around the impacts. His mana, fizz, spell damage applies, 3 additional. Yeah, and we want to give this GMP, I think. Return Proj was always good. Chain 2 is 3 chains. That's kind of crazy, honestly. I think GMP returns the most important part. And then the other supports. Kinetic Blast of Clustering. Greater multiple. Projectiles. Return. Clear support. Pierce, chain, etc. Do not get kinetic bolts. Add comment to make sure no one uses kinetic bolt. Yeah. Do not get kinetic bolts. This will brick Merc AI to not use clustering properly. Or Frostblink. I just have avoid movement skills at all costs at the top, because that just applies pretty much to every Merc. You really don't want movement skills. I guess a couple of the movement skills might be okay, but I think in general you just don't want movement skills because they start using them and it stops them from attacking. You generally just don't want movement skills on the mercs, so I don't want to like rewrite that note every single time it pops up. You missed typing the not? What do you mean? Do not get connectable. What's wrong with that? I want my cruel mistress back, bros. Well, it will be. So break the Merc AI to right here to not use clustering properly. Good call. Good comms. Connect Blast. Clustering is the main thing. I'll probably put Haste Aura. Haste Aura / Inspiring Cry. Buff skills. I'm gonna do it this way. Each one at the end, I'm gonna put like the buff skills that are good to have on them. Do it this way so we have all the buff skills that are actually like relevant on each of the mercs. What mechanics would this build be good at? It should be able to do everything. Merc spots are very, very versatile. You can make like literally like some single target bossing mercs, or you can make some more clear oriented ones, and you can, quite frankly, you can just swap between your mercenaries and be able to just do one content or the other content. It's really easy to swap which ones you currently are using. So it works pretty well for that reason. What do we want for? I gotta go back to the. I gotta make sure I get the auras right for some of these. Where are you, Blade Biter? Gotta open up Smolder Strike real quick, because I want to look at his buff skills. His buff skills: Infernal Cry, Flame Aegis, supported caster with a Fiery Bearer, which allows absorbs damage to break. Seems okay, I guess. Molten Shell is an instant skill. Don't really want him Infernal Crying. I don't think that really helps us. Clear Merc plus a single target Bob. Could you do that? Yeah, you probably could potentially do that. There could be technically some synergy there. Let's open up. You're pretty tight on points to also get a minion scale. I think mostly you just focus on the Merc, but you could force in a Bob, I guess, if you really wanted to. I don't think it would be worth it though. The Merc can do what you need by itself, I think, fairly consistently. It does. I don't think it hurts to, like, let's say you put on Bob and you give him like Kingmaker. Like, you can do stuff like that supports your Merc. I don't think that's too much of a downside, especially if you're running like an Aura bot style setup where you're giving 90 max res to your nearby allies. That'll work with Bob. Armor stacker Merc? Yeah. Bazooka did an armor stacker Merc.
One.
And he did like a, he did CI
want
armor stacker.
You want G.
He was doing Blight, Amulet, plus levels, Mage Blood, Phoresia, plus level Scepter.
GMP. You want both Molten Strike and Val Molten Strike. You don't want Leap Slam. And you want GMP here.
Yep. Don't want the movement skill. And he's missing the GMP. He has Gilded at least, but yeah, he's missing GMP, which is like the most important support. Well, I'm getting beta to play Luminary because it's good. So this is the other cool thing. Okay, guys, look at this, and I'll walk you guys through this. So for the armor stack angle, which I think this is like the angle to go for like Giga single target late game. Look at the current character and what he has on his character. He has 2 unique rings, which are Giga damage multipliers, Nimbus and the Enmities. He has Replica Dream Feather, which is your percent damage per armor. He has Iron Reflexes and +2 proj right here. The only other unique item he has is a helmet and an amulet, which these can be replaced by rares. You could still go the helmet, but if you're like looking at the Luminary, you can easily go 2 points to the Infinite Link, so Giga quality life. 1, 2, where you go rings and weapons. That gets your 4 uniques. And you can choose whether or not you want to add in amulet plus helmet, or those can potentially be forgone. But I think that's a pretty decent option for the armor stack angle, because you end up wanting a lot of rares for this build anyways. Does the overcap mod work on rares? Yes, there is the, you can transfer the grassy mail mod and make a good like chess piece with it and stuff. 4 ascend points. I think for sure you do, because like with the where is it? These 2 points are always worth it. Like going unique ring plus unique weapons. That's already 30% more damage. Plus you get to equip the uniques in those slots. I think you always go unique ring for sure. Unique rings are super freaking powerful. But I guess it depends probably on what type of build you're doing. You get an AG as well. Yep. You also get an AG. You can only get 4 rares if you go quality of life, lol. What do you mean you can only get 4 rares if you go quality of life? You want a lot of rares. I think there's an argument for if you want to force in this helmet. I don't think you necessarily have to do that, right? And obviously, Unbound Souls is a really good life scaling. So you can choose whether or not you want to go Link option or you want to go this later on to help make the Merc tankier or whatever. You get infinite links. Yeah, you don't have to like recast it. That's like this skill is giga quality of life. It's 4 points to go Oath, not 2. What are you talking about? Your first 2 points are here. You're going this anyways. If you click this, you still have 4 points left over, which means you can choose to either go ring plus weapon, and then you could go helmet plus amulet if you want, or you can go this. That's what you're choosing. You're choosing between whether or not you want to add 2 more uniques, or you want to add in better link scaling. The red sockets are going to be hard. Correct. The red sockets are going to be hard for sure. We'll see how hard it is to do chromes and stuff, but red sockets are definitely going to be harder to pull off. Regardless, I think you can get away if you don't want to do these. Like, I'll put it this way. Untouched Soul with the amount of red sockets he has here, which is every single socket, is a ton of life. Don't get me wrong. But you could also have like a simplex or a focused with crit multi-life. Like you could go like a damage angle. You're not going to have as much life, right? Like let's say this amulet is, hold on, 6, 10, 14, 18, 24 sockets? So it's like 1,400 life or something. Like you're going to lose 1,000 flat life. Don't get me wrong. That's a big deal. But at the same time, Mercs were really freaking tanky baseline, and this Merc is going to be tanky. You're going to be giving him 90 all res. He's going to have a ton of armor. This Unbound Souls is, I think outside of Valdo's, I feel like is super unnecessary for being tanky enough for whatever content you're running, is what I think is going to be. A talisman can work too. Yeah, you could go a talisman. Amulets for the res? Oh yeah, you can do white sockets that way as well. Which they nerfed the white socket res. Which white socket res gives you the percent armor, helps you with the percent armor scaling. Oh, that's actually more necessary then. That's kind of funny. It actually gets easier to get the res, but you get less res from it with the change of the amulet. Yeah, White Sox. I completely forgot about that. Which that got nerfed a little bit, but it's still strong. Anyways, where were we? We're writing down skills, but that's the armor stack Merc, which is basically the really good single target setup, which is doing like Molten Strike and that's Blade Biter that can do it, or Smolder Strike that can do it. We also want. Oh, I need to look up the Blade Biter. You've got to ignore it 3 times. You're going to make me go reread Pohunger's message. Is it that important? Is it that necessary? Do I need to go reread Pohunger's specific message from who knows how long ago? Is it going to be necessary? Do I have to go check? Let's stop what I'm doing. Stop everything we're doing right now. Do you think Merc will keep the same scaling as Past League? Yeah. I think there's a chance. I think it's going to most likely have pretty similar scaling. But ultimately, we'll find out. Maybe yes, maybe no. Exactly. Maybe yes, maybe no. It's all good. I didn't complain. Yeah, it was some other guy in chat. Some other guy triggered me with the, oh, he ignored you, which it's literally just, there's a lot of people sending messages. I'm looking at multiple things. Andrew wants the Leaguestarter, so it's unlikely it'll be bad. We're going to be OP. If Andrew's in, we're in. That's how it works. That's how it works. We're going to be so OP. Where is the Blade Biter? All right, here he is. Wait, I don't need to actually like go into this section though. He is. Withering Steps should be instants, but you kind of just want Malevolence, I think, if you're gonna. Malevolence doesn't really help, but you really just want Grace of these. These matter way less. Just don't get movement. All right. He knows he's nerfing the scaling into the ground. He's baiting everyone. No, he's not. It's going to be OP. What was better about the infamous versions? I forget. Did they have specific skills you could get that you couldn't get on regulars? The only thing Infamous had over regulars, from what I remember, is they, on average, spawned with more support gems. There was, if you had an Infamous and a regular one with the exact same skills, the exact same supports, they would do the exact same thing. They just had slightly more support gems on average. And yeah, and they could spawn with their infamous gear mod thing when you're like trying to loot them or whatever. And technically they had like better loot on average. Do we get infamous mods back? We already had infamous mods back, but yeah, they'll have infamous mods back in the game from Merc being core. Many shot, kineticist, blade biter, smolder strike. I should add some additional ones.
Yeah. So Flame Dash is fine. Yeah. That's kineticist.
Do we care about
right.
Earthshaker?
Earthshaker. This one I used a little while in maps. I don't particularly remember it super well. However,
So
Sunder
no
of Tarthus was very good. I also had Earthquake of Amplification. It's probably really good once you get to the end game. And then
okay, skip that one.
So basically, this one
Does he have old snaking?
Is very good with snaking.
Yeah.
You want Volcanic Fissure of snaking, and then after that, you probably would want Ashen Fissure, because this covers the enemies in Ash, which I think makes them take
Old V-False? Yeah, he has old
20%
V-False.
more fire damage or something like that, and you're going to be giving...
Do they have old snaking? I'm pretty sure they have old snaking. They're like separate skills. Really enjoy the Spearwalker. Can I expect the same? I would say I'm way more confident in this character being good than I ever was of Spearwalker. Based on previous experience with Mercs and what you could do with them, we have knowledge of it basically from Prize Merc League. The only caveat is if they decided to go through and giga nerf a bunch of Merc stuff, which are like their baseline, which I don't think is the case. But Mercs are way more versatile than Monkey in terms of like what you can do with them, and very, very strong.
Being a lot of fire damage. And then you do not want Tectonic Slam just because it has an H next to it. I assume it's going to have the same priority as Volcanic Fissure of snaking. And Consecrated Path probably is fine because it's got an M on here.
Should I? Okay, guys, tell me what you think. Should I take the time to add in notes for like every Merc, or just highlight the ones that I think are legitimately better, like above the grade? I think I'm just going to have the ones that I think are just better than the rest. Because like Eruptor, sure, he's okay, but you don't really want an Eruptor late game. Like, I know for sure Smolder Strike's one of the best single target ones you can get late game. I know for sure Kineticist is the best clear. Many Shot I played with personally, and it was quite good for quite a while for me. So I think I'm not going to highlight some of the ones. Like, if you get one of these mercs, it's not the end of the world. You can play with them for a bit, but you probably just want to start focusing on trying to swap to the better ones. Because I don't want to like bloat the entire page with other suggestions of just like the main thing remains is you kind of want to have, if you're using one of the like the sub tier mercs, yeah, I'll just add like just one little section basically if you don't have ideal mercs. Just add like one little section just going over this, which is basically non-ideal mercs. Mercs unlisted can still be solid placeholders. Just prioritize no movement skills / abilities / some of their abilities can be quite bad. You'll get you won't be able to have an ideal merc right away, necessarily. Guaranteed. And some of the other mercs can still work while leveling, but swap when possible. Did the chat bingo win? The chat bullied me into saying they won. They didn't really win, though. Lance's first square was strength stack nerfs. He was cooked from the start. You got lucky. Okay, Connor. Listen, next league, Redditors hate attribute stackers, okay? They're going to keep coming after you. Okay, Connor? The Redditors are going to keep complaining about attribute stacks, okay? And eventually GGG is going to cave to their demands and they're going to hit you, okay? Did we bully you to Val the helmet as well? Yeah, kind of. PV2 Redditors hate gem levels, and look what happened at 0.5. I know they added more. I have a level 30. It's disgusting, isn't it? It's absolutely disgusting. Also, caution for brutality. Ooh. That's a good brutality. Support links can brick damage. Movement skills brick AI of the mercs. Can we AFK Blight with a merc? I did not personally do that, but I couldn't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to do that. I think they would scale to that. Probably with a Kineticist. When is merc good to use? When is it good to use? I think we'll be able to play it from Act 3. And it just gets better as you go. It'll start out like viable. I don't think it's going to be S tier leveling. I think it's going to be pretty good. Basically dependent on what merc you find. Like if you find a merc with ideal skills in Act 3, you're going to have a good time from that point onward. If you find a non-ideal merc, it's going to be like viable, but not ideal type of situation. I think based on the wording here in the patch notes, the fact they said these mercs are guaranteed to spawn in these areas with no rucksack items, this makes me think you'll be able to reset these zones. It's not ideal, but you probably are going to want to do a couple of resets just to try to get, like, if you get a merc that's absolutely garbage skills, you're going to want to reset a couple times to try to swap it to something else. But I think that's what this is for, is you could potentially swap to a one with, like, slightly better skills. I wouldn't, like, roll it until you get a perfect merc. I would just, like, swap till you get, like, an acceptable one and then just send it. But that's what this is. That's what this is for, I think. It'll be better than every other shine. Oh yeah, that just baseline having even a garbage merc is still way better than 2 passive points. Even if you don't even like, even if you just want to level like normally. So we're gonna be looking at leveling skills and like getting 1 to 28 and then onward from there. We're gonna be considering our options. Like for example, guys, what is a really convenient build that cares about scaling life that would work with, let's say, Flamelink? Does anyone know what's a very convenient skill archetype that would care about scaling life that would also work with Flamelink? Righteous Fire. We could easily level as Righteous Fire, have a tree dedicated to Righteous Fire, and still just have Flamelink, which still would support the merc, and it would just synergize fine. You know what I mean? So there's going to be options like that where we can just get away with having a real character, but then we just have supplemental damage / let's be honest, the merc's going to do more damage than our RF's going to do, and we're going to be able to swap out of having RF and stuff pretty quick is what I would imagine. But you can play as RF longer if you don't think the merc's doing enough, right? Until you get it a better merc. Is this an excuse to play RF? I'm just saying like that's an option for us for our early game where it's like it kind of like we still have just a viable character and the merc supplemental until the merc starts to carry enough of its own weight as you get like the better things to support it. That's all I'm saying, okay? That's all I'm saying. RF without the explosions? The goal isn't to be an RF build. That's just, we're just trying to bridge the gap between our character starts on the beach and our character has a Giga Chad merc that just destroys everything as we're running through a map. You know what I mean? All right. Non-ideal brick scenarios. Brutality can brick damage. Deadly ailments. Less damage with hits. Can lower damage. Okay. Trying to think if there's any other obvious ones that we want to make sure we don't have on here. I know brutality is just a straight up brick. Daily ailments is not good for your hit damage. That one only occurs with Blade Biter, but I don't know, maybe other ones can roll that support too. I don't think there's any other obvious brick supports I can think of right now. Remember old mercs pause every few attacks? There was literally a patch note about the pausing thing. Wasn't there? There was something that related to like AI of a lot of skills that would pause. Like it was SRS. It was this thing right here. Non-Spectre minions had a pause, which I don't know what this was. Whether or not that affects mercs too, I don't know. It referenced these specific skills. But it maybe was a thing with mercs as well. Blade Trap merc, I'm going to add that one. The, where is it? Blade Ambusher. Blade Ambusher. Because this is a good single target one. Good bossing / single target. Merc. Okay, let me look at the skills. Minion RF? It's not a minion build. It's a mercenary, guys. It's a mercenary. Okay, Grace, Summon Skitter Bots. Charth and Agility baseline's actually kind of sick. Oh, and this one you want Spectral Throw, Spectral Helix of Charthus, I'm pretty sure. You don't want Spectral Throw, you want Spectral Helix of Charthus. I believe. Skitterbot's Grace. Spectral Helix of Charthus is good. It's a quite good single target skill for this Blade Ambusher. This Blade Ambusher guy is it's the Merc Jung used on his Gauntlet run for bossing. His whole method for getting around dying to the Exarch Ball phase was killing it before the Exarch Ball phase occurred, and he did that with this Merc. Which I don't know if it's just the Blade Trapper or it's specifically the Charthus. I don't actually know what supports he wanted on this. I know this is the thing he used. I just don't even... Is it just extra proj? Can't FFF? No, you can't FF the Luminary. Blade Trap Merc can't use axes? I don't believe so. Multi-trap 3 and multi-trap 3. Oh, 2 additional traps. Yeah, that's kind of good. Multi-trap 3 and trap and mine damage. That makes sense. Multiple traps 3. Trap and mine damage 3. Slower proj is vital for this one. That makes sense. Helix. Greater slower proj. Didn't they gut the mine supports? This has nothing to do with mine supports. This is the Mercs. The Mercs have their own like custom support gems and skills separate of the base game. Do you think Smite would be a viable skill to use with the new Ascendancy? I think the new Ascendancy can play literally any build for the most part. Not like, obviously certain builds you'll want specific Ascendancies for a unique interaction of some sort, but the new Ascendancy, being able to use a Mercenary, is very generic power that can apply to pretty much anything. And then the nodes you can use with it, like the 20% damage diversion, generic power, the taunt plus aura effect, generic power. Like it's for some builds, it's going to be specifically extremely good with. Other builds, it can just be generically good. It kind of depends what you're playing. Okay, Many Shot, Kinetic Assist, Blade Biter, Smolder Strike, Blade Ambusher. Who else do we want to include in our list of mercenaries? Let's see what this guy thinks about. I feel like I remember liking Combatant okay. I kind of want to see what he says about some of these other ones.
Okay, I just want to talk about Swiftblade quickly because I feel like with the right build, this guy could blow up a boss almost instantly. I think that on an Uber,
this guy was the dude you use Rallying Cry for Facebreaker builds, right? Did you try out the Ice Shot? The Many Shot? Yeah, I did. I really liked the Many Shot. The Many Shot was quite good. I hope we'll be able to revive the Merc and re-enter the maps with it. Otherwise, the Luminary will effectively have only one portal. The TLDR is you're going to die more than your Merc does. Would be my guess. Like, if you build a proper Merc bot, Mercs are so freaking tanky. Yeah, technically you could be like, oh no, my Merc dies. You lose your map. Your Merc is not going to be dying for the most part. You can build them very, very tanky.
the Val Double Strike might actually just be disgusting with the right supports. You would go with Flicker.
Okay, so he's just coping about this one. What does he think about Combatant?
Combatant, you always have Herald of Ice, which means that instead of having the added fire on the rings, you actually want added cold. If you were to try and use this as your main merc. So it's a little bit awkward.
Will the build be an aura stacker? Yeah, merc bots, you're effectively trying to figure out how you can make the best support for the merc, and a large amount of that is getting some aura scaling for sure. I remember merc was dying to some things like lose life on hit. You could get around that if you have like recover on mods, but also, does that mod even exist still? And yeah, if you attach a shotgun mod that can remove 10% on hit or whatever, unless you have a recover on, anything dies to that, right?
However, Frost Blades and Wild Strike both have projectiles. I can't remember particularly how Wild Strike works, and I'm not going to go look it up right now, but I think whatever damage is the highest.
I was just saying they're very, very tanky. Any previous build guys you got to update? I'm deciding on whether or not I want to do updates for Relic of Pact E-Blade. The update's pretty much just, hey, they nerfed Wrathpith. There might be an angle to go two-hand E-Blade with the new unique axe, but I don't know. I can't test that like pre-league. I would just be guessing out how much value that is, type of thing.
No. It picks a random one. But I don't remember if they're all projectiles. Spectral Helix might actually be projectiles too. And then Static Strike is just really, really good. Static Strike, they will basically just activate it and then just keep frostblading, and Static Strike will just keep doing damage. And yes, Spectral Helix does count as projectiles. So these will all work in theory with with Sniper's Mark. But you want Frostblades probably more than you want Spectral Helix, just because the Merc likes to just stand too close.
Frostblades is definitely decent clear. Yeah, I think I liked Combatant. From what I remember, I thought Combatant was pretty solid. He's definitely one of the earlier solid mercs I felt like when I was playing through my merc run. We'll put him on the list. Because he's kind of like a decent all-rounder type, similar to like Many Shot. Good enough for a while, yeah. I think he's a lot better than a lot of the mid-tier mercs, especially early on. Combatant. The combatant can also share gear with the Molten Strike merc if you're armor stacking. I just swap the gear over. Oh, that's true, yeah, because he can use swords as well. And he's a better clear merc than armor stack merc. Better clear option as armor stack setup late game. Growth Cool Foulborn should work on some merc setups late game. You can't use unique items on mercs. No bueno. Static Strike Frostblades. Buff skills. You want Wrath and you want Purity of Ice. You do not want... You do not want the other stuff, for sure. You can just fish with a Scarab, surely. I don't think it's going to work that way. I think it's going to, like, make it so the item can't be equipped if you hire him as a permanent one. Would be my guess. There's no way they're letting Doriani Mercs be a thing again. I just don't believe it. You only get unique body armor merc if the merc spawns with it, and most likely Dorian is just disabled to spawn. I'm saying I don't think it's gonna let the permanent merc use the items. I think it's gonna if you do a permanent merc, it's gonna say I can't, like it's gonna red box out the thing and just not even use it. There's no body armor node for Luminary. No, there is not. No, there is not. What happened? Where are you, combatants? Shock ambusher, frost ambusher, blade biter, no. New Abyss Socket weapon, Shroud of the Lightless, Darkness Enthroned, and Energy Blade. Yeah, I think that could work for sure. There he is. There's combatant. What support gems can we get? You know you can control F. Did I know I could control F? Did I know I could control F? You know, did I? Yeah. Did I use it? No. This already fires a lot of proj. I don't think you want GMP. I think you want like greater elemental return. I think you want stuff like that. Elemental with attacks. Luminary, as soon as I saw the reel, I want to play it. After making a build for it, so they'll probably change once you perma hire them. Yeah, that's kind of what I think so. Yeah, Luminary, we're going to try our best to make a very good setup for it. I think there's a lot of cool things we can do with it. And honestly, on Leaguestarter, I think it's going to be just pretty freaking strong. What else do we care about? Do we care about attack speed? Honestly, the multi-strike, I guess this maybe makes the AI suck less, but it's also like not a good damage support. But we'll just do greater attack speed. Or we could do chain. Yeah, we'll do just greater attack speed. That's probably fine. Chain clear or attack speed. You won't use enmities with armor stacking since the ring halves your fire res. No, enmities is still very much worth using because of the 20, because of the 200 pen. And you have to remember, with that sort of setup, you already have so much cold res on the merc that they have a ton of % increased evasion on their initial before the iron reflexes. Not a luminary? No, you're not using it on the luminary. You're putting it on the merc, though. The actual mercenary is using that. Is what you're doing. Don't you need Pierce on Frostblades? I think it could be chain too. It could be either. I think they both work fine. Ancestral Reach. There's no Ancestral Call support. You're gonna want like additional strikes. If you can get like gloves with the Eldritch enchant eventually, but that's like a separate thing. Okay, where is Static Strike? Static strike would be duration. Elemental damage probably is ideal for this dude. How much chain does static strike have? It has 1 chain. So you actually really want chain, honestly. The other stuff doesn't matter as much. AoE's okay. Think it's possible to armor stack and make a decent amount of fire res with enmity on the Merc with nerfed Untouched Soul? Yes. Okay, how do I put this? So when Mercenary League existed, did volatile orbs exist? No, they did not. Untouched Soul in Mercenaries League was, how much was it? 18? It was 18, right? So you can literally get 15 all res with volatile Val orbs currently. Does that make that much of a difference? It's like it's a difference in like, I don't know, with quality. It's just a difference in 3 res. It's 18 with quality versus 21 with quality, right? So it's a difference in 3 res per socket. So it's a difference in like 60 fire and 60 cold. And that fire res gets halved by enmities. Like, it makes a big cost difference. I think you guys are overemphasizing this. If we're talking about an armor stack setup, by the time you're swapping to an armor stack setup, you're going to be on a bit of a higher budget anyways. Like, you could start out with the 12 res and be completely fine. And then you can, like, the amulet's not an expensive amulet. You know what I mean? Your main cost is just, like, doing some volatiles. But it has no roll range. So you just basically are looking at hitting a multiplier. You volatile enmities as well? Yep. Which that didn't exist in Mercenaries, and that's another huge buff as well. Is enmities being that actually that's just a net improvement over what you could do in Mercenaries. That's probably just ultimately a net gain. Is the volatile and enmities is more important than the loss of res on untouched. And if we're talking about cost, by the way, every single socket is easy to make white sockets now, right? Versus when this was the thing, it was more cooked to get your sockets, right? Like, your sockets cost you money if you were going to make every socket white. Full white then was expensive. Yeah, like, I don't know. Tomato, I think you're in a pretty good spot. Does anyone know how Merc interacts with mechanics like Honor or Ruin? If your Merc gets hit, it doesn't lose Ruin. It doesn't take Ruin or Honor damage. If you get hit, then you lose like Ruin, or you get Ruin stacks, or you lose Honor. How's the Merc bot Buildcraft going? We got a nice list of some ideal Mercs and their skills. Just kind of refreshing my memory about some of that stuff. So I'm happy with that. We're going to go through... So we know kind of what we want to do late game Merc bot. Somebody was linking like we had it open, like close out of it.
One.
Somebody was linking a clip from Bazooka, which is him talking about
You want GMP?
Basically him just highlighting his gear set, which is, I pretty much remember this. I forgot about Untouched Soul, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty doable if we wanna do this sort of gear setup for an armor stack Merc bot. This is the best, I think, single target we can probably do late game, but clear wise we'll do a kineticist, I think. Or we could just have a combatant and then swap combatant gear when we want to do clearing and stuff. Getting 200% light radius is possible. Yeah, the question is, and this is kind of something that we'll see how this goes, but like, are we gonna want to go? Because we don't have Pyroclastic Sabotage, but we do have the ability to go for like a much stronger Flame Link, right? Because like in this setup, he just had a Flame Link based on gem levels. potentially we can go life-based, right? If we can put shavs, guys, picture this. Picture we can put shavs on an ivory tower. And then we can have like a Giga Chad Flame Link and like insane ES. Oh my word, does that not? That would be, and then we freaking yoink. We can yoink Shaper's Touch ES scaling and put it on the Furisha gloves. Holy, we're literally at 60,000 ES. We're at guys. You see this? We're at 60,000 ES right now. We have Furisha with Shaper's Touch strength mod, and we have 20,000 life and 60k ES. No, my word, we're immortal. Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Offhand, the armor work is Growlwood Shank. Yeah. This is to get iron reflexes. It also has +2 proj, which is nice as well. Sure, Granny. I don't think you can afford to go for a light stacking node. The light stacking node, you have to give up helmet and amulet. That's what you have to give up. You go light stacking node. Which that how much res? Just out of curiosity, how much res is the amulet worth? So amulet is worth 18 times what 24 with a perfect volatile val. It's worth 400 res. If I wanted to go, let's say we go just a simplex with res suffixes, just like for the comparison's sake. And let's say it is a 16 plus 20 times the 1 point. No, it's times the 2.2 with quality and the doubling. Then times 2 again. That's quite a bit worse, right? Because it'd be like 48 would go to. Wait, no, I didn't know. Wait, I didn't do that right at all. No, it'd be 2020. Yeah, that's quite a bit worse, res. That's quite a bit worse, res. That is quite a bit worse, res than Untouched Soul. And Untouched Soul is so much cheaper too. Like so much cheaper. What's the opinion on? Yeah, so maybe going the light radius isn't worth it because you definitely want unique rings. You definitely want unique weapon. And going unique helmet and amulet gives you the more damage multiplier, the fire res stack. That being said, the buff effect might be worth it. The buff effect might be worth it. If that's depends how much base damage we're getting to, how much life we're getting to. I think you definitely go the light radius link buff effect earlier on. Like the armor stack is something you don't do until later, until you can get like aura support and proper uniques and whatnot. Don't you stack light radius on the Scion? You get light radius from some of the travel passives. You get like 15 just from travel passives. Yes, guys, I know Untouch is nerfed. You can still get 18 all res per socket with quality and volatile val. You aren't telling us anything new. Notice I didn't say a higher number like 21 or volatile. If we could volatile val 18, it would be much higher than that. Anyways. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab I'm gonna grab a quick snack, guys. I'm getting a little bit hungry. It's okay though. I'll leave you with the soothing sounds of Age of Empires. So he's gonna be fired, dude. He's gonna be so good. Okay. I have returned. Hopefully you guys are okay while I was gone. Hopefully there weren't any like incidences that occurred. Facebreakers, Doriani's touch and rallying cry. Yep. That might be a thing. Seems like rallying cry will still be doable, right? Well, it depends if they change the abilities. The new league will have mercenaries. Yep, the new league will have mercenaries. The new league will have mercenaries. What's your opinion on the Relic of the Pack build with the nerf? It's still good. Just a bit weaker. You know, it lost probably 30% damage. The Rallying Cry Merc was one of the strongest one. Doriani's overrated. Rallying Cry Merc was good. I don't know about the strongest, though. It was one of the things that were quite strong in the league, for sure. And since then, Facebreakers have been buffed, right? You can volatile them up to like 1,200, whereas previously in the league, you could get up to 800, right? What's this clip?
What are you saying? There's people like Lance who play geriatric builds, or pox, right?
What?
Still playing fresh young man builds, like Totem.
How is he calling a totem build a fresh young man build? What the hell? Pot calling the kettle black, I swear. That's crazy, man. Calling a totem build a fresh young man build is insane. Not wrong, kind of wrong. Its projection is projection. Ooh, you know what we could do? We can literally like custom make merc gear like this, right? Mm-hmm. Import a code. Wait, can I not just make custom gear? I was gonna make custom gear. Did I just make it in POB first? Is this the way I have to do this? If my calculations are correct, you'll be able to get 18 endurance charges this league. I think your calculations are wrong. I think you can get more. Surely you can get more. You can get, what? 2 on boots, 6 between your rings and your amulet. No, technically 8 if you have a third ring. You get 10 from just gear alone. You definitely get more than 18. 18 for free. What's your definition of free? Like, you definitely get more than 18. I'm pretty sure. Six from rings, 2 from amulet. Yep. And you can get 2 from boots. That puts you at 10 just from gear alone. Then Ascendancy can give you 1. The Sublime can give you 1. Bound can give you 1. That's 13 before you've even considered anything else. I'm 18 without Determ or Amulet. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking like 18 sounds low with some of the new stuff. What did I miss? Easy. We have a bright future ahead of us. A bright future. They gave us back Mercs. And we're gonna be Mercbot enjoying. The Valdos will know our name. May I ask if you're supporting the Merc or the Merc supporting you? You can do either. But we're going to go for a Merc bot for our league start. We might be doing a non-Merc bot Luminary at some point, but to league start, we're doing a Merc bot. And it is going to be glorious. I wish I still had the Shrine belts. I was surprised that it isn't going core. But hey, rest in peace, Shrine belt. Is going core just next league? Yeah, just not this league. Just not this league. Forgetting what the unique helmet's called. It is called Formless Flame. Guys, do you think that mod is going to be able to be transferred? Do you think we're going to be able to enshroud the Formless Flame? I think that might be one we could enshroud. I want to enshroud it on a Alpha Sal. Holy Formless Flame. The funny thing is you take it off this helmet and you get plus 30 fire res just by getting it to a different base. That's just hilarious. Just by getting it to a different base. If you simply put the Zoff mod on a body armor, you don't need to spend a Sensi point for helmet. Do you know there's a mod that increases your evasion with cold res? And maybe that matters. You have a POB with Merc items already? Nope. All right. Screw that. It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to be. I'm not that hard. I'm almost done making the placeholder items. Mm-hmm. POB decided to go poof on me. Should probably do a not ghastly. Maybe a murderous. So it's been 24 hours since the reveal. Why do you have a complete build with all leveling trees and gear and a written guide and a video with a test run and a buy list and a filter? You lazy content creator. I'm working on it, okay? It takes time. Everybody's a critic, man. Everybody's a critic. Mm-hmm. Is he playing Age on the second monitor? Maybe. Is there a problem, officer? Is there a problem, officer? Three mercs, two on standby. Yep. You can easily have a clear speed setup merc and a single target merc and just swap between the two based on what you're trying to do right now at the given time. And it will just work. Okay. White sockets are all there. I think when we actually make this, we'll probably like we'll feel out his tank, but I'll probably like get him suppression gear and stuff and be a little bit more try hard about this. But I'm just trying to get the idea across as like you're putting res on him to get armor, just to like as an example. Just so it like makes sense. The idea. Probably want to get Chaos Rest too? Yes, 100%. But I just am being a little bit lazy, so that way people can just see the idea of like you're scaling the res. It is important for the two mods. Body armor, Conquest Lamilar. How do I make this a special mod? What do I have to do? Implicit, apply enchantment, influence. We cooking a new minion meta? It's not minion, guys. It's not minion. Ooh. Beastcraft Veiled, Essence, Delve, Beast Delve. Can I really not click Grasping Mail? Is that really not an option? Mm-hmm. What is the exact wording for this? Okay. I will stay on brand for now. What about crit per lightning res mod? Is it worth using? Is it worth using? In order to use it, you would need to use you need to be a grasping male. Maybe there's an argument for it. Because you will have a lot of lightning res from just the amulet. But that would have to be like a double mod grasping male. So I think the evasion mod is just better. No real base crit. Yeah, you only have like 5. I'm not throwing out the possibility of doing like a destructive link either. That could potentially be an option as well. I haven't ultimately decided if I'm going to do my flat through link or through like just pure aura scaling. All right, we have the baseline items. That should be fine. Can I now put this over here? We've added the merc options, the brick stuff. Okay, that works. Trash can this. There we go. All right. And that just illustrates the type of gear you go for on a merc for armor scaling setup. Root2 had a video on kineticist, right? Let's look at his kineticist gearing, because I think Root2 made a merc ball for kineticist. Oh, so he was doing a life stack with Wrathpith. That's kind of funny considering Wrathpith just got nerfed. That's actually hilarious. He's just doing rare, fine, Ralakesh for charges. Did Ralakesh was nerfed at this point, right? And enmities. How bad is the Wrathpith nerf? It's not the end of the world. Wrathpith is still good. Wrathpith, you can also roll to like 4%, which in this video it would have been 5% because volatiles don't exist, so it's not going to be all that different. Like this setup for Kineticist, it won't be too different ultimately. 6 to 3, 6 to 4. Volatiles take you to 4. The only way you're getting to 6 was through volatiles. It'd be a little bit inconsistent to compare volatile to non-volatile. Three rounds to 4. Volatiles, the way they work, they round. They're one of the few instances where stuff rounds in PoE, rounds to the nearest. Normally they just round, everything just rounds down, but in Volatile Val's case, they round to the nearest hole. Well, they round up. They don't round up. They round to the nearest hole. So if you have 4.5, it goes to 5. If you have 3.5, it goes to 4, you know? So volatile 1.2 times 3 gives you 3.6. 3.6 rounds to 4. Indigon on Crown of Eyes? No. That's not like this. Not like this. Indigon on Crown of Eyes. Dude, there's so many busted combinations. Holy. Indigon on Crown of Eyes. Shavs on Ivory. Shaper's Touch on any pair of gloves. Was likely to play a Static Strike Slayer and a Valdo Glad. Barbarous, your little Valdo Glad market's about to get destroyed by the better build. By the Giga Chad that is the Merkbot. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Good luck in the right Shapers mod. Yeah, you have to roll the gloves, the correct gloves, and then you have to win like the 1 in 3. Or maybe it's 1 in 6 if you can roll any of the Shaper mods. By the way, one of the builds I'm gonna look at is gonna be MFA on a jug. Wait, somebody else said MFA as well. Oh, because you can do Crown of Eyes on a. If you can get Indigon Crown of Eyes, is that why? Or is there a different reason? Somebody else was saying MFA got enabled, and I must have missed a patch note. There's new tech. What's the new tech? What's the MFA enabler? It's quite a daring idea. Okay, and Connor's Let's go see how many messages you can type without actually saying what his plan is. That's it. Oh my word! Somebody ban that guy. It's a daring idea. I freaking hate people that do that. They're like, I have tech that I cannot share. I need head mod for that and deal. Jim, you wouldn't use head mod privileges for any illicit activities, would you? Can I trust you as head mod? I don't know. Do we need a head mod? Seems like a dangerous situation. It seems like, should one man have all that power? I would only abuse other mods. Okay, that's I don't know, man. That might be too much power. Trust me, Lance Iron Soul. Type daring ideas in patch notes. Oh wait, is it actually like a thing? 25% cost efficiency of attacks. This is what enables MFA.
Monk, I need a monk.
I vote for Jim as head mod. Stand for Jim.
Guys, we're not elected a head mod, guys. I don't know. This seems like too much power. This seems like maybe too much power. Wait, why does this enable MFA? I feel like I'm being stupid right now. Because MFA, you're missing the percent damage from Indigon, right? Are we not just talking about Crown of Eyes plus Indigon, or is there some other thing I'm missing here where just this somehow makes it work? Do you really start reverse Orabot? Do I start? I don't know what that means. Chicky Coco. Connor also likes the openness cluster as well. You do need crown combo. Okay. Okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, there's no way this enables it because this just helps your mana, but it doesn't freaking give you your percent damage. You need your percent damage. Dude, you know what I look forward to? Listen, I tell you what, it's fun watching Connor go dry on farming Indigons. What's going to be even more fun is watching him go dry on Indigons into having to sacrifice the Indigon for a 1 in whatever it is to hit Crown of Eyes. Now that is going to be some content right there. It's better to farm the currency and buy the item. If you think that item is going to be cheap, I got another. It's not going to be cheap. You put Indigons and Crown of Eyes on the same item, that ain't going to be a cheap item. You Obscurantis, which is the Proj accuracy one. You're going to be on your budget version for a while. I'll say that. There's no way you hit early. There's no way you hit early. Dude, that's the Enshroud items. There's so many freaking cool options for that. There's so many freaking cool options. All right, so we've added armor stack merc. Maybe I should add a gear setup for... Should I add one for Kineticist? Yeah, we can make one for Kineticist. I mean, like, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to make some example gear sets. Enshrouded is base specific or slot specific? It's slot specific, I believe. It is slot specific. I will sacrifice headhunters until I skin into a headhunter. It doesn't work on jewelry, guys. So there's no mage hunter. There's no head blood. It's gloves, helmets, boots, body armor, and shield only. I know you wanted to do the mega hunter. Yeah, it's not a thing. Not a thing. All right, do we still like Wrathmouth as an option for spell damage? Probably, right? I'm trying to think of other good sources of percent damage you can really get for this. I can't think of too many slots that could beat that. The good thing is we can technically also have an enshrouded mod. Do you think we could enshroud a Wrathpith onto a Wrathpith? Wait a minute. What if Wrathpith isn't nerfed? What if you could enshroud a Wrathpith onto a Wrathpith? Just think about that. What if, man? What if? Maybe it's fine. Maybe the death of the Wrathpith was greatly exaggerated. They said specifically things like replica version. Did they say you couldn't get the same item then? It's in the Q&A, right? Do we have to do we look around for the Q&A? Did Ziggy timestamp his questions? He did timestamp his questions. Let's see. Design, color rework. It's probably in the design section. Crafting synth valves. I think it's in the design section. Search Ancient Orb in the patch notes. Ancient Orbs. Can no longer reroll uniques into a unique item of the same name, which was possible with some unique items, such as Beacon of Madness and Volker's Guidance. So you think they have it that, and they said it was like Ancient Orbs, right? They said, but it's not an Ancient Orb, but they described it as working mechanically the same as an Ancient Orb. So then that would be the answer would be no then. They describe his function behind the scenes as Ancient Orb. Those are examples of items with the same name but different versions. Uh-huh. You can search for the words and jump to the timestamp if you look at the video script. Wait, what? How the hell do I do that? What type of sorcery are you talking about? I don't know what secret tech you're talking about. I only know about looking at the timestamps like this. Click the bottom show script. It's like one of these options. What the hell are you talking about? Blue text. What are you guys talking about? Show transcript. Oh my word. Ancient. He has to be trolling. I've never used this feature before. I didn't even know this was a thing. Why you guys always assume I'm trolling? You're like, it's the blue text. I'm clearly up here. I don't know what blue text you're talking about. And then you're like, oh, he doesn't see it on screen. Well, why don't I see it on screen? Because it's all the way freaking down here. All right here. Let's see this. Yeah, they say it functions like an ancient orb. People saying Rage Rate clearly never worked in IT with an average user. This is a normal with dealing with elders. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Yeah, they're so obnoxious. Lance, just click the thing that's not on screen. How is he not clicking it? And it's still not on screen. You click the transcript button. No direction of where it is. Like, all it took was the first guy to say it's at the bottom of the description. And then, boom, okay, I know what the description is. I click it, boom, easy. But there's 5 guys before him that just said random things like, oh, just click the thing. When it's not on screen and they're not telling me where it is at all. And they'll be like, oh, this must be Rage Fish. Just click it? Yeah, just click it. Just click it. We can make very calmly, without any issues whatsoever, a gear set for wanding. These can be like some placeholder items too. How many H orbs on average until you hit Rathbith though, even if possible? How many would it take? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the average for a Rathbith is. 200 ancient orbs? No idea. It's a T2. You can probably look up the average. It would be a fairly high number. 200 is probably too low. Hitting a T2 is not going to be a fun time. Hitting a T1, you're having a miserable hot time. Hitting a T0, you're not hitting a T0. Yeah, that's the sort of thing. Shavs into Ivory? That's not that bad. Ivory's a T3. T3 is like the life can be okay situation, you know? T3 that you can't drop an SSF? Why you gotta bring that up, man? So I got kind of unlucky that one time. I just want to check if he's using Nimbus for this. He's not using Nimbus. It's like, okay, so Nimbus probably bricks the targeting. Untouched Soul makes sense to me. The other stuff being rares is probably fine. Just like normal, useful stats. Polaric, it could be whatever. It doesn't have to be Polaric. Polaric's just a fine ring. Copying Cat's homework, it's just a starting point for wanding gear you can go for. Ultimately, there is, for certain archetypes, I think it's hard to improve. Like, for example, I have a hard time seeing a better way to scale single target than the armor stack setup. I don't see a world where you can beat that in terms of a damage setup for a Merc. Because it's just so much percent increased damage. That's like your hardest thing to acquire. Wanding, there's probably an improvement over doing Wrathpith or this. I don't really want to like think too hard about it though. I'm just trying to set up some generic setups or some generic gear that just point out, hey, you want spell damage. Hey, you want LE damage with attack, stuff like that, right? I'm probably going to ultimate. Bazooka didn't make a build guide, did he? It's like, it'd be nice to link to an example video. It'd be like, hey, this is an example of these setups. Kinesis doesn't need anything unique wise to get running. That's correct. But at the same time, I'm just trying to point into like a direction that you can go with like Flame Link if you're giving it a bunch of base fire. It's just pretty easy to go for. Although if you go Flame Link, you do need to be a lot more. If you go, okay, Kineticist, I would feel like maybe Flame Link would make more sense, which would be, you'd be more tempted to go. I feel like you're getting less out of the uniques. You should go more rares, which I think in that case it should be. Trying to think what the priority would be here if we just go 2 uniques. I feel like it'd be more like this. I feel like it'd be more like this. You could go like ring amulet plus link skill effect. I like Kase. They need a lot of accuracy. Otherwise, we're going to be running a precision aura. That should be pretty high effect. So they shouldn't really need accuracy. And it's also like accuracy is just a gearing thing. Like if you give them a bunch of flat accuracy all the way up to the 4K, 3K number or whatever or not. They need 7,000? Wait, why do they need 7,000 accuracy? 7,000 is pretty high. You can get a lot of accuracy from untouched too, technically. Why not Destructive Link for crit? You need a good source of base damage. You don't have Pyroclast anymore, which makes Flame Link more and more tempting. That's the question mark. Okay, let's walk this back a bit. Armor stack setup, I think makes a lot of sense to not do the Flame Link. At that point, you're more of an aura stacker. You're getting more from anger and stuff like that, potentially for scaling. The question is, I think for Wander setup, I think you should be more of a Flame Link setup. I'm definitely think I'm going to go Wander earlier. For my main go-to setup is going to be more of a Flame Link setup. And if I'm doing that, I guess the question is, what's my bigger priority to support this build? Because it's going to be two of the unique options. You want a Headhunter on the Wander? I mean, you're not getting that on a Leaguestarter. I mean, later on you can get a HH for the, and then you can give up, you can go Belt, sure. Rue's video has a bunch of setups. Well, okay, so the thing is, and this is a good point, is we don't have the ability to just do a bunch of uniques. So we have to think more about what we specifically want to. I'm thinking more in terms of like, I might want to have the one set up more as what I'm going to go for on League Start. And I'm just trying to think through what would be the priority unique grabs. Like Casade early kind of makes some sense if it actually was that you needed 7K accuracy. It's nice if you can grab this notable with rings, because that gives you 24% more, but I don't know if you want to really go unique rings versus rares early. Hand of Pharisha, that's what the Merkbot wears, not what the Merc wears. Censure of Benevolence. What does Censure of Benevolence do again? That's the flask belt. Oh yeah, you can give flasks to the thing you're linking to. Code the bullet gives them the flasks early on. Yeah, I mean you can get like Quicksilver and I don't know if I'd want to use this early on, but yeah, you can do this. Give them Onslaught, Quicksilver. If this said utility flasks / tinctures, because the thing is they teleport to you, right? So it's not like they need Quicksilver because they're just going to be attacking, you know? I don't think this is necessarily something I'd want to go for. Dude, it's broken. It's like the best in slot belts for armor stacker. Okay, let me get this straight. I'm putting on this belt, and then I'm manually clicking a granite flask that doesn't have a 70 effect or a bismuth or a basalt, etc. You see no opportunity cost or no issues with this situation, right? That is way too much of an essay, Violetine. Maybe you can make discharge. I don't know. No, it's the best in slot, bro. What do you mean manual pressing and still them? Okay, I mean, just I'd have to invest into uptime. And need I remind you, this isn't a Mage Blood. They don't have enkindling effects. AKA, you have... it's not like a regular armor stagger where you get double the flask at baseline because you're wearing a Mage Blood. And you have to have uptime for them, which would require you to give up more character power to do so. Time to dust off Balbala. I think I'd rather do Elegant Hubris and tattoo ES nodes and stuff like that. You guys are saying crazy things right now. I don't know. No, we're not doing Censure of Benevolence. No, sir. The thing is, you can craft hits can't be evaded on a wall, and you definitely don't need Lycoside. Lycoside maybe makes sense as an early option. Do Soul Thirst? You want me to put Soul Thirst on them and then wear Censure? I can't deal with you guys right now. Let's just have the most, like, non-consistent, obnoxious thing possible. We want something that consistently feels good, guys. This isn't unique shields. No fun allowed? That's not what I'm saying, man. Archon tools, free shock, chill, and scourge. Captain, this is... That's something, all right. Light radius stacking Merc. The Merc could use that wand, couldn't it? How bad is that wand? I freaking don't even know what it's called. Dang it. All right. Well, unique wands. Two to 5 for every 1% light radius above the value. Yeah. Nah, I'm not giving him a... Like, you need so many, like, uniques and stuff for a lot of the light radius affix slots. That is crazy. That's crazy talk. I think the real answer is just a rare wand. And then you can craft hits can't be evaded. Could the answer be... I'm trying to think right now if we could get away with going like loyal bodyguard for tank. I mean, you could give him like Thrill Steel. Or one of the more valuable, you could give him I think what would be good offense early on that would be worth. Because this node is pretty good just because the 8% more per. So if you did Wrathpith plus unique rings, that'd be 24. Onslaught Helm. Devotos. Yeah, Devotos is solid. You should look through some of the gear slots. It's definitely the answer is not a unique wand. We gotta look for the highest like DPS grab over what a rare would be for early unique. Thrill Steel's really cheap. Giving him Abyssus if we have like a melee setup, not a wand setup though. Are you sure you could craft that? Craft what, Jim? What are we talking about crafting right now? Hits can't be evaded? Is that not a craftable mod anymore? Or is it? Oh, it might not be on wands. So it probably has to be Amulet with Untouched Soul and then having some green sockets, right? This is not a benchcraft. Oh, yeah, you can't craft that on a wand. So I think it probably is Untouched Soul then. Because Untouched Soul literally just res caps them by itself, right? And then if you have like red sockets, it gives them HP. If it has green sockets, it gives accuracy. Piscators is good too, if we're giving him a bunch of base damage. How much is, what's the attack speed on Piscators? Yeah, this is okay. I mean, this is weaker than a rare wand, though. A rare wand with spell damage is just better, right? Green sockets, good luck with that. It's not like impossible. You can still roll socket colors and you can still do recipe. And just a few green sockets is still quite a lot of accuracy.
And my axe.
My axe, Joel, Capito, appreciate the sub, man. Devoto's attack speed, movement speed, chaos res. I wonder if they would be able to generate spirit charges with Light Poacher. Stitch Demon got a big nerf. Crown of the Tyrant's going to be way too expensive. Inward Eye is solid. Don't really feel like any of these beats Wrathpith, though, for the wand angle. Stats based on this. I don't think any of that matters. Light Poacher previously worked for spirit charges for mercenaries. This is LA damage gain, which is kind of nice. Did Wrathpith get hit? Yes, Wrathpith got nerfed. I'm just looking through my my gear slot choices for the Merc to see if there's anything justifiable over a Wrathpith for early like unique damage items. In terms of like, is this a lot better than a rare type of thing? This technically can be up to like 20 attack speed with some flat. Like this is okay, I feel like. Could give him tamings. So we could go rings. Rings plus amulet, and then we could wear the Scorch belt. And we would have chill, Scorch, shock. They would be able to ignite. That's pretty solid, right? 48 damage. That's like almost 200% damage per ring slot. Death Rush probably fine as well. Yeah, it gives adrenaline. That'd be good for mapping. Taming Skitterbots. Yeah, I like that. I feel like that's a solid option. Taming obviously is always expensive on Leaguestar, but it's common enough. But a lot of builds will want it for sure. Later on, we'll obviously want enmities later. We won't have that right away. But we will be able to get to swap to it pretty early on, honestly, with Untouched Soul. So I kind of like the angle of the amulet plus ring. Original Sin seems like a great League Start option. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay. So Taming is a really good option here. Enmity is a good option. Untouched is a good option. Let's look at unique gloves. They spawn unique body armors? Yeah, the question we don't know is whether or not they can use those, which my guess is no. Could be wrong, but that's my guess. It's Rage on Hit. Who am I kidding? We're not using unique gloves. It's just Rage on Hit. It's 30% damage. Let's look at boots. It's definitely Rage on Hit for gloves, for sure. There's no way unique gloves are the play. Rare gloves for sure. Yeah, rare gloves are they're just too good damage. Get a bunch of flat, Rage on Hit. Soul Ascension. Soul Ascension are pretty good, but they have a ramp time. I don't think you want Soul Ascension for your Wander. Soul Ascension I could see for Valdos, though. Because they get the DR in Valdos, I think. Yo, no lad, appreciate the sub, man. Either way, this is like an uber boss drop. It's not something that's going to be available too early on. I'm trying to do the kineticist based on more of our League Start angle. Heat Shiver is a helmet. I think I like Tamings more than I like Heat Shiver, and I like Wrathwith more than I like Heat Shiver. Untouched Soul, I think, is definitely our top gear piece priority too. Try to just contemplate what our priorities are for this. I think it's just rare boots too. Boots do not have very good DPS uniques. It's not like they can use Annihilation's approach correctly. Okay, so I think it's actually... I think it's this play. I think this is the play we'll consider going for. It's either this or Untouched plus Wrath. Wrath both. But a rare shield can get spell damage too, and can get attack speed and life and stuff. Because League Start, I think it's this play. It's Golden Glory, ES Mastery for Light Radius. We're using like a Calm Start. We're scaling some life. We're keeping it simple with Flame Link. I think that's the play. And then for our Uber Lab, we'll go for unique amulet, unique ring. Doge is good for how early it can drop. Oh, that's true. It's 100% damage. It's definitely not better than a Taming. Definitely not better than Enmities. Definitely not better than Untouched. I think those are our priority slots. No Grace for a Giga Wander. Grace requires you to have base physical damage. It works really well on Kinetic Blast of Clustering because you have a bunch of base fizz. But this... We don't have good ways to give base fizz. We have good ways to give base fire like Flame Link. Piscators. Piscators is just worse than a rare wand because spell damage gets applied at like 1.5x or 2x value for the KB of clustering. What is the value on the KB of clustering? Is it 2x? Am I crazy? Nerf to 150. Okay, well, sorry, that's regular KB of clustering. What's it on the because we don't know if it's gonna be changed for the Merc, right? Like for the Merc, it could still be the 2x value, right? I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. You'll find out. Can you get Explodiplicit with Vals? Yeah, that's going to require a corruption, though. Just click show transcript, you bastard. I like this, too, because this works better with generic attack-based Merc items. Like, Wrathpith is relevant only for Kineticist, whereas this gearing also just works with Combatant. It works with any of the other, like, Ellie attack-based Mercs. And I think it's what we're going to do earlier on, is this sort of gearing. Plain Sign, yeah, we're going to play the, who's he, what's he? We're going to play the Luminary. Leave the sockets white. Yeah, or you could try to roll a couple for like green for accuracy. You don't need to be this overcapped. But Untouched Soul basically means all your other gear can be full-on damage rares. Like you can have gloves with just a bunch of flat, no res. You can have like shield with just spell damage, attack speed, that sort of stuff, right? Chaos res, yeah, you get a little bit of chaos res. It just solves a lot of your problems, this thing does. Untouched Soul is just an insane item if you have no sockets, you know. So I think it's just, and it's really cheap too. So I think it's just a big priority piece in any Merc setup. Wand. All right. Flat damage. Spell damage, that's fine there. I do not want a special shield. Whoops. Just needs to be an energy shield. Base. I can benchcraft attack speed, right? Spell damage on shield, so expensive. This is just trying to tell you what affixes to go for. Obviously, you're not going to get Runic. You can get freaking T3 or whatever, and it's fine. Doesn't matter. But I think priorities are attack speed, block, spell dam. We can get a lot of extra life just by having a few red sockets with Untouched Soul, I think. I want to do a Bladefall, Assassin, Perfect Agony. Ponger, that could work pretty well. That could work pretty well, especially with the buffs to the Bladefall of Impaling. You just have to make sure you're okay with your bit rate getting killed. Balbala set up for lifestack. Balbala set up for lifestack. I don't know what you mean by that. Barney Burns, are you asking about a different build? My super, do you need a Fizz Wand for this? Are you super, do you need a Fizz Wand for this? I wouldn't go Fizz Wand. Enmity's really, really strong. It pairs really well with Untouched Soul. And we can end up giving like auras, like Purity of Elements and stuff that give res to them. That also helps doubling down on enmities. So then that way that pairs well with Flame Link for base fire damage. Flame Link gives a bunch of flat, which takes care of the flat, which means you don't need as much flat on your weapon. We'd be running Flame Link as a skill to start out with, for sure. Late game, I think maybe going Anger or effect scaling could be the play, but for sure to start with Flame Link. Flame Link we might play the entire time. Like, for example, let's say there's a world where we can put Shavs on Ivory Tower. If we can put Shavs on Ivory Tower, we can still scale like a giga amount of life. And then have like low life reservations to be like a full-on aura bot as well, type of thing. So like, I don't know, there's some options. If we can get enough flat somewhere else, we could also consider Destructive Link. Regardless, we're going to use either Destructive Link or Flame Link. Flame Link is going to be the priority for the early game for sure. Late game, Destructive maybe could be the play to guarantee crits. What does Shavs on Ivory do? Shavs on Ivory means you can go low life without needing any like Balbala or any flash protection. Craft item, body armor. I'll just do evasion energy shield for every piece. I don't think it matters too much. Ba-na-na-na. Ooh, I should probably do Eldritch Implicits, shouldn't I? Recoup. Recoup, and what else is good here? Haste aura effect. What are the options for Merc as a boss killer instead of KB? It was a Molten Strike. Yeah, boss killer, the Molten Strike skills from Smolder Strike, or the Bitter Bite also has a Molten Strike skill with slightly worse links. Those are both options. I need to redo this thing to add implicits, don't I? Mercbots, let's go. Indeed, indeed. Vihar, how you doing, man? How do you think Relic with Pack Lad could do? Oh no, the message scrolled away. I can't see it anymore. So we find out really. I think it's still probably fine. It's a bit less damage. You're definitely gonna want to like volatile to 4%. It's I don't know. On a league start, probably you're looking at 30 to 35% less damage or something like that. Should still be fine for all the Ubers, I would guess, but definitely weaker. Flat dispels, cast speed, max res, AoE. Probably AoE, right? AoE. Okay, that's fine, right? Do you think that Ivory with Shavs would be an option for guarding Gigarf again? I think Shavs with Ivory will be a Giga option for any Gigarf stuff, essentially. Because it takes away your need. It takes away the need of Balbala, which is huge. Is somebody saying the blueprints are gone? The blueprints are going core. Someone banned Pohunger. Somebody's got to stop him. Somebody's got to stop him. My bad. I can't read. I'm getting old. It's okay, Pohunger. I will learn to forgive eventually. Kidding, of course. Kidding, of course. Add implicits. Action speed. Add implicits. Don't know if this other stuff really matters. Stun threshold, sure. Okay, that's all fine there. If accuracy is a problem, percent accuracy could be pretty good to have on them, I think, maybe. Can you get stuck in a cycle where you can't buy back a Merc and you don't have gold? You can't farm gold because you're a Merc bot? Can you get stuck in a cycle like that? Yes, if you're very bad at the game and you don't pay attention to your gold amount and you spend it down to 0, then yeah, you could cook yourself. But you can also just like have multiple Mercs saved. So that way, if that happens, you have some backup dudes. You can chuck some gear on, get some gold real quick, and buy back your main Merc. Just keep a backup Merc. Exactly. You can have up to 3 Mercs, two on standby. So just don't be don't burn all your gold and then kill all 3 of your Mercs in a row, and you should be fine. Which that should be for the most part pretty avoidable. Okay, that works for that stuff. Isn't the new Legion unique implicit broken with Valorb? Is it broken with Valorb? I mean, it's good. That chess piece is probably quite rare, I would imagine. How will you level your Scion? I have not decided yet. As a default answer, before I've even looked at anything, Righteous Fire. But realistically, we can play a lot of different things for the Scion. Probably can do Kinetic Fusillade with the changes on self-cast. Might be decent early enough early on. Could probably do Peaconk if we wanted to. We could do Sunder, could do Slams. Like, you can do quite a few things with Scion start. You don't have to be... All right, that's probably fine. All right, what do you guys think about this? Generic one with spell damage, some attack speed. Spell damage, attack speed, shield. You know, life cast, res suppress throughout our gearing with evasion, ES hybrid gear is probably fine. Our entire res on the dude gets fixed with untouched soul, so we don't really have to care too much about a lot of this stuff. Eldritch Implicit's going for rage on hit on gloves as priority. Haste aura effect, because we get haste aura with the dude. Wed on belts. And then enmity, taming, untouched soul combo. And we probably go like, we consider the Scorch, Skitterbot, belts angle for our character. I feel like that would work pretty well. Enmities we might not get till later, or maybe we get, I don't know. I wonder what would be cheaper, enmities or taming. Double taming might be what we do before that. Did Mercs get spell power to attack power on their skills? They did. They did. Right here, KBF clustering. Increases the reduction spell damage applied to attacks from this at 200% value. Haha, casual. Are you calling Pohunger casual? Dude does not know ball. That's crazy, man. That's crazy work. Is there flat on wand? Spell damage is priority, but yeah, you can get flat on wand. You could also get like crit chance probably too. I don't know. We're going to have their trees now, which will be interesting. We'll see how much of like maybe the passive tree on the kineticist has crit chance, which would mean base crit chance is more useful. We didn't have that information during Merc League, so it'll be interesting to see what stuff they have on their tree. We get their tree now? Yeah, they talked about it in the Q&A, I believe. Okay, let's go. We'll do the transcript thing. We'll do the tech. Let's do the tech. Here. Mute this.
And stuff. So the defenses, I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree. Yeah. Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know like how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, like those inherent. You can actually build them a bit more because
exactly. So that'll tell us if we care about crit chance and stuff like that, and how useful it is. Because we'll see whatever the hell their fake tree is. A little look under the hood. You know, a little internal information. So I just zoned in. Are we swapping from monkey carry to merc carry build? Yes. And it's going to be magnificent. It's going to be beautiful. What has Gazzy done to your brain? What are you talking about? What the hell is this? Listen, I might be doing a lot of Uber Shapers on Leaguestarter, but this is not an accurate representation, okay? This is not an accurate representation, all right? We are a team, okay? Me and the Merc, we're working in tandem, okay? In unison, all right? I am providing many useful, powerful benefits, thus enhancing the attacks, okay? You guys are out. You guys are out of order. Okay, you're out of order, Gruthamak. We're getting tandem from your chair in the corner. This is insane. Okay, this is insane. Listen, we'll see who's laughing. Okay, when I'm doing infinite damage, have all my investment points into tank nodes, and I get to run around at the speed of light. We'll see who's laughing then. You'll all see. You're the water boy and the Merc is the football team. I don't agree with that assessment. I do not agree with that assessment whatsoever. I do not agree. I do not agree. All right, so import, generate. Do one of these. Do one of this. Do one of these.
And my axe.
Okay, so now this we will change to kineticist gearing. All right, there we go. There we go. Magnificent. So now we have rough idea of what to do for armor stacker late game and kineticist. We should probably show the kineticist first though, because armor stacker is more of a late game thing. So I should probably change the order of these. There, beautiful. Beautiful. Thoughts on BB of Unloading Assassin? I love the skill. I'm thinking of league starting it. I don't know. Haven't played BB of Unloading. I know a lot of people do like trigger bot shenanigans with it, I think. But aside from that, I have not ever built with it. Hallowed Monarch helm on your character is going to be insane, right? Hallowed Monarch does not... Guys. Hallowed Monarch, it says linked minion. Linked minion. Mercenaries are not a minion. As much as you guys want to joke about it, they are not. And I must stress this. Not a minion. Do not grab percent minion damage. Do not grab percent minion life. None of that stuff applies to a Merc because they are not, and I mean this very seriously, not a minion, okay? So don't get it twisted. Anything that says minion this, minion that does not work. They are allies, correct. They are allies, okay? This is a team effort, okay? Ally, not minion, okay? Unless, what do you mean unless? Unless nothing. Imagine how OP Mercy would be if they were a minion. I mean, yeah, you'd get a lot more scaling for it. It's better they're this way, though. Because that way, you guys can't call it a minion build because it's not. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. You guys have no power here. Tai-Tai's got some opinions about your minion antics. What is he saying? What is Tai-Tai saying?
Absolution Guardian is like one of the best starters in the game.
It really is, dude. Absolution Guardian is insane. Like I couldn't believe how ridiculous that was when I started doing like some prep work with that. It's so freaking strong early.
That sort of pissed me off. And I fucking hated that run. I loaded this Captain Lance POV at like level 70 in the POV. Just like following his profile, and yet it works at every step of the way.
Tai-Tai does not like my POVs. It's like, hey, there's no gear on here. Just pick up items. Okay, it's not that hard. Okay, just pick up some items. Just follow the tree. It's totally fine. All right, it's totally fine. You call it a POV. It just shows you like the early passes to grab, basically. Where can I find that POV? I'll probably make a Leaguestar, like a short Leaguestar guide for Absolution Guardian, just because it's a really nice Leaguestarter, and then you can just swap into something else if you want. Or I'm not gonna make a late game setup, but you could go late game with Absolution. It's pretty strong. What is swap in SSF? What does swap in SSF? I'm not sure what you're asking, Mad Seed. I'm missing context. What about Absolution Luminary? Luminary for a more standard build should be pretty freaking solid, but it's kind of contingent on what you're building as to how much value you get out of the items that the Merc's wearing, basically, right? Like the first lab, you're on top of the world because you just get, oh, hey, I have a Merc with a haste aura, and it also gives an Inspiring Cry, which gives % damage, and that's a, like, just out baseline early, it's good. But then later on, it matters more that you have specific items for justifying the Ascendancy. All right, real quick. I'm going to take these, I have a couple dishes. I'm going to take these upstairs and get cleaned off in the dishwasher. Give me 1 second, and we'll continue working on the plan. All right, I'll be right back. And take this trash to the trash can and dish to the sink. Or not the sink, the dishwasher. BRB! Okay. I have returned. He's farming the snack bin. No. Well, actually, now that you mentioned it, I did grab some applesauce. Wait a minute. Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. Just some out, yeah, just some applesauce. Don't worry about it. What to swap later in Guardian Absolution? Any Templar build you want. I did, for example, Guardian Absolution into Scorching Ray of Immolation Totem Hyro on Gauntlet. But you could do a lot of different things. Anything that's a Templar build, really. It's kind of up to you what you want to go for. Lance is hitting the sauce again. Just a little applesauce. No biggie. No biggie. Nothing crazy. War Brother. How many War Brothers do we got in chat right now? How many War believers do we have? You guys saw this. You saw this line. Now fires 2 to 3 from 1 to 20. Previously 1 at all levels. You saw this line and you were like immediately logging in. You got the flat damage boost too. It's Warbin time. I'm warbing so hard. Warb F, yeah. Is Jungrown warbing? Is he warbing too? You got a lot of warbers this league. Some warb enjoyers. He did a run yesterday. He did. He did a 4-hour run with Warb. Wait, for real? He actually did the one that fast? Pre-buff? Okay. Does he have a timer or am I blind? If he doesn't have a timer, I'm going to need to assess when you started. He just did a slash plate. All right, that works.
Okay.
Take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Just Warb Gaming. I mean, it looks decent right now as is. Okay, looks solid. Skip a little bit farther ahead. Get some content. Good Herald MTX. Good Herald MTX choice. He has some idiots in his chat. Hey, are you simulating the buffs? I wonder how many times he got that question throughout this run. That sounds like that wasn't the first time he got that question. That sounds like that wasn't the first time he's gotten that question. Will you simulate the Merc in your run? Oh, shoot. I kind of wanted to see. Oh, yeah. This is good. Ooh, wait. That's actually a pretty good single target. That's honestly really good single target. For Avarius. That's actually really good for an Avarius kill at this point. And that's pre-buff, man. That's pre-buff. It is? Yeah, no, that's really good for an Avarius kill. For SSF run. I mean, there's things that'll kill that faster, but that's quite solid. It really isn't? What are you guys talking about? Oh, no, this again, man. Because I've personally done a faster kill with X starter, therefore that is not that good. Gotta love those conversations. All right, let's see his like XR Geeter kill. We can look for a little bit of mapping content.
Did you get that? Then like maybe we're talking. Oh no, I got frozen. There was one little pebble there, guys.
I came at a good moment. The triple death, the back-to-back. You're gonna get +1 death, maybe? Just dodge every single ice projectile. All right. Decent kill time. One day I'll Google what this boss does. You're never Googling what the boss does. Where's his Exarch? Did I miss it?
Yeah, you can see now.
It's right here somewhere. Oh, yeah. Will you be doing Rallying Cry variant to Luminary later on? Rallying Cry is if you're playing like Face Breakers, for example. The Eater was a lot faster. Well, Eater's a lot easier of a fight, right? Well, a lot less dangerous. His damage is pretty solid, though. Like, that's quite good damage at this point. Looks like he got a singularity, maybe, in his run. Is that a singularity? It looks like a singularity. Singularity's, like, you definitely are going to get that in a trade league run, but getting that on SSF run for Eater Exarch is pretty freaking nice. Golems, yeah, Golems will assassinate you. He's flying into the sun on a paper plane. Yeah, I mean that's kind of just if you're doing an Exarch Eater boss rush, you're pretty glass cannon when you're doing these runs. If you're trying to have a good time, that is, because you're not really gearing. You're just going straight up map tiers and dying in the process. 445 slash played. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty freaking good. Warbin. And Warb got how much better? It got like what, 30% damage plus 2 proj? First star SSF, Winter Warm Elementalist. First time playing the game in over half a month. Maybe self-cast is good, especially with 80% more damage coming to Winter Orb next patch.
Monk! I need a monk!
80% more, is it that much?
Contagion build got me through keepers. I'm putting my trust in the captain again this league.
Yo, slow learner. I'll try to take care of you, man. Don't worry, the mercs will provide. $539 versus what it used to be, which is $450. 20% more, and then the plus 2 proj. Which if you're using GMP, you're going from 1 to 5. So you're going from 5 to 7. Assuming you get all overlaps. Or maybe he's just assuming he's not going to use GMP. But if you have GMP, it's 40% more. Yeah. I guess he might be thinking about a non-GMP situation, maybe. And the 1.5 base crit. True, yeah. 1.5 base crit factored in. He's probably thinking GMP still. You probably still want GMP if you only have 3 base. When you do infinite damage, do you mean when your merc does infinite damage? Right? Tomato. Okay, it's a team situation. You know? It is a combination of my support power and the Merc's baseline power. You know what I'm saying? It's a little combo. Without me, this whole thing doesn't work. You know what I mean? Without the Merc, I probably could still make a pretty good build. You know what I'm saying? Like, so really, I'm more of the key player here. Luminary lightsaber army? A lightsaber army Luminary? I don't know about that. Do we know how much less damage per Merc does? We do not. We do not know what all has changed or hasn't changed since the past time. That is a question. And we'll eventually hopefully know the answer to. Why would it deal less damage? Did they say at any point in this interview? Check the transcripts.
And my axe.
Wait, does he actually say he's going to play Mercbot? Hold the phone. That actually happened in the QA? All right, we'll start here. Okay, let's see what they say specifically.
I think used to be there, but we've had.
Okay, this is fine.
A new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know like how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, like those inherent.
You can actually build them a bit more.
Yeah, that definitely tells us how much like crit chance and stuff we need. Gorn, appreciate the sub, man. Thank you for this. Thank you for support. Jidus Meister as well, appreciate you.
Because you know,
Garth will rise again. Garth, this patch will be
two
insane.
things about the Luminary that I think are worth. You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's two things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3,
4 areas. Yeah.
So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just like, I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for, well, their skills get better, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a like high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire. Leveling up as well.
Yeah, I send it.
So you don't have to keep fishing for the Merc every act. Yeah, exactly. If you find like a halfway decent one, you're just using it the entire way through.
I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done like 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found like another 5 of them. I found one of the like the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous kineticist, and it's like,
oh, that's the big money right there.
Yeah, and then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones, and I got those guys, and I was just like sprinting through the zone, and he's like slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. Yeah. That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like.
It sucks you can't really change the gear though. Yeah, if you get stuff that's too high item level, that's a good point. I mean, for the most part, it's just gonna be like, I mean, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be like craft flat, craft flat, craft flat. You know, like same thing you do when you like level a spellcaster. You craft like, flat fire or whatever, or an attack build. You just craft flat damage. And then, yeah, you just get a Flame Lincoln for the base damage there too.
Like get a good temporary recruit on top of your already Luminarius.
Like more to go.
Yep. One character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Who got a ban again just now? I do not believe you. A ban from Twitch or PoE somehow? I don't believe you. There's no way.
Absolutely. Will Triathlon skill gems drop from mercenaries now? Or they
Twitch
remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for Luminary Ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
No, there won't be. Because most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables.
Farmer band, sushi quit. What are you guys talking about?
And then there's that one that would just be completely busted.
Yeah. So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two Ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but yeah, you can't.
Which that means we grab. It's probably this, right? We're probably going to steal Necro. Is there another Ascendancy we would grab besides Necro? Like, it's probably just Necro, right? Exposure. This node's okay before you get Enmity. Guardian. What's Guardian give us? Guardian gives us Giga Regen and some Reservation Efficiency. Block. Yeah, that's okay. Guardian's okay. It's a nice defensive one. Champion gives increased damage taken and aura effect. I think the Necro scaling will just win. Yeah, I think that's probably always going to be the play later on. I don't know. I mean, there's some nice stuff, I guess. Stun Immune Occultus. I don't know. I think it's probably just Necro. Deadeye for Tailwind for sure. I mean, increased effective market and Tailwind. Ooh, that's you and nearby allies. That's kind of nice. 8% action speed plus some mark effect. That's not half bad because you can Sniper's Mark. Honestly, that's pretty solid. I feel like it's probably going to be Necro late game, but Deadeye, that's solid. Tailwind, I didn't think about applying to them. Guardian's a nice defensive reservation one. Is this a league where we're actually going to see Scion Jewels be somewhat expensive? I wonder if this is a league where Scion Jewels aren't just free because there's actually more people playing it. No, you think the Scion Jewels are still going to be cheap? I don't know, man. There might be a lot of people playing Luminary. Like, Scion is not a high play rate class usually, but this would be a scenario where it is, I think, potentially.
Can't get the Reliquary and all Luminary ones.
Scion and being a weirdo with her Ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure, well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion over a decade ago.
Oh, yeah.
We should be adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge.
What about Winter Orb and then swap to Aura Bot? I guess technically you could try to do that. I think you'd be a little bit cooked on AoE. Like, keep in mind, Jung's run, he was playing an Elementalist with Golem nodes. And the key thing about that is you get a hell of a lot of AoE.
Huge deal.
Most of us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
Everyone just has done it. But, like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So, hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a fun...
Okay, so they're just talking about the Scion thing. Was there another thing where... I thought you guys said that Andrew at one point said he was going to play a mercenary. Are you guys messing with me about that? This is already past that. That was just Mark saying it.
definitely my...
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link Mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or
okay.
channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but...
So Andrew is also considering Mercenary as well. Or Lightning Tendrils. Flame Link and Lightning Tendrils, not bows. Hopefully the former isn't a meme. The lightning tendrils thing. Well, there's that pack skill that apparently does something with channeling, which I guess is what he's thinking about. Which I don't know. The pack skills they've showed seem like they have some pretty big multipliers, right? Me when the FF jewels are expensive. Not like this. Not like this. Lightning tendrils is underrated in my opinion. Didn't it get a pretty solid buff too? Lightning tendrils. It got a pretty dang big AoE buff. And then it also got, what else did it get? A cast speed buff. And it got a pretty big effectiveness buff too. So it got like, it got a triple tap buff. AoE, cast speed, and effectiveness. Wonder if Lightning Tunnels is going to be the way to go for early game. I'm going to stay on the warp ship. I will not yield. I will warp. You get tendrils super early on. Yeah, it's one of the skills you get at level 1, right? Yeah, it's one of the level 1 skills. So it goes to 2.6 radius. And its effectiveness at level 1 goes, instead of 70 is what? Well, gem level 20, it goes to 190. I guess I don't know what it is at level 1. It doesn't say. It could be one of those situations where it just scales more as it levels. The Shimmeron wand now just looks kind of like the Void Battery stick. Listen, Void Battery died, so Shimmeron could finally run. The play is Freezing Pulse into Warb. 25% more base and AoE and cast speed. It's pretty solid. Void Fletcher is going to be my second build. Void Fletcher. I don't know about that one, man. I don't know about the Void Fletcher angle. I don't know if I'm as believing in that plan. All right. Before we get Gary's Reserve and you guys start rad jamming, I'm going to immediately skip to Oblivion. Ziz was giga hyped about Void Fletcher. What did they do with Void Fletcher? Void Fletcher, previously a primal layer, it no longer has gain mana or prog speed. It now has +2 sockets for a total of 3 sockets, including the one granted by the implicit. These changes do not affect the existing. It also now gains Void Charge every 0.5 seconds. So you can support it. Oh, that's pretty cool. And what was its Void Charge gain? Its Void Charge gain was... gain every 0.5. It gains the charges slower. I mean, so you got support gems, but you gain the charges slower? Is that... I mean, it's a net improvement to have the 3 support gems, but the half the charge times is rough, right? Supreme grandstanding. Oh, the charge sharing thing. You need to check this. It's insane. Just scuba. How quickly you spend for maps? Maybe it's enough recharge between packs for bosses. Yeah, I don't know, man. What a dog water emote. I kind of like the scuba emote. Okay. Do I bother making anything for combatant? Or for many shot? I mean, it's pretty similar stuff, right? It's pretty similar to this, basically. You don't use uniques. Use these three uniques, and then you go rares every other slot. What practice runs can you do? The practice runs we need to figure out is the leveling start as a Scion into... How early can we get Flame Link, basically? We get Flame Link right away, right? Flame Link is a... What level skill is this? Oh, we don't get Flame Link until... Act 3. It's an Act 3 skill. Yeah, sorry, Act 4. Yeah, Act 4. Flame is library. It's 34. This would be like when you get golems. If it's 34, it wouldn't be library. Breaking the seal. Scion. Breaking the seal. The Vol quest. Yeah. You kill Vol, get the banner. You won't need it. We'll still get the ascendancy. I want to get the ascendancy before we do Scepter of God, so we can get the permanent capture. You're not gonna be able to make good use of it early. Yeah, reservation cost is a little bit suspect. Can we life tap Flame Link? Is that a thing? This guy's got a lot of tattoos. Yeah, we can life tap it. So if we have like Fire Mastery, if we're doing that sort of thing, we definitely can sustain it this early if we wanted to. Why not use Blood Magic? We could do Blood Magic too. The question is if we want to get like double aura. Like it would be nice if we could run... Like let's say we don't have a kineticist. Let's say we have a combatant, or most of the other mercs that don't get haste. Like if we run Purity of Elements haste, that would mean they should be pretty tanky, and we'd get some attack speed on them, and we'd make ourselves faster too, which would be better for the campaign. Like I don't think we want to force Blood Magic early necessarily. It does give us a bit more from Flame Link, and we can go Eternal Blessing, but then we lose the ability to have, like, double aura. Run Clarity, Vitality, and Precision. I think the answer is Purity of Elements, Haste early. What is the, I get Haste as a Scion, I think. Yep, we do. What about Purity of Elements? We do, yeah. Okay, everybody gets Purity of Elements. How do you solve mana on Selfcaster? How do you solve mana on Selfcaster? Mana cost efficiency nodes, mana and regen, doing a blood magic setup, doing a Eldritch battery setup. I mean, it's the same thing as it was before. The mana cost efficiency nodes are probably a bit more efficient than they used to be. Downside is late game, you can't get to the point where you have just free Archmage. Upside, you get a little bit, the lower investment's more effective is the upside with the cost efficiency stuff. Yo, Dr. Mime, appreciate this up, man. What about two Bob's Merc and AG of Smiting? I think you're going to split yourself too thin if you're trying to go for some AG investment or minion scaling stuff. I think you probably can get away with like a support Bob, like a Bob holding a Kingmaker, for example, type of thing. You'll probably have enough from like your aura scaling to give him like max res and tankiness, but not enough for Bob to be like a relevant damage dealer. We always mule Ranger. We get momentum as Scion, right? I don't think we need to mule a Ranger if we get momentum, which we get as Scion. There's Link mana cost reduction. Exposure, twice as long to break. Yeah, 20% reduced here. But they probably changed this to like cost efficiency, right? You don't need cost efficiency? Yeah, I think we'll be fine with life tapping the Link at the very least. Okay, I think I'll make a gear set for campaign Merc is what I'm going to do. This is fine to tell you what kind of your priorities are for attack-based generic Merc, armor stack Mercs late game. I think that's the next thing I want to make. Is a gear set for a real quick actually, because I might want to maintain some of this gear stuff. If I do copy code, what does this import right now? This imports this. This doesn't import the armor stack set, does it? Okay. That's actually kind of annoying. Wait. Should I be making an entire like collective POV then? Okay, so that's just gonna override it as default. Make a POV with gear we want to use ourselves. I'm doing stuff, okay? We have to do the Mercs gear recommendations, and we have to do the regular gear recommendations. Do we have confirmation that the skills or such are going to be the same? They have not confirmed that every single skill is going to be exactly the same. Based on the interviews and stuff, how they talked about it, a lot of it seems like it's going to be the same. But that leaves room for who knows? You know what I mean? Can you do my taxes and walk my dog too? No, no, no. All right. So I'm going to have to remake the armor gear. I didn't make this like one collective POB. I see now. I see now that we've made a grave mistake. Time to speed run this. This will be just totally fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Nimis? Question mark, 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 question mark. Yeah. Yeah, believe it or not, a merc that uses Molten Strike is good with Nimis. Ooh, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Truly, the mind struggles to comprehend such a thought. Wasn't there a build using Osin on Merc too? I literally used an Osin on my cast on Crypt Frost, Hyro, because it was a good way to deal with the Chaos Res. It was efficient. Worth. Absolutely worth. Is a player new to PV1 I wouldn't have thought? Well, now you know. Now you know. All right. Add modifier. Custom. No, 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 no. Not like this. Not like this. Gonna remake this custom mod. Yoink. No, please stop. Just let me copy. Did that work? Sick. We'll do a little bit better this time. We'll add Chaos Res places. Mercs don't have minus 60, right? So you only need like 2 Chaos Res rolls? Am I crazy? Or does that sound correct? That sounds right. Oh, heck yeah. So it's even worse than I thought. Abaxith, what are we talking about here? What's even worse than you thought? This is a mercenary, guys. This is not a minion build. Stop with the lies. I knew before the patch notes. Stop saying that. At no point were you in chat predicting the end of synth items. Mr. I had insider intel. If you had insider intel, maybe you could have done something that would have proved that. Like, I don't know, predicting it beforehand. Ain't nobody believe the guy that comes in after the patch and be like, yeah, I knew that. I knew that was going to happen. Shut up. No one believes you. No one believes what you were saying. I told him actually he can use my maps to complete his atlas. I got him. You're going to help him out? He is kind of in need. He is going to be kind of in need. I knew Lance would play Medieval before the patch. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I completed my Atlas before Connor the last 3 leagues. That's not saying anything. Connor takes like 3 days to get through the campaign. Completing your Atlas before Connor is not a trophy, okay? Ain't nobody looking at you and thinking, congratulations, well played. They thinking, of course, that would be expected. Would be weird if you didn't. It's a participation trophy? Exactly. This Connor slander is not acceptable. You gonna stand up for him? You gonna defend his honor? You gonna white knight for Connor? Be my guest. Be my guest. Do it. I'll wait. I'll wait patiently. So that item is being removed indirectly, nerf adorned. Did it indirectly nerf adorn? I wouldn't say indirectly. I would say it directly nerf adorned. If we gear Merc like this, we're probably not taking the 50% Aura Effect Lab. If you're playing a Merc bot, you're not taking the Aura Lab. If you're playing like an actual build where you're just using the Merc to give your character power, that's when that lab is something you consider. That's currently what we're preparing for. All right.
And my axe.
Save. Merc bot. B.O.B. Kineticist. Armor stack. All right. Now I'm going to do a new loadout. We'll call this Campaign Merc. Thing of beauty. This is going to be a Valda farmer? Yes. I think Mercbot has the potential to be a very good Valda farmer. So that's kind of what we're... I mean, we're going to start out as just playing it just as a build to get completion, farm up currency, but I think Mercbot has the potential to be a very good Valda farmer. Will the locks lose their value a bit this league? Will locks lose their value? No. Locks will still be very good. Locks still have a ton of use cases. Yes, the currency will mean a few different situations. You won't necessarily want to use locks. You'll rather gamble on the multi-choice options thing, but a lot of times the locks will still be by far and away the best way to use for valing, for misting, for all that sort of stuff. Still, for making mirror tier items, locks will be the key. You don't want to like fill up your item just doing the thing and adding intangibility. How do you think Mercbot compares to a normal KB character on day 1 to 3 time frame? I mean, it really just depends what they give baseline stats to the Mercs, but I think Mercbots are just going to be quite strong. I would think, well, you're definitely going to be way tankier. Clear. You could argue you still give the edge to a regular like Deadeye Wander or something, but Deadeye you have to stop an attack, whereas Mercbot you can just keep moving around and the Merc gets basically dragged with you and still attacks. So we'll see. Kind of depends on some of that baseline stats. Defenses won't even be close. Mercbot will blow a regular Wander character out of the water. Clear would maybe give the edge for a Deadeye. But then you also, like, your progression, I think it might be just slower because you're dying more as a regular Deadeye player. Are you planning to be a bot or Merc be the bot? I'm going to be supporting the Merc.
And my axe.
Yo, Liberty Drunk. Appreciate the sub, man. Abaxis, time to make some 9-link weapons. Yeah, Abaxis, get out your recoms. Get out your recoms, because that's your new job now. You're going to be the recom guy. I made the multi-link weapon this league. I don't know if I want to do it again. Is your career of a mere crafter over? Oh no, that was Mogling saying that. Thoughts on having a bit of rarity? Like put rarity gear on the merc? I guess you could do that. Wait, does the rarity need to be on the merc or does it need to be on you? I actually have no idea for that. I spent 217 locks on Connor's staff trying to unveil strength in crit. What? That sounds like you bad at the game, man. That sounds like you kind of bad at the game. We were at a rarity merc. Was he actually running rarity on the merc? Oh, he was running it on the merc. Okay, so it probably matters if it's on the merc then, not on your character. If he was running rarity on his actual merc. Okay, flat damage. Should probably change this to have one crafted mod. Sure, I'm gonna always do the crafted mod as lightning. Let's just showcase it can roll. Okay, so gloves are flats. Okay, flat damage, LA damage with attacks. That's correct. I feel like reflecting miss greater than 1.95, so no more +4 +8 focus. Do you think they lowered it? They said the average is lower. I don't know if they lowered the top end. The top end might still play possible, and they just made it a lot harder to hit. Because it's weird that they said average in the patch note. Like, reduce the average amount of modifier effects applied. There's a weird way to word it. Ziz said you can't get it anymore. Maybe he knows. You think he like was had a specific conversation with like Octavian or something? He could just be making an assumption, right? Average doesn't equal maximum. Yeah, that's the point. Let's not cope. Well, the thing is this is just unclear. We know it's getting nerfed. We just don't know exactly how it's getting nerfed with the way it's worded. I think they just might remove the 2.0 and higher. Could be that. They could weight it towards the bottom, so you're way more likely to get bad multipliers. Could be they just lowered the minimum threshold as well as lower the top end. Like, it could be a lot of different things. Or waiting, yeah. I mean, it could be a lot of things. It's just weird they worded it as average. Like, they could have said reduce the top end, you know, and that would be more clear that there's no longer 2.1s possible type of thing. Betrayal Mists? Betrayal Mist? The top end for a Betrayal Mist is like 1.5. It's like horrible. So if it's like Betrayal Mist, then it's absolutely cooked. So we will see. Is mirror crafting dead? No, there's still a lot of the items that can be miniature items. All right, belt acquired. Body armor, boots. Just make it a bunch of resistance mods. Just to showcase you can get res. You're day one of the league. I finally dropped a divine. Now I can buy myself some new gear. Mercenary R gear. Yeah, that was the hilarious thing during Mercenary League. Is a lot of times you'd spend more currency on your mercs gear than your own gear. Classic. Good times, good times. Which that will probably still be the case. We'll probably spend more on the mercs gear. The mercs gear is arguably more important. Especially on a merc bot. Yeah, especially on a merc bot. It's like all your damage, right? It's literally all your damage. This is so clean. What's this? Oh, somebody just made like an overview of the stuff that changed. Classy stuff, classy stuff. I drive a Ford Pinto so my Merc can be in a Lamborghini. Exactly. I take care of my Merc. That is exactly right. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Not trying to salt your guys' ears. Dang, man, I can't stop sneezing. All right, campaign Merc. We're emphasizing that you can benchcraft flat damage rolls. You want just generic life and res gear. Attack speed where you can get it on sources like gloves or like rings. Okay, that covers that basis. Now, obviously, you want to craft flat on like whatever the weapon you give them is. Okie I just noticed no unique armor. Yep, no unique armor. All right, let's try that this time. See how this works. Go over here to this thing. And now we have all the gear sets. Edit. Right? Fantastic. I probably should change. I can't edit the names of these. All right, whatever. Rarity bot merc won't be a thing. Oh, it might be a thing, I guess. If you want to like rarity farm, I guess. Is a crap ton of theory craft behind what they've done with Enshrouded items? I'm so ready for it. Dude, yeah, Enshrouded's going to make a lot of different build things possible, which should be very interesting. All right. I think we have the baseline gear recommendations for Mercbot done. The question is now, do we start thinking about how the hell we league start a mercenary? How do we want to league start a mercenary? Absolution, Sunder. SRS. I feel like Absolution's so much worse at this starting point than like Witch or Templar. How to kill the first Merc as a Scion? You have to be playing a build of some kind. We'll take the least amount of respec. Least amount of respec, I think the answer is Sunder / RF. Because realistically, we could start as like this. Just straight to Path of the Warrior. You know, get Fizz stuff here. Get to the level where we could respec. We go RF. Inspiring Bond's pretty good early. Are there new Merc nodes going to be on the right-hand side? I don't think there's going to be any Merc nodes on the tree. The patch notes didn't say there's any like passive tree changes. Kineticist isn't clear whether or not it's a Merc. This isn't clear that that's the Merc. Kineticist is literally the name of the mercenary. And it's a Wander with Untouched Soul. That's got to be a skill check, man. If you can't figure out that this is for the Merc, then I don't know, man. You're going to be asking me a lot of questions I don't want to answer. You're going to trick him into playing Wander? I don't know, man. I don't know. My father was a kineticist, or was he now? I would start with Holy Flame Totem. Holy Flame Totem. Is that actually a real thing? The Holy Flame Totem start? Scion doesn't get Holy Flame Totem? Well, I guess that wouldn't really work now, would it? Let me go Mule, a level 4 character. Let me just stay in Act 1 longer. Okay, that's not an option. That's not an option. Spectral throws all fine, to be honest. Yeah. Spectral throw is kind of what I'm leaning towards. Spectral throw into Sunder. Like, this is pretty fine, I feel like. Like you easily do this, right? Get a little bit of mana solve, fizz cluster, fizz life. And then you're playing Sunder. And then at some point you get over here and you click this. And now you're playing Righteous Fire. Retrospect super cheap early, yeah. I think that works fine. We could test some other options. I like this option because Righteous Fire encourages us to like get life, which works with Flame Link, and then we can kind of play like hybrid. Flame Link, Merkbot / we're doing some damage with RF type of thing initially. I feel like early game that's solid. Can you romance the nerfs, the Mercs? Is that a real question? I would hope that's not a real question. What do War Cries get us? Am I doing any War Cries early on? Am I War Cry enjoying it all? War Cry taunting nearby enemies attack to use the exerting subsequent attacks. Nearby allies gain a buff based on the damage of your weapon. Buff grants added damage equal to 4% of damage your main hand. Per 5 power, counting a maximum of 30 power. So 24% of your base weapon. So technically, if we stayed like physical slams, we could do Rallying Cry. If you want to RF start, you're going to want the life regen armor nodes. These nodes are okay. They're okay. I don't know if they're my top priority. Depends if I have like decent armor gear or not. Otherwise, like the armor gets devalued and then it's only about 2% regen, right? Or 1.5 regen. Kind of need the regen. I'll put it this way. Like this gives you a little bit of regen. This gives like a ton of regen. So like something like this would be a much heavier priority over speccing these nodes. Because you can get like the 50 flat. Like early on the flat regen sources, these things are way more important for your sustain than percentage. Later on, percentage becomes more important as you get more life, but that's the caveat, right? Don't you need the reg for overcap fire res? Don't you need the reg? I don't know what you're talking about. You benchcraft fire res, use 2 ruby rings. It's this is your like contingency to start Righteous Fire. Scan life for Flame Link? Yep. Which means this pathing probably better. Because we can start going like this way. Scared me, big guy. Uh-oh. You okay?
Uh-huh. Yeah, look.
You need something to wipe your hand?
Hey, wow! I got that new bed.
You like the new bed, big guy?
It's snore. It's round.
It's what?
It's rain.
It's rain. It's tan.
Oh wow!
See the sheets?
Yeah. Now you have two beds.
Yeah, we have 2 beds now.
Yes, you need 2 beds, please. Usually, and two crews.
Mm-hmm. You waving again? You want to wave at him?
Mhm.
You see, wave up there. You wave up there. They can see ya.
Where?
Yeah, see, they're saying hi. You see waving.
There's they're waving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see him waving. Do you see it, Lance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still waving.
Mm-hmm. That's because I like you, big guy.
Yes. And why you have 2 beds?
So Dad can get better rest. We're gonna end up moving this one upstairs. We're in Mommy and Daddy's room. But we're having it down here because Dad has to show it.
Yeah. You see all those pictures I gave you?
Yeah, I see him, big guy.
Yeah, there's. Yeah.
I love you, Lance. You take care, big dude.
Yeah, but there's more food, but I get them back to you.
Okay. Yo, he's telling me there's more food. He's gonna go get more. He handed me sustenance. Little Lance is adorable. Well done, big Lance. Thanks, man. What kind of specter is that? A pretty jumpy one. The bringer of cheese, a little bit, yeah, a little bit. Do I want to do a test run of this? I mean, I'm not sure if I... You scare me, dude. Oh, thank you.
Look, more food.
Thanks, big guy. All right, I got it.
What? I wonder what's in there.
What do you think's in there?
Wow, Bozzy bites.
No, those aren't Bronzy bites, dude. Those are like chicken tenders and potato wedges.
Oh, sorry.
You don't have to say sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, this is potato wedge. And this is chicken finger.
Oh, yeah.
You want to try a bite?
Not today.
Not today. Okay, okay.
Yeah, they're.
They don't look like Bronzy bites, do they, big guy? Thanks, Lance. I offered him a chance to take a bite. I knew he was gonna say no, though. Lance's are definitely our hardest to try to get him to try food. He's very unwilling to try new things. Just watched the video about Merc. How's it looking? Pretty optimistic, honestly. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how the hell I'm going to level to get to the point of even using a Merc. We want a test run? Okay, do you guys actually want a test run? We could try the fizz. How bad could it possibly be? How bad could a Scion start possibly be? There's so much possibility. It's going to be pretty smooth, really. You don't think it's going to be that bad? I don't know, man. Scion, I always get sketched out about Leaguestar wise. Dude, I've literally forgot the name of the program I use for checking the what is it called? Live split, that's what it is. XLUI now, it's live split. Live split, live split, live split. All right. Need to get myself a regex real quick, and then I'm gonna commit to this. Two timers. Oh, is it right next to it? Is they overlapping? There we go. Now you can't see one of them because I need to be able to see one. One's just like the rendered one from the thing. Don't worry about it. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay. Map mods, items, Path of Exile 2 regex. No, I don't want that. Where the hell is the vendor at? Vendor. Spectral throw needs what? Did he already update this? Any 3 colors? I feel like... the hell is that turnaround time? Links over colors? Yeah. Neat. Okay. Green, red for leap slam plus faster attacks. Green, green plus another. That's fine. I'm just not going to worry about gems for now. Let's just start here. Movement speed boots. Physical damage. I'll start there. See how this goes. What's the worst that could happen?
Dead men walk in Rayclast.
Fix the filter. I wonder what Psycho's gonna be the first hit Mage Hunter. Well, it's not a thing, because the Enshrouded doesn't work on jewelry, guys. There is no Enshrouded jewelry. Got him right where we want him. Spectro OP.
Exile. I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
I don't have Awakened PoE trade. Don't look at me. Everything's completely under control.
While we live, we are blessed.
Fine. Stay sharp out there.
All right, is this the play?
I have a simple choice ahead of me. Kill or be eaten.
Colored sockets is gonna be sick for this. Yes, it is. It's gonna be. What a time to be alive! It's gonna be. Yo, Spectral Throw OP. Splitting good at this point too. Yeah, splitting is what we want for like the Roas, right? The Spectral's better for the single target or like lined up monsters. Tai Tai would be in maps. Tai Tai is not being maps. Okay. No, sir. You are incorrect.
Life grows, even in the graveyard.
You're right, he would be on Ubers. No, he wouldn't, guys. A lot of misplaced confidence in Tai Tai's speed, I tell you what. He's fast, but he's not that fast. Do I always put something nice on Spectral Throw so we have something nice to look at? Alright, there you go. I'll give you the banana. The banana is literally double damage when you put it on, by the way. Just for the record. Little known fact about the banana. Little known fact about the banana. Most people don't know. Hashtag ad. Yeah, the banana ad. There's a banana ad. You gotta watch out for those banana ads. Spectral Throw is so much damage compared to other options early on. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. It's so much damage compared to other options. Momentum volley. I feel like volley is actually a more important click for me. Fizz damage. I have 4 million gold? Wait, how do I have so much gold? Technically, I'd be able to gamble like 1 pair of gloves right now, right? In a normal run, I'd be able to gamble this. How do I have so much gold? This is... Oh, this is just standard. I didn't do SSF. Oh, okay. Slightly illegal run going on here, guys. Slightly illegal, but I made up for it by forgetting to grab Frostblink, which I'm gonna have to go get now. Okay, so kind of makes up for it. Although I can't get Frostblink because
What little help I can offer.
Wait, no. I can't if I do this.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Frostbomb, decoy totem.
Got a farewell.
Yeah, that's it. That's the play right there. Unethical iron rings, those were ethical as hell. I earned those. I did what was necessary. You don't understand what I went through for these iron rings.
I learn, I kill, I live.
Should I be worried about shield charging this early on? Should that be on my agenda? Or just the two-hand axe Frostblink good enough?
Thou must have but a moment's respite.
Weapon swapping is for nerds. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think I really want to deal with it. I could just be one hand with a shield though, technically, right? Dude, decoy totem's OP as hell. What the hell is this? Am I actually cheating right now? It's the 4 million gold doing the damage. You're not gonna give me credit for that. You're gonna say it's the 4 million gold that did the damage. Come on. Come on now. I earned that damage. It's kind of loud. I'm gonna lie. This track is especially loud. Special throw OP. I have to go for a double chance orb, but that's like a mandatory pickup, right? It's gotta be. Do we find out if guilds that are still in the game? No, we don't know. They might exist in the All Flame League. It might not. We don't know. How much faster would this be if I had shield charge? Definitely like killing more monsters than I should, right?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Chromes are gonna be tinks. Hopefully never sync upgrades the level of value accordingly. Imagine not having to juggle socket color. Dude, this is gonna be awesome. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, like if I wanted a one hand right now, 8 to 15, this is still better than that one hand. But that one hand would let me shield charge. Just be a weapon swapper, but I don't want to. I'm not willing. Not yet, at least. let's just see how bad our time is at the end of this, and we'll assess the situation.
Far too much baggage.
Newsflash, it'll be bad. Oh no. Are you trying to tell me that just frost blinking these first zones isn't as good as shield charge? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
From Oriath to Axiom. One prison to another.
Am I simulating the new changes? How on earth would I do that? Just ignore the fact I skipped the trial, guys. Just ignore that for me if you'd be so kind. I'd greatly appreciate it. That's a 2-minute penalty? It's not a 2-minute penalty, okay? Listen, I'm playing with like one hand. I'm trying to take some bites of this food I got. If anything, I should take like 5 minutes off the clock with my current situation. I should probably take like 5 minutes off the clock. Where's the damage?
The Wonder Child. I saw you perform for Dominus, girl. You were very good.
I saw you perform for Dominus, girl. You were very good. That's... I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that.
Your frightened heart echoes from these stones. Come.
I'm gonna run out of flask. What the hell is... What's my decoy totem even doing?
Come. Come. Come.
Guys. Come on, please have enough mana. Please have enough mana. Thank goodness.
You remind
It's a
me.
dangerous situation.
Basan.
That was a dangerous situation, people. I should have, like, definitely been upgrading my weapons before this point, though, I think. That's kind of on me a little bit.
While we live, we are blessed. Yes? Goodbye.
Bleed, yeah, we should have had bleed support already.
You managed. I've traveled.
Okay. Is this the next best weapon we can get? Yeah, we're level 9. buy this thing. It'll give me fizz damage. Huge.
Farewell.
Don't mind me. Just gonna simulate the changes real quick. Hold on, hold on. Behold as I simulate the changes real quick. Where are the chromes? There. Sorry, had to simulate the change there. Had to simulate the change. Bleed.
Farewell.
Mirror those gloves. I somehow don't think those are the gloves you want to be mirroring, guys. I'm almost to the point of Leap Slam. This is gonna be epic. I'm almost there. Just a little bit more XP. They will be in 329. Why would it be mirror gloves in 329? Because they have 2 red sockets. That's your reasoning. Newsflash. People would rather have a glove with no sockets and some good stats than a glove with no stats and good sockets. Stop coping. Fuck, I'm getting assaulted.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Bless you, thank you, man. Thank you. Look at that damage. Wait, I'm level 10? Could have been leap slamming this whole time.
Between life and death is crumbling.
All right, now we're picking up pace. It's not faster than running. Leap Slam's not faster than running. Leap Slam is faster than running. If you don't think Leap Slam is faster than running, you're crazy. Granted, my attack speed is just not good, but like, it's still faster. Say it's not as crazy talk. I mean, maybe we can get away with a shield skill too. Because I think we do get like shield crush and faster attacks. In which case we could be like doing shield stuff.
That as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure.
I'm a movement skill hater. I know a game you would love. I know a game you would absolutely love. Boy, do I have the game for you.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Greetings.
I never grabbed the thing. Oh my word. This is embarrassing. Unironically, why I like PoE 2 more than 1. Guys, this is the mind of a PoE 2 player. Thank you, GGG, for making it so I can't use movement skills. I prefer to walk slowly through zones so I can appreciate the scenery.
Sleep now, little nightmare.
They say crazy things. Should I take that guy out? He's fine. He just has an opinion. He just has a questionable as hell opinion. Not a crime. I prefer no movement skills as well. See, there's multiple people that prefer crazy things. It's completely normal, apparently. Wait, I need my Sunder. Do I get Sunder now?
Neither the time nor the place. If you must. Be well.
Welcome.
So I have to buy Sunder, it looks like.
Still alive. Farewell.
Yes?
Does Ruthless work with shield skills? Striker Slam. This wouldn't work with shield skills.
While we live.
Hold on, just don't mind me. I'm simulating the new league, guys. This alchemy I definitely would have next league. And, hold on. Just gotta simulate the new league real quick. Nice.
Yes?
Wait, that's mine.
While we live, we are blessed.
Alright, where were we? Lock Exalt the Axe. I'm not gonna lock Exalt the Axe. Nice try. Dude, that's dangerous having that type of currency in your stash. Wait. Is this a shortcut? Oh, my word. You guys see that? Write that down. Speed running tech. Speed running tech. I didn't grab Intimidating Cry, so I think this is actually just not going to be that good of a DPS. Yeah, I definitely needed Intimidating Cry. Dude, how do people do act one fast, man? How do people do this act fast? I'm always doing this act so slow. All right, so I don't know. That didn't feel great. We could try that. We could try the shield angle. Jung on Luminary? What does he think about Luminary? Is he a Luminary believer? What's he gonna say? What the hell does that mean? What the hell happened there? Call him now? Why would I call him? He's taking shots. Time to respond. You should diss him? Why would I diss him? Guys, this doesn't make any sense. You guys are just trying to do the farm drama 1 week before League Start thing, aren't you? You guys are literally just trying to do the farm drama 1 week before League Start thing. It's freaking stupid.
And my axe.
Blue Demas, appreciate the sub. All right, so I actually made this not an SSF character.
A scion of
Try this again.
perfection in mind, body, and grace. The crowning glory of our civilization.
Blood and
offering
Sand.
us-
Yeah, Blood and Sand's good. I just forgot about it. Blood and Sand's one of those things I always forget about. The fact that it exists earlier on.
So it's true. Dead men walk in Rayclast.
Timer. I'm gonna just check real quick what my shield skills are earlier on. Do I get Shield Crush on Scion, right? Are your mods horny to ban people? No, because people can be annoying. Like, saying somebody's horny to ban somebody just because they're, like, don't want to deal with people being annoying is, like, that's kind of just weird behavior.
I have nothing more to give. Exile, I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
You level SST or special throws, Scion? Well, I'm trying to look at what my shield options are.
Fine work with. Stay sharp out there.
Yes?
So I do get Shield Crush. Is Shield Crush a good option early?
Goodbye.
Greetings.
Can we get shields with... This is 14-14. This is 12. Goat Hide gets us to 15. Should try Smite, surprisingly good. I'm going to try the shield angle first, and then we can look at Smite next after that. Just add Sniper's Mark and swap Sunder in Act 2. Just don't swap a Former Veil. I don't know. That walk time felt bad. Crota hits a breakpoint for the 3x on the base damage. Pine Buckler is even better. For a round is better than that. Use SRS into Absolution. Do you think SRS would be a good time with no damage nodes? Are you insane? Oscrix sounds great. Oscrix, that's crazy, right? SRS on a Scion start. That sounds psychotic. Yeah, that's bad. Okay. I was like, I wouldn't think that would work at all. I feel like people are always telling me try SRS start and things, and I feel like it's always just they're just trying to trick me. It's a guy with a very similar name to me. Similar, but different. And also, Oscrix killed Ubers in Gauntlet, I'm pretty sure. So show some respect. All right, we're going to try the shield thing. Great. Soul Cell found.
A scion of perfection
Shield
of mind,
test.
body, and grace. The crowning glory of our civilization, offering us hope.
Let's do this thing. So we did about 25 minutes with Spectro walking around. Surely shield charging will feel better, right?
Dead men walk in Rayclast.
The shield will carry trust. The question is, what supports do I want on it? Just like momentum bleed. I'm gonna try doing golems. Like, I did get a buff. Maybe they'll be good. Ooh, an iron ring out the gate.
Joining you today, dead man.
It's already a good start.
Fine work.
Technically, that'll get me to level 5 or whatever.
Stay sharp out there.
Well, Lion Eyes. God hasn't
All right,
abandoned
time to be
us.
crush enjoyers, boys. Time to be crush
I
enjoyers.
have a simple choice ahead of me.
Honestly, I can go attack speed, can't I?
Eaten.
That might be the play. Look at that damage. Look at that damage. Oh, we're already one-shotting. We're already one-shotting. This is probably the play, guys. This is probably the play. Already huge. Probably for the best I couldn't slam that. This is the comfiest act one for me, is the shield skills. We should respec and go attack speed though, right? Go the early, like, Scion attack speed nodes. Then defizz. I feel like that makes sense. Go like Harrier and just shield charge around. You think this is league startable in SSF? Pretty much anything's league startable in SSF, so yeah. So this is with an iron ring and a shield that has at least 15 for the breakpoint of shield crush. I blame that stupid freaking... The one little water elemental thing hit me with the stun when I was about to finish these guys off, dude. It was gonna be a clean kill. The stupid water elemental. It chilled and froze my character.
Life grows, even in the graveyard.
Oh my word! It's an inch from my character! I click it like 3 times! Like, no, I can't pick that up. Please, wander closer to me. Stupid. So stupid. All this is solved when we go the attack speed nodes early, guys. It's all completely fine if we do that instead of what I did. We never get stunned if we just grab the first attack speed node. I'm just saying. Oh, everything stuns me, man, dude. My word, is that annoying? Goodness. Tai Tai's already in maps. Is he now? Is he? 5-minute mud flats. All right, fine. You're right. Despicable initial run so far. We'll just delete that character. That character never happened.
A scion is perfection in mind, body, and grace. The crown.
Havoc's level 100. Havoc is not level 100. Not in 5 minutes, she's not.
Why not just...
Tai Tai's level 100? No, Tai Tai just reset as well, okay? Even playing field between me and Tai Tai right now. Is Gagarv still viable without Adorn Jewels? Adorn Jewels exist, and yeah, you don't need Adorn to start playing the character. But if you want to upgrade and min-max the character, you want Adorn, if that's what you're asking me.
I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
Okay, no Iron Ring this time. That's fine. That's fine. We'll make up for the difference with having just a better time all around. Block chance attack speed. Everything is fine. Everything is totally fine.
Welcome to Lion Eyes What? Farewell. I've a simple choice ahead of me. Kill or be eaten.
No Iron Ring. No Iron Ring. It's like 30% less DPS alone. Just that one lacking that one upgrade. The shield crash get good quality. 5% more damage to closer targets. I mean, that's something, I guess, if we stick it into red gem. Is this Leaguestarter training? This is me figuring out what the hell I want to do with Scion in Act 1. So we're looking at shield skills as an option. Where are the Death's Oath buffs? I have absolutely no idea. Not till Act 3. I'm not gonna do runs to Act 3 until I know what the hell I'm doing in Act 1, because Act 1's the way more variable piece.
Life grows, even in graveyard. I have nothing more to give.
We are cruising now. Whole minute of time save, boys. A whole minute. Is Spectral Shield Crush better in your simulation? My simulation of I've tested it for a grand total of 7 minutes. Okay, sorry, that's not even 7 minutes. That's just a complete lie. I've tested it for like 8 minutes, maybe. I have no idea.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Why is he yelling? What kind of question is that? Lance, I see you're testing something at a very early stage. Have you come to a final conclusion with your zero information you have thus far? What kind of unhinged question is that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We should have turned around. It's too late now, though. We have to walk all the way around. It is what it is. How is that hitting me? Okay, what I've established so far is it's way worse for this fight. Up to this point, it's way worse. But maybe at this point is when I should be swapping. Is right here, potentially.
Be well.
So, no, I was.
Lead shield? You think it should be lead shield?
Got a job for you, if you're willing.
15 would be level 5. Should technically be a direct upgrade over what I'm doing.
Farewell.
Yes? Take care.
My word. I'm so fast with shield charge.
I have nothing more to give.
I'm actually the fastest player in the game right now. Is it legal that I have this much speed? And can run through the enemy? It's gonna be pretty easy to get like bleed damage or bleed chance on shield charge too, right? So we can like inflict bleed as we're like shield charging through enemies on like ledge and stuff.
I learn, I kill, I live.
It's a Sonic build. That's what I'm saying. This is crazy, right? This is another dead end. This is another dead end. Why do we have to have this many random dead ends?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Damage definitely is Spectre throws the play at this point. So we could do the Iron Axe or whatever, and the ledge swap, the ledge swap or whatever. Could be the play, because that's when the shield charge matters the most. Holy F-Zero damage! That guy's never played Leaguestarter before in his life. Finds this very surprising that, believe it or not, your character with no gear doesn't do good damage. It's wild. I never considered this possibility. You guys want to know one of my favorite times of the league? Is the first week, because all the rats that like to go in here and talk smack about your Leaguestar testing or whatever, or your SSF runs, are busy dealing with the fact their character sucks and they don't have the ego to talk smack during that time frame. But at any other point, they're pretty happy to talk all this smack. The second they're met with the cold hard reality of their character's way worse than the character they're making fun of, they shut up for a bit. That beautiful first week of sublime, blissful peace away from these rats that want to talk all the smack in the world with their 7-hour campaign time. Six hours and 50 minutes. Thank you very much. Doubt. Press X to doubt. Paid agitators? Yes, yes, paid agitators for sure. Some assigned assassins. I benched 3 hour on Leaguestarter. What does that mean? Yeppers, exactly? What exactly does that mean? Dude, I just realized that was a 25-minute run with not doing the trial. With the Spectre run we did earlier. Holy, that is depression. Why is everyone triggered now? John Rainbow, Leaguestarter is a very, how do I say, interesting time when it comes to Twitch chatters and Leaguestarter preparation. It's a sacred time. where Twitch chatters try their best to start drama and aggravate various streamers. And streamers are in this basically 1 week testing period where they don't get to play the league and they have to keep patiently waiting to play the league while dealing with the agitators. It's a very dangerous time frame. Tensions are high. Aggression is everywhere. And there's blood in the streets, you know what I'm saying? Armor stabs OP. Yeah, I need an armor or a shield worth putting it on though, if it hits a breakpoint for me. Is this build done yet? I'm still working on deciding how I do the Act 1.
Speaking of talking smack, it's
snap.
time to TTS.
TTS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lance.
Yo.
Went to the store
You
to
really
look
like
into
Sonic,
a
don't you?
replacement mouse since my Naga is dying. Didn't like what they had. But since I was already out, you know, kind of like when you go get water, I figured I'd get a small snack too. Grabbed an all-American triple smasher from Sonic. By the time I got home the cheese kinda cooled a bit and it covered all 3 patties.
When I go to get water, I don't grab a triple stack burger, okay? I occasionally grab I don't know, a handful of honey roasted, you know? Nothing too crazy. Timer? All right, here you go. Here's timer. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. Ethical timer. Ethical timer. I like how this part of this engagement started. It started with me being in a perfect opportunity to Frostblink and not get hit by a single attack from the enemy, and then just conveniently being out of mana right at that very moment to get chain stunned. Can I have a life flask, please? What is this amount of dead ends? Every room I go into is another dead end. Every single location. Alright, I'm gonna use one of my portal scrolls to grab a life flask that doesn't just absolutely suck.
The tail of God hasn't abandoned. Yes?
That's literally the best life flask I can buy, is a medium.
Farewell.
At level 11, I can get a better shield. Is there a better base at this point?
I've traveled.
62. I could use this if I had the dex somehow. I don't have the dex.
Farewell.
Hello, exile.
How do I get the dex for that? That would literally give me like a double extra fly. I am 1 off. Are we for real right now? I'm 1 point off? Where's the justice in this? That's not right, man. That's not right.
What little help? While we live, we are blessed.
Gambit a strength shield? I did. It gave me a level 11 shield.
The Wonder Child. I saw you. Enough to survive Rayclast? We'll see.
Dragon Earth, good evening to you as well. Good evening. We've just had such a rough time damage-wise that this has actually still been slower than Spectral Throw at this point. Absorbed.
You will know my misery. Come and share it with me.
You remind me of my ex.
Bruise damage seems a lot better. Yeah, it seems okay with the 60 ES or evasion shield. Is this better to have this at this point? I don't know if this actually helps me to have a slightly better weapon of these.
Yes?
Oh, I could get a Dex Amulet.
Be well.
What? Come to hear you.
Alright, that was like a huge waste of time what I just did. Blood and sand. Ooh, yeah, blood and sand. Blood and sand, blood and sand.
Take care.
Listen, Power, I just forget this is something I can get in Act 1, okay? Something I forget about. This is definitely way faster than Shield, than Leap Slam, like 100% way faster. I feel like I'm driving a literal race car. I don't think this is gonna be sub 20. Oh no, there's definitely things I need to fix.
Can I not have this moment's response?
I think what I've learned so far is I want to go swap ledge. I think I'm agreeing with the swap ledge plan. Hail Rake's just way easier with the Stone Axe. It's a better power spike at that point.
The wall between life and death is
I think
crumbling.
we pivot there. You lurker dogged in a second Quicksilver, which never happens. Well, technically, I had to do the flask strongbox thing, and in the other run, which arguably needed the Quicksilver more, I got just a random drop, and I didn't even have to spend the time doing it. So this run definitely still has some advantages. I also spent the time to do the trial, which I didn't do in the last run either. Outrun the cold. Captain Fairgraves.
That as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard times. Sure, were the circumstances.
I have nothing more to do. Far too much value. Shore leave. Merv, if you must take.
Does this have armor that's better? Similar armor, but not really better.
God hasn't abandoned us.
That's technically better. Good damage. I need to do blood and sand too. Oh wait, we have a passive point. Okay, there's multiple ways we're wasting time this run or doing extra things, but this is definitely, I think, still comfortably a better run. also need to make sure I do blood and sand, the blood reservation when I actually want to do single target, which I didn't do for Fairgraves.
Can I not have but a moment to fight?
+1 divine. How do we feel about 1-to-1 chromes to divine ratio? Is that shield crush shine? Yeah, we're just trying it for Leaguestarter option. Alright, let's see how fast our damage is on this situation. What's the point of my decoy if she's gonna put the freaking stupid thing on me? Oh, what the hell? Useless! Actually useless decoy totem. I tell you what, actually I just need to die. My character has no mana. I just need to die. Tactical death. There was multiple things with that shield crush run, but that was still definitely better. It was still definitely better for the Scion start angle. I think okay, so it's probably Spectral Throw until Ledge. And you got Lab, yeah, we got Lab. We got Spectral Throw through Ledge. We took the time to do the Flask box, which last time I just got a Quicksilver, extra Quicksilver for free. This isn't Theory carried Act 4. Well, I think I'd still probably rather play Righteous Fire. I think what I do is I spec out to here. Or I could go like here to here. And then when I get the point for here, I respec all this, go here, get rid of this. Get rid of this. RF. Shield will fall off after pass Act 1, yeah. He puts ranch in coffee. Usually I does not put ranch in coffee, guys. Econk's a level 28 skill. We could do Poisonous Concoction, technically. At level 12. What's our tree for Poisoning Concoction, though? Our tree for Poisoning Concoction is... Just like proj damage, no poison chance. Nah, there's no way poison concoction is good with Scion. Flask nodes. Oh, just getting profane chemistry. I mean, it's just proj damage nodes. I guess over here you get proj damage nodes too. Can I watch streams as the VODs and get the Twitch reward? I do not know if that works for drops. I have no idea. I've used a Peaconk on Ascendant for League starts prior, and maybe I'll just look up a YouTube video, see if somebody has what their run looks like. See if it looks painful or not. Poisonous concoction, Scion. Nope, that's a Pathfinder. That's an Assassin. We have Havoc with Econk. And this is a Scion. What does he do? Oh, that's right. The sword is better earlier than the axe, isn't it? Weapon swapping like a tryhard. Two-hand sword's way faster? Yeah, two-hand sword is better for early spec throw. Well, I'm not sure about the stone axe, but maybe it is. Maybe it's just better all the way around. And he went attack speed nodes first. Does he do... Just weapon swapping. Does he do Peaconk? He has spec throw. Spec throw, spec throw, spec throw, spec throw, spec throw. He puts on Peaconk. Does he use it for this fight? It looks like he's just straight up using it. And he just has attack speed nodes. How's this look? Wait. It's already kind of better and his life last sucks. It's already kind of better. Wait a minute. Were we just Peaconk? That definitely is already better than what we're doing. Oh, he didn't even have the good flasks yet, right? He was missing out on the good. I hate that skill. I mean, it's kind of good though. It's a good skill. Seems like it doesn't matter too much that he didn't have any like any chance poison. Did he just is he just chance to poison? Is that what his supports are? Leveling guide. Let's see what does his early supports say? Just volley momentum, not even poison chance. Eventually gets to LMP. Oh, well, he's swapping to Econk at this point. Okay. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Spectral Throw into Shield Skills at Ledge, into Peaconk at level 12, into Righteous Fire at level, like, 18 or something. How we feel about that? We only swap skills, like, 4 times. Ew. Because ew. It's only a little bit of respects, guys. The gold cost is free. Respect 4 times in Act 1. I think I'm leaning towards just going Righteous Fire. All reliable, nice and cozy. That at least needs the least, like, respect for Merkbot. Bad idea? Dude, I don't know. RF's a good time, man. What does this Act 2 guy look like? Did he... Wait, did he... he redid that whole zone? Must have, like, left it behind on accident. Is RF Luminary going to be viable? Well, we're not playing Luminary for RF. RF is just the skill we're going to use to get to the Merkbot, / we're going to use depending on how good our Merc ends up being out initially. We need, like, some sort of a smooth transition between our build doing the main damage and the Merkbot taking over, you know what I mean? How can you test Mercenaries without Leaguestarter? We can't test Mercenaries. We can test everything but Mercenaries. That's just what it is. What it is. The Mercenaries don't exist in the current game. We can't test much outside of that. Like, I would love to be able to, like, go through and test all the different Merc types and be like, okay, this one in the campaign at this point is really good, blah, 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 right? But all we have to work off is just the previous information from Mercenary Leagues, and that's just what it is. We have a pretty good idea which Mercs are good and stuff like that, but, can we even kill Mercs with RF? RF's pretty strong in that first Act 2 to Act 3 range. Like, it has a pretty good initial power spike with just the regen mastery and having some decent life on your character. Smooth transition would be Smite. You know, that's fair. We could use Smite because Smite's gonna have flat damage. Okay, yeah, I haven't tried Smite yet, have I? Smite is flat damage because it gives the aura, right? Aura grants 1 to 12 to 4 to 220. Smite's godly for leveling. Do we have any Smite enjoyers in chat? Any thoughts on the Smite angle? You could try traps as well, because all the aura nodes are close by to traps. Mine throw speed. Trap throw speed. This is aura effect over here. I think we're going to get more out of Flame Link early, but yeah, we should consider that, I guess. Honestly, Smite with this would feel pretty good, right? Leadership. 30% AoE with smite. Like go like this. Then smite multiple times, not just on Scion. This 30 AoE affects the smite. Am I crazy? Right, this leadership node, along with the mastery. Like, am I just 60 AoE with smite right away if I do that? That actually sounds kind of nice. Smite's also good for the Merc and the Aura. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing the dream. I'm kind of believing right now. So we could just bum rush right here. 60 AoE does sound kind of nice. Yuku, what's that? What's this? Oh, 2 out has a leveling run of smite. Yeah, let's see what it looks like for him. Oh, he's doing a Scion too. Wait, that's so convenient. We're doing a Scion. All right, 2 odd. Convince me. Convince me, 2 odd. How recently is this? 4 months ago? That's basically the same league. Haste Aura plus smite? Yeah. Also Flamelink too, right? Okay, one-hand sword, spectral throw start, standard Scion stuff. See how early he swaps out of the spectral throw and seems fine with it. Still doing Spectro. You do Act 1 throw, Act 2 sunder. I mean, yeah, I guess we could do that. I don't know. I kind of would like to be just smite earlier and have less transitions. Okay, let's see. Is that what 2 out does in this round? Is he just uses it all the way? Yeah, he's just using it all the way. He timestamps his swaps. Smite switch. So he's switching all the way in Act 3. I don't know. I kind of want to see how we can do it just from Act 1 onward. You need +1 strike. Is Ancestral Call not like an Act 1 support? Am I crazy?
I thought you.
Yeah. So like a level, it's one of the first sports you can get. Have you considered KF? Honestly, I think that might be a decent option, yeah. His Act 1's 24 minutes. Well, 2 out isn't really like too much of a speedrunner. He does a lot of like Exarch to Eater runs, but he's not like a speedrunner, I'd say. I'm probably a similar speed to 2 out, maybe. Well, it probably depends what build I'm playing, but yeah, I think I'm probably a similar like speed as 2 out is generally. We're both not necessarily speedrunners, but we're okay. Scion can get the early duration nodes, yeah. But you shouldn't need those as much with the changes to KF. Right, let's look at what his smite swap looks like when he's playing it. He swaps it at this point, I'm just curious. So he doesn't have the... Does he not have the AoE node? And you see like when he's like changing his tree around. Does he not do any like tree stuff? So, like, he doesn't even grab, like, the smite AoE. Am I crazy? Yeah, he definitely does not have smite AoE nodes, right? Because that smite's still, like, basically, like, the initial base radius. Am I crazy? He changes his tree to get the Ancestral earlier. I don't know. I think that you could just go Ancestral Call. Let me look at if there's any strike nodes near the aura effect nodes is the thing. That's not attack mastery. Okay, not really. Well, there's this right here, right? There's literally this. You could totally get the additional strike right here. He goes all the way up here. We wouldn't have to go that far, right? So we could totally have a start that's like this. Except it would go like this, maybe. Like, I feel like that's not bad, right? It's not like these nodes are bad. They're attack speed nodes. We could try Ancestral Call prior to this. And you could gig AoE. Why not level with Absolution? Because there's 0 damage nodes on the Scion area. There's 0 damage nodes in the Scion area. You're talking about, like, 15 levels or something before you're even grabbing your first damage point. It's not going to be fun. There's a big difference in having a Templar start where you have damage nodes right at the start, or a Witch start where you have damage nodes right at the start, and spending 15 passives to get your first damage point. The difference is you're having a bad time. That's the difference. You need something where it, like, works right away. You'll benefit no matter what? Yeah. I feel like I like this angle a decent amount. Can initially go Spec Throw, grabbing these nodes, swap out a Spec Throw right after we kill Hail Rake, maybe. Try that. Do AoE with Ancestral Call, see how it feels. Or we could go try the percent fizz first. It probably has to be percent fizz, because most of our damage is going to be fizz initially, right? Do you need the bottom part of the tree? It gets us a +1 support link, which maybe you don't. Maybe you can just play like this and just go from here. The question is, going from here, are you getting much? Like, fizz damage gives you quite a bit, because, like, initially you're just going to have, like, a base fizz sword or something, and then this gives you attack speed. And then this gives you +1 support gem, is the thing. Go for the attack speed first. You can go this way. This is definitely the best damage angle for those early levels, whereas this will slow down my damage to get the AoE. Is Runegraft of Time good for cast on crit? Runegraft of Time good for cast on crit? No. The problem with Runegraft of Time for cast on crit is something where you balance a very specific set attack rate with a very specific set cast on crit proc rate. And whenever you proc the Runegraft of Time to remove the cooldown, that doesn't matter because your attack speed is based on triggering a certain time interval. And you're not getting extra procs out of it, essentially, is what happens. It's not really good for cast on crit. It's good if you're over procking. That's fair, yeah. If you have just, like, an obscene amount of extra hits per second, then you would need, yeah. But for the most part, generally, you try to, like, balance your attack speed. Dual mastery on top. The 60% damage when we wield 2 different weapons. I think I like this angle. I like this because okay, this is a nice balance where we get a bunch of we get some decent early life, which that pairs with the flame link. This starts pairing with the aura effect. And then we start looking at going up this way to like aura effect, and we grab life here, and getting more HP on the way. Link skill, reduce cost. I care about the mastery, exposure mastery. Getting the first extra is so nice. Yeah. I guess we need to find out how smite feels early. We could just stall smite until this node. Or we could just try smite right out the gate with ancestral call and just see if it works. Luminary best build. I think Luminary is going to be very good. It still is somewhat contingent on GGG and what they do with it, but I think Luminary is going to be very good. Life mastery right here, life mastery here, and working our way out. Aura effect. Okay. Let's try a smite run. Let's try smite run and see how it goes. Create. And we're going to try it right after we kill Hail Rake, because that's when we get Ancestral Call.
A scion is perfection in mind, body, and grace. The crowning glory of our civilization.
Is this for Scion? Yeah, we're prepping for Scion. We're trying to figure out what we want to do for our leveling to swap into a proper Luminary Merc bot. All right.
True. Dead men walk in Rayclast.
Supports attacks. I mean, I technically could use that on Smite too if I get a blue link randomly, I guess. Am I crazy saying the traps could work? The traps could maybe work. I'm not a big fan of playing traps though.
Exile, I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
Okay, corroded blade, check.
Well, Lionel, God hasn't about what little.
I get my first thing from you. $12.20, $8.16, swords better. Movement speed boots.
Farewell.
We need a double red. We have a double red with this for Ancestral Cry. We get momentum early. So if we have a 3-link, that's what it could be. I guess I could do this. Three-link RGB boots, yeah, with movement speed. Imagine getting that on Leaguestarter. I would be unstoppable. This has got to be not the right way to go. How many runs deep are we? This is our third Scion run. First time we tested just Spectral Throw, which I also played badly. Then we just tested shield skill. Now we're going to test starting with smite. If we can get smite to work, that's definitely ideal, because we just want to play smite ultimately in the end game, no matter, or to the progression anyways. It would be kind of a nice transition. It would support the Merc bot pretty well. So we'll see how this goes. EB Inquisitor should be fine. EB Inquisitor got a fairly sizable nerf. It's still, in my opinion, a fairly strong build, but like 30% less damage from the Wrath Pith changes, I would guess. Depending on their skill choice, some skills got really buffed that even with the changes, you might end up with similar damage or more. But it kind of depends on what skills you're playing and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of playing things that just got nerfed myself, but... Am I in just base Mirage League? Okay, we may have messed up. I was supposed to create an SSF character. We may have messed up. Unethical XP? Yeah, unethical XP. Somebody stop this man! I didn't get a ledge. How is this far? Oh my word. Just look how much better that is than the shield skill at this point. Spectral throw at this point is just insane. Ancestral Call we get for free. We have a weapon that is technically better than the one I'm currently holding. It doesn't have 2 red sockets.
Be well.
Okay, let's see if we can get this to be correct.
Got a job.
Okay.
Stay sharp.
Listen, guys. I think it's fair for me to gamble myself items that have correct sockets, considering we're simulating. I think we all can agree we're simulating the league where sockets are not a problem, right?
What little help?
Perfectly reasonable. Okay, so smite, momentum, ancestral call.
While we live, we are blessed.
Alright, let's see how this works. I grabbed shield charge? No. Are we sure about that?
Be well.
Let's see how the smite feels. Okay, this part feels good. We'll have to see how the single target feels. That's the question mark, right? Check your weapon. It's flat cold, corroded.
Can I not have it a moment's response?
It's gonna be bad. Yeah, it'll probably be a lot worse than if we had Spectral Throw. Which we could, because the links are so easy. It's not gonna be that hard to hold on to Spec Throw if we wanted to, I guess. Nice dead end. What does Smite get with quality? It's a better AoE damage. Cool. How am I getting shot when that guy's already dead? Okay. I need to get better at the getting double hits thing. That's pretty solid. Scion active one's always tough. Yeah, the Scion starting nodes just, they kind of suck. I blame on natural instinct. The thing is, I think when they originally designed these nodes, the natural instinct didn't even exist. Is Winter Orb good for clear or bossing? Winter Orb? I think traditionally it's thought of as a clear skill, but like that doesn't mean it can't be a skill that kills bosses. It's getting a really, really substantial buff, and it's maybe halfway decent as it is right now, so could be some good potential there. Ooh, I'm supposed to have blood and sand too. I keep forgetting to do that. I wonder how much different pathing it is if I just went the res nodes, because I could do that too. That would actually be slightly faster for me getting the +1 strike if I went res nodes. Instead of the fizz nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not much different. But it would mean our res is muy bueno. Don't say it, Che. It's dangerous words. Are you planning to save a clean Act 1 to 3 once you iron out the best way to level? Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. I just need to figure out what I want to do first, like what I think feels the best for the progression. And once I figure that out, then we'll do like a proper run with it. Basically knowing what times I need to get what supports and all that sort of stuff. It's RF. I was initially thinking RF, but I kind of like this idea of doing Smite and going more aura-centric initially faster. I think that actually might work out better. Because it also technically kind of works on its own merit a bit for Smite. Feels like a dead end. Oh, don't tell me this is the dead end. That was the right way to go. Don't tell me. Please, please don't tell me this is just a ginormous dead end. And that was actually... Oh, my word. I hate this. I hate this as zone so much. This freaking zone. 50-50. Pick a random side. Every single time. It's always the dead end first. One flask? That can't be real, man. That cannot be real. It's gonna be hilarious. Day one of the Merc drowns the lead mechanic. I hope not. That would be big bummer.
The Wonder Child. I saw you perform for Dominus, girl. You were very good.
You see this Val Spark buffs? Yeah, Val Spark got a massive buff. It was like 50% more base damage and 50% more duration. Val Spark got a huge buff. Which is pretty exciting, I would say.
Your frightened heart echoes on these stones.
The damage isn't actually bad for this. Like when we're getting the double hit. We don't have an upgraded weapon either yet. Our weapon is still kind of bad.
Take care. Goodbye.
The warden's free of his own prison. You managed to kill a granddaddy crab. I've traveled in...
At this point, could we get a sword that's better? This would be a sword that's better, level 12. Hatred, flat fire. All right, we'll use that sword and see how it goes. Okay, and this, I'm gonna roll for green.
Hasn't abandoned us.
red, because I would be able to do this in next league. I would be able to get double green, red. That's something I could legitimately have. Let's see how it feels with Leap Slam with momentum and faster attacks with a sword. That's gotta actually feel like pretty decent, right?
Goodbye.
I'm not just coping. Oh, yeah. That's way better. No, I forgot Blood and Sand again. I forgot Blood and Sand again.
Yes? Goodbye.
I'm gonna buy a random helmet.
Greetings. Farewell.
I guess I don't even need the totem, really.
The wall between life and death is crumbling.
Lance walking into Act 10 Katava. I forgot Blood and Sand. No, it wouldn't be that bad. Give me a little credit here. What do you mean? It wouldn't be that bad. It wouldn't be that bad. Okay, it would be. There's no way. There's no way. As a gentleman of honor, it pains me to do this.
Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure worthy circumstances.
Why are people so hyped about Warped? Isn't it channeling just misery? It's one of like the best quality of life channeling skills there is. That's why people are hyped about it. It's really gonna come down to that double hit, isn't it? For the smite. Like if you have the double hit, you're having a good time. If you don't hit the double hit, you're probably having a bad time.
Goodbye.
It's actually a complete wall. This is not the right way either. Oh my word, screw this zone. Are you guys seeing this zone I'm going through right now? Is anyone else seeing this? Like, what the hell is this? What kind of garbage as hell layout is this? Wrong read. Yeah, something like that, man. Something like that.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Screw that transmute. I got places to go. I would never skip that on Leaguestarter, but screw that transmute specifically right now. What are these layouts? Actually decent DPS. Yeah, which is kind of crazy because we don't have a support. We're basically like -1 support jump while we have Ancestral Cry, right? I can make that. I can't make that. I thought I could make that, but I couldn't make it. Yeah, that damage is actually solid. Okay, now that was slower than the shield run, or was it close? Either way, I like that. Because this is like the least amount of like respecs, right? We get up to this point right here, and then we have good attack speed for Leap Slam. We get our additional strike. And then we can start looking at going this way. Get AoE. It's not just about raw speed, it's about yeah, I also stopped to like chrome multiple times. I don't know, I was like wasting some time doing some things. Try Static Strike. How early do we get Static Strike? We could definitely have Static Strike as like some extra DPS, technically, if we wanted. Static Strike's like a level, is it not like a level 28 skill? Get it at level 12. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to add in. Just to have like the beam damage, right? What else did you get from Dweller? I think I got a woe from him, so it wasn't the right essence. I think that looked better than a Shield Crush. It felt better than a Shield Crush to me, too. Okay, so if we do Smite upside, we already have an aura that gives flat damage, which pairs with the Merkbot. We already have some incentive to go for some aura nodes like Leadership. I think that's decent. I feel like that's a decent option. Respec's pretty cheap though, so the upside is not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's just a matter of like how many. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of respecs, even if it is cheap or easy enough to do. So like the less respecs that are necessary is kind of still a good thing. Because people don't really want to keep swapping things over all repeatedly. When you have enough relevant auras for the nodes to be worth it? Well, by the time we're in Act 3, we got Smite, which is basically a damage aura, Haste, which is kind of a damage aura, and Wrath, which is pretty much a damage aura, right? We can also go Purity of Elements, which would just fix our res and the Merc's res for the entirety of the campaign. So we have those, then we can start working on adding in Flame Link type of thing. You're right about the attack wheel? Yeah, that's what we're going towards. That's the thing where we get rid of Ancestral Call. And we trade a less damage multiplier for a more damage multiplier. Like Ruthless or something. Ruthless would probably be fine. Is the Doriani Delusion Boots going to be Chase or was GGG coping? Warlock base types. They grant this. Grant 0 to 100. 0 to 200 ES. 0 to 40 movement speed. Was there something else I was forgetting that they have too? They're always found with a corruption implicit. They added corruption implicits, right? That are pretty good. Where do I find those at? Maybe I'd find them with this. I want to look at the new boot corruptions, but I'm like failing to remember what the... Oh, here they are. Action speed to boots, unwavering stance to boots. I'm going to remind myself what Warlocks normally come with. Warlocks normally come with... Yeah, so if they have 200% increased ES, they can be up to 300 ES on a pair of boots with a corruption implicit, with purity, with 40 movement speed. I wouldn't say that's like OP, but it's pretty competitive with a fairly good rare pair of boots, at least for an ES build. Armor evasion, probably less so, depending on like the corruption implicits you get with it, but I know you could get like max endurance would be pretty solid. The thing is, it's like really gonna be RNG on what corruption you get with what divine you get, because that really will crater or will make the value of the boots. Are there mercenaries that have flame link as a skill so you gain damage? Yep, there are. That's like Eruptor, I think, has a flame link. You can play Luminary as a main character and the Merc bot gives you things, or you can play it as the one who's trying to scale the Merc. I got rid of some of the bad corruptions on boots. Do you lose a lot of damage for Pyroclast? Yeah, that was a good source of flat. You have to get flat elsewhere. Pyroclast is very strong. If the Merc dies, we lose the map. Same thing that happens if your character dies. Mercs are very tanky, guys. If your Merc's dying, that probably means they're like not res capped or something. Like they're most likely, if the Merc's dying, your character's already died 6 times, type of thing. If the Merc dies, you're dead 10 times over. Yeah, it's like not the biggest concern unless they randomly like cratered the Merc's baseline stats. They're very tanky. Could you farm Simus with Mercs? I would think so, yeah. They're plenty tanky for Simus. The one thing Mercs died to back in Merc League was like if you rolled the map mod that removes like 10% on hit and you didn't have a recover on block for them. Like something like that just hard counters. All right. I like the angle for Smite. We'll try getting a little bit more polished run and try to flesh out what our tree's going to be towards like Act 3 and beyond and see if we can make that work as a baseline character. But we will do that tomorrow. Tomorrow. Because it's getting kind of late. I'm pretty happy with what we did today, though. We got ourselves a nice write-up of some of the baseline of the better mercs to look out for. A couple gear sets for kineticist, which I think that's what we're going to go for as like our mainline progression angle. Late game armor stack, I think, is what it'll be for late game. And campaign merc is just basically, this is just trying to remind you craft flat on the gear pieces. I'll probably make a video on our findings for the Luminary, not tomorrow, but after we fine tune some more stuff. I think tomorrow I'll make a video just going over my thoughts on Wrathpith and Relic the Pact and E-Blade for people that are thinking about those league starts. The TLDR on those is like, they're still decent, but it's like, do you want to play something that just got nerfed? That's kind of like if you've played it before, then it'll feel bad playing it and then have it just be 20% worse or whatever it is. All right, anyways, we're going to call it for the night. Let's see who's online, who's streaming. Palstron is streaming Torchlight. Connor streaming PoE. Fubgun streaming Torchlight. Farmer streaming Torchlight. There must be hashtag ad going on for Torchlight right now. Jung streaming PoE. It's got to be hashtag ad, right? Am I crazy? Hashtag ad. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It all tracks. It all tracks. I'll send you guys over to Connor. We'll see what Connor's coping about. What his dreams and aspirations are. Enjoy Connor's stream. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you had fun tonight. And tomorrow we will continue the plans. Take care, guys. Have a good rest of your evenings, everybody.